皆様ごきげんよう、鳴杜水月の生配信へようこそいらっしゃいました。Good evening! Good morning! Good morning, ladies and gentlemen. Welcome, students. Welcome to class. Woohoo! だってね、感謝配信。平日に、ちょっと昨日忙しかったんですよ。なんで平日にすることとなったんですけれどもね、15,000人ありがとう記念ということで、this is an appreciation stream for reaching, 15K. But, well, it was supposed to be 15K, but it looks like it's 16K now. What? Still unbelievable. いや、ちょっと信じられない。ということでね、リツさん、先行例さん、LDゾニスさん、AK さん、Q さん、アマギスさん、ハバナさん、バンティビーさん、ローマンさん、おめでとうじゃないわ。ようこそ。Welcome! 初見です。初見さん、こんばんは。こんばんは。もうダメ。もうね、I'm so used to like doing streams at night. I'm so not used to doing it in the morning, so I instantly say good evening. But in reality, it's supposed to be good morning. いや、すいません。すぐね、ごきげんようとか、こんばんはって言っちゃうんですけど、普通に朝ですわね。Well, since it's still, AM, I'm wearing my morning uniform. まあ、朝ってことでね、今はこのように、着ております、メイド服も午前服となっておりますけど、そのうち着替えます。はい、ズニョさん、こんばんは。バッティビーさん、your karaoke mic settings are on. What? 待って。No. Okay, thank you. すいません。なんかエコーかかってたみたい。Should have sung something while it was still on. 生きるの辛い、死ぬのも怖い、もう苦しくない。ということでね、はい、失礼いたしました。プラグインがね、設定したばかりに。エコーわざとかと思ってたなわけないでしょうが。なわけ。Okay, so let me explain what's happening. This is going to be one of those endurance streams where I answer 100 questions or review 100 sentences, aka review your grammar, as an appreciation for you supporting me and being able to hit 15K. It was 15K when I set the stream up, now it is 16K, but I do not have the money to go back to the graphic designer and be like, can you please change this? So we're gonna stick with 15K. ということで、こちらの配信なんですけれども、一応ね、感謝の耐久配信となっております。皆様の言語に関するご質問であったり、日本語、英語っていう結構具体的な感じでも大丈夫です。で、言語に関してだったり、この文法わかんないんだけどっていう質問に、答えたり、皆様の文章の添削をしますっていう配信です。で、内容としてはですね、100やるまで終われませんとなっているんですけれども、一応ね、本当はね、今ありがたいことに16,000人ということで、16,000人ありがとう耐久配信できたらいいものも、を、ちょっとね、グラフィックデザイナーの方にね、すいません、数字変えてくれませんかって、ね、言うのもあれだし、編集またしてもらうお金も、みたいな感じなんで、ちょっと15,000人でいきます。はい。Nice bar! Bun-TV-san, I feel like you've been spending so much money on me. Thank you so much, but you're already like a really good producer here, so... By the way, everybody, meet Bun-TV-san. Like, she has been spreading word around about me. So grateful. Thank you. ね。ニーズランド、ローガンさん、いつかさん、ベンさん、こんにちは。なわけあってしょうがない。わかんないじゃないもうね。Okay, so I've done this before. あとね、この配信っていうか、こういう配信したことあるんですよ。この配信で私のことを知ってくださった方もいる可能性がある。There's a possibility that some of you might have learned about me from me, like, of me doing this in the past. I believe I did this when I hit 3,000 or 5,000 subscribers here on YouTube. And it was a bit crazy. I did 1,000 sentence reviews, and that took me like 12 hours, I believe. There was a part 1 and then a part 2. The part 1 was about 9 hours. The part 2 was like 3 hours, 4 hours, I don't remember, but it took a while. And so I decided to do 100 instead, because I don't think I can do that much. いや、この配信したことあって、3,000人か5,000人かね、チャンネル登録者の方が達成した時に、1000じゃない、300やるってやったんですよ。Did I say 1,000? Supposed to be 300. I did 300 reviews. 300. But yeah, and yeah, it took like approximately 12 to 13 hours, and so that's why we're only doing 100 today. Still, today is my normal work day, and so the faster it goes, the better. Yay. So here's the deal. If you have any questions, put it on the chat. If you have any sentences you would like for me to review, put it in both English and in Japanese so that I will know exactly what you're trying to say. If I miss it, keep on, make sure that you post it multiple times, because I don't really know how many people are going to be here. I don't really know how many questions people are going to have. I'm going to try to answer everything, but there is a possibility that we're going to be running short on questions, and that's the worst thing that can happen. So please, just keep those questions coming, okay? 私初見なんだけどね。あ、そうだ、初見さんでした。初見さんだった。はじめまして、メイド水木と申します。言語教師系 Vtuber として活動しております。最近ね、流行ってるっぽいんですけど、普通に既婚者の Vtuber です。なんでね、ちょっとガチ声の方とかね、そういう系の Vtuber さんをしたいよって方とブラウザバックの方が精神的にいいのかもしれない。もう普通に1年以上既婚者やってるんだね。It was for 3,000, you did 300. 4,000 with the color squares. Oh, the color tiles! That was fun. Hi, Sir Batra-san. If you were a piece of furniture, what would you be and why? Ah, sorry, not those kind of questions. And I don't know, my Siri got activated. なんか Siri が動いたぞ。Okay, language related questions. I don't know, is there a... I know, is there a place that I can maybe type that? ちょっと待って。I'm gonna type it out. ちょっと待って。書きますね。ask any Japanese language / culture related questions. If you want to, no, caps lock. Caps lock. 邪魔. If you want your grammar check, right. I hate this keyboard. このキーボードほんと嫌い。苦手。Sentence in both Japanese and English, so that I know. This is hard. So that I know exactly what you are trying to say. Japanese. 言語、文化の違いについて。ツインってじゃなくて、ついて質問がありましたら、どうぞ、文法チェックをご希望の方は、日本語、英語の両言語で、コメントしてください。Okay. I'm gonna put this on the screen. これ、スクリーンに。I'm gonna pin this. No! This is too long! 長すぎるって。How can this be too long? 長すぎるなんて。そんな。Okay, oh wow, that is long. What to do? どうしよう。I guess I'm going to put this only in English, because it's easier for me to explain in Japanese. よし、ごめんなさい。英語でだけピンしとこうかな。固定ね。はい。これは例文です。Oh my gosh, ハッキーさん! I forgot about that! Thank you so much! That was a thing, wasn't it? Okay, let me rewrite it. Sorry, we're gonna start soon. Oh no! So bad. If somebody could keep on reminding us about these. this is supposed to be the reminder. Please put the red dot and the blue dot to indicate if they're like Japanese or English or whatnot. Okay, we'll just start. はい、とりあえず始めましょうか。ちょっと始めないことにはね、あれなんで。Okay, okay, we'll start with whatever I see. とりあえず目につくものから始めます。First question. Hello, sensei. What is the easiest way to learn Japanese? Oh my gosh, this is going to be a really hard question to answer, but since I already picked it up, we're gonna answer this. なんかすっごい難しいのをピックアップしちゃったかもしれない。Good morning, everybody. Good morning, good morning, good morning. Okay. What is the easiest way to learn Japanese? 最初の質問行きましょう。なんかね、めっちゃ返答に困るものがはい、来ちゃいましたけれども、一番簡単な言語学習の方法、日本語を勉強する方法は何ですかっていうことで。難しいの来ましたね。Okay, Mario さん、サプチャーさん、さわこさん、Good morning. Sorry if I missed your name, missed it. Ben さん、ドゥレズさん、ファルールさん、ギブランさん。Okay, I'm hoping that I was able to read everybody's name for now. Pure White さん、おはようございます。皆さん、Good morning. Okay, so what is the easiest way to learn Japanese? This one I'm not gonna type. But this one's a hard one because it really depends on your native tongue, your mother tongue, and also what your goals are. これ、日本語勉強するのに一番簡単な方法は何ですかっていうことなんですけど、これなんで難しいかって、本当に人によるんですよね。一番簡単な日本語を勉強する方法はSo, for example, a lot of you might have heard that Japanese is the hardest language to learn, whatnot. But that's not necessarily true. A lot of people who started saying that were people who are from countries that speaks English. Countries that English is the most commonly used language. Yes, Japanese might be the hardest language for you to learn if your mother tongue is English and if that is the only language that you know. これよくネットとかで耳にするっていうか目にする情報なんですけれども、日本語って勉強するのに一番難しい言語みたいなことを言われたりするんですよね。これ、間違いではない可能性もあるんですけど、英語圏出身の方であって、第一言語が英語、ついでに第一言語の英語以外の言語を知らないよって方にとっては、一番難しいって言ってももしかしたら過言ではないのかもしれない。かもしれないんですけれども、例えばね、漢字使用圏の場所、例えば韓国であったり、中国であったり、中国本土、台湾、香港であったり、シンガポールであったり、漢字が使われている国から、来たよっていう方だったら、少なくとも読みとか、多少の語彙っていうのは、わからんでもないっていう可能性があるわけじゃないですか。で、しかも韓国の方とかだったら我々文系が一緒なわけですよね。で、敬語っていう概念があるっていう意味では、もっと簡単なはずなんですよ。So, let's do a comparison here. Just say that you're from countries and regions that uses kanji or like Chinese characters on a daily basis. Mainland China, Taiwan, Hong Kong, Korea. I know it's not like commonly used, but at least there's the idea of it. I believe Vietnam was another country that uses Chinese characters. If you're from these countries and regions, and then Singapore, obviously. If you're from these countries and regions, it's probably going to be a little bit easier for you because maybe not the speaking part, but at least the reading is kind of covered. Not 100%, but like 30%, 40% of it, or even 50%. You might not be able to read it. You might not know how to pronounce it, but just like if I were to go to countries or regions like that, I would be able to understand what the menus are saying, right? Without really knowing the language. I'm not going to understand everything, but I'm gonna be able to have a pretty good idea of what they're trying to say. So if you're from these places, you're off to a better start in a way. And let's say that you're from Korea, you speak Korean, or maybe you don't have to be from Korea, you just know Korean already. It's gonna be easier for you because we share the same sentence structure. We start with a subject and we end with the verb. And the fact that we also share the similar idea of honorifics, it's going to be easier for you to understand certain things. So, what is the easiest way to learn Japanese? It really depends on what your native tongue is. Another thing is, it really depends on what your goal is. あと、目標が何かによっても絶対違ってきます。If your goal is to be able to communicate verbally with a Japanese speaker, the easiest way for you to achieve that goal is to do a lot of communication. Obviously, you'll have to learn some grammar, you'll have to go through vocabulary, but reading might not be what you want to focus on, right? 例えばなんですけど、コミュニケーションね。口頭でのコミュニケーションをしたいよっていう目標が一番優先事項なのであれば、漢字してる場合じゃなくねってことですわよね。漢字じゃないやろ、とね。そういうこと。だから、多分一番最初に自分の目標が何なのかっていうのを明確にする必要があるとは思います。So, my answer is, you just need to make sure that you know specifically and exactly what your goals are. What is your goal? Is your goal to one day come to Japan and work? Then there's so much that you have to work on, right? Or if your goal is to just watch anime without subtitles, do a lot of listening.Just learn a lot of vocab. Grammar might have to, yes, you will have to learn grammar, but you don't have to work on it intensively. So, again, summing that up, my answer is, the easiest way to learn Japanese, it really depends on what your native tongue is, and just make sure that you know what your goals are. 難しいよな。難しいですわね。The easiest way to learn varies from person to person, so widely there's no one answer. Yes. はい、こんにちは、メイド先生。水木先生って呼んで。Call me 水木先生。メイド先生 is a bit too like, I feel such a distance between us. Trust me, Mandarin is even harder. Mandarin might be harder depending on where you're from. So,香港出身です。英語と広東語を話します。よろしくお願いします。よろしくお願いします。レイホンマ I can't speak Cantonese. There's one sentence that I can say perfectly in Cantonese. 私、広東語でね、一つだけね、完璧に言えることがあるんですよ。小籠包唔該。小籠包くださいですね。マジで完璧に言えます。はい。ではね、ゴールね。私のゴールってなんだっけ？目標ってなんだっけ？何のために生まれて何のために Okay, so I'm gonna count that as one. Hope that helps. ありがとうございました。next. Oh, cultural stuff. I see a question from BunTV さん。はい、BunTV さんありがとうございます。Some of my dad's Japanese coworkers are coming to America for a work-related thing. One is bringing his wife and I want to give her a gift. What do Japanese women like? That is so sweet of you! 優しい Okay, 待って。I'm gonna try to like fit this on the screen.What do Japanese women like? I mean, I can't just talk for everybody, obviously. But, first of all, the fact that you're so thoughtful, that should be really, that should be good enough, really. 訳しますと、これ、言語つうか文化的？文化でもないのかもしれないけど。父の同僚の方々がアメリカに、仕事の関係で来られるそうです。そのうちの一人の方が奥様を連れて来られるということで何かお土産渡せたらなって思ってます。日本の女性って何が好きなのってことでした。What do we like? What Japanese women like? I guess it really depends on their age and obviously their preference, but in Japan, there's this idea called 消え物。私、消え物とかの方がいいのかもしれないなって思ったり。So, this is only if you want to stay safe. これなんていうか、安全牌ですけれどもね。消え物。I'm not saying that you should just like stick to this, but これもともと業界用語的なものらしいですよ。私がな。消え物。Anybody know what 消える means? 消えるってどういう意味ですか？英語で、はい、どうぞ。What does 消える mean in English? Gonna wait. そう。はい、どうぞ、小籠包やった？小籠包ゲット。What does 消える mean in English? I'm gonna wait. This is still a class. You're supposed to answer questions. 一応ね、教室なんでね、ちゃんと答えてね。そのうち、名指しで当てられますわよ。I know this. As a VTuber, as a content creator. Like, as time goes by, there are gonna be lesser and lesser people. You know what that means? I will actually be able to call you, like, by name and be like, hey, answer this question. だって知ってるんですよ。これ3年もやってるから。そのうちどんどん視聴者減るんですわよ。そうしたらね、皆様のこと名指しで呼ぶから、はい、何々さん、これの答えはってやるから、出席番号とかじゃなくてね、皆様のユーザー名ですからね。Why is no one answer? I'm gonna call on you. こんにちは、水木先生。ブーと申します。ブーさん、こんにちは。大学生です。よろしくお願いします。よろしくお願いします。Nobody knows what 消える means? 消えるの意味、英語で。Come on, we still have 99 more to go. あと99問ありますよ。100本ノックだから。My first guess was close. It means to disappear. Yes! Thank you. Absent quarter-san. Disappear is actually right. 消える to erase. Yes, 消える to erase. 消える to disappear. はい、消える to disappear とか erase とか erase ってあれですね。消しゴムのイレーサーとかの erase ですね。と言います。You're right. So, 消え物。物 means things.Thing that disappears is this idea behind it. In Japan, we have a very strong souvenir culture. I feel like when you say souvenir in English, it means that something that you can remind you of the place that one visited. But in Japan, you bring souvenirs or omiyage everywhere. When you visit your friend's house, you will bring omiyage or temiyage in this sense. If you visit other companies, just say that you have a work meeting, you go to other companies and you actually bring some stuff to their place. Just say that you're on a work visit, you know, you have a work trip. You'll also bring some souvenirs to the other team that you're about to meet, even if you're from the same company. And this is where the idea of kiemono comes in. It is really nice, obviously, to be able to gift somebody something that they will be able to hold on and remember. But at the same time, we don't really know their preference. Like, I would love to give a Curious George socks to whoever loves Curious George, but some of you might not even like Curious George, you know? So, 小さいものですが、so that culture is actually starting to...that culture is starting to disappear, but let me explain that later. Excuse me, Sensei, do you have a fixed schedule whether you'll stream on YouTube or on Twitch? Because that'll be easier for me to keep track of the classes. I feel bad. For now, no. Sorry. The reason is simply because my work schedule and my personal study schedule is a bit all over the place. But I will try to, like, announce at least a few days in advance. And I usually don't stream around this time of the day because it is usually the time that I'm working. Sorry. But yeah, so that's where the idea of kiemono comes in. Kieru mono, things that disappears, is the idea of what you want to bring. Just say that you want to bring something that they'll be able to use and maybe one day discard. For example, food. Food's an easy option, right? Because you eat it and it's gone. You can also bring things like things that people would use. For a lot of younger women, we gift each other hand cream or like, I don't know, shampoo or soap, or perfume's a bit too excessive because it really depends on what the person likes. But do you get the idea of it? Something that can one day disappear, something that one can use or eat. and get rid of. So, it might be nice for them to obviously have something to remember from the trip, but at the same time, that might be something that they would like to buy on their own. So, food might be a good option. I would always bring back a lot of like organic hand cream stuff or Burt's Bees, because we don't have Burt's Bees in Japan for my female friends. So, I don't know. That might be a good option. そう、消え物ね。なんか日本みたいにお土産文化がすごい盛んなところだと消え物って概念があったりするじゃないですか。特に女性ってなるとこだわりが強い方が多いっていうのは、全員じゃないとしてもね、大多数の方に言えることだと思うんですよね。なので、女性だと、よっぽど仲がいい友達じゃない限り、安牌を求めて、ハンドクリームあげたりだとか、リップクリームあげたりだとかするじゃないですか。実際私もね、お土産とか手土産は基本お菓子、おやつ、食べ物が多いです。お出汁とかもね、ありますけど、最近美味しいパックお出汁とか、お茶っ葉とかね、そういうのもね、いいんじゃないかなと思います。はい。ということで、give her a toy train. Can't go wrong with a train. Yeah, I guess. Okay, so I hope that answers your question. ということで、はい、質問に答えられたらいいなと思います。Okay, welcome new students. Kofent-san. Hello, since I've started learning Japanese 2 weeks ago. 2 weeks ago? And you're already on that level? That is insane. What's the difference between masen and janai? ありがとうございます。Thank you for your question. 2 weeks! Okay. First of all, the easiest answer is how these are used. ません。はい。ません more formal, polite, じゃない more casual. Yeah, that's honestly the easiest way for me to answer. I'm trying to think. Another way to remember is masen is a masu form. So, Kofient-san or everybody else, has anybody gone through the masu form? What is the マス form? マス系ですね、これはね。マリアンさんおはようございます。お金も消え物ですね。お金も消え物。お金はでもね、ちょっとあれかもしれない。じゃない。Okay, first of all again, マセン、マス form. What is a マス form? もちろん。Oh, since I live in the beehive state, I could give her something like honey or even ancient sea salt from this salt flats. Oh, that sounds fancy. I'm pretty sure that would be great. So, janai is form de wa nai as well. Yeah, but do you see the difference? Masu form and de wa nai form? します。しませんではない。originally, ではない。ではないではあるんだけど。I like saying じゃなくて。So what does じゃなくてmean? Like what do you usually put on? Okay. ではないね。We'll go with this. できます、できません。Can do, cannot do. Is that correct? Yes. I don't know, but it feels good. Feels good. Okay, yeah, it feels right, doesn't it? Okay, so ません is a massive form. What the heck is a massive form? Massive form is a verb conjugation. まずませんとじゃないの大きな違いの一つ。ませんの方が、まだ、なんて言うんでしょう。丁寧な感じがしますよね。じゃないの方がタメ口っぽいみたいなところはあるんじゃないかと思います。でも一番大きな違い、それより大きな違いが、ませんは動詞の活用っていうことです。ません goes along with a verb because why? Massive form is a verb conjugation. You can use it with a verb. じゃない on the other hand, you can only use it with nouns or not adjectives, okay? You can't use this alongside with e adjectives. ちなみに、い形容詞、な形容詞って、日本語教育の方では呼ばれているこれですけれども、普通に形容詞、形容動詞ですね。い形容詞って、簡単に言われているものは形容詞。形容動詞がな形容詞って、日本語教育では呼ばれているものだったりいたします。はい。ってことで、That's the biggest difference. So, how do I use it? Like, ませんません。美味しくあり、このケーキ美味しくありません。Which I've never really had cake that actually doesn't taste good, but... Hey, このケーキ美味しくありません。This cake doesn't taste good. Doesn't taste good. ありません。ある means it does exist or there is. ある is a verb in Japanese which makes this into a verb. ありません。We cannot use じゃない for this because おいしい is an e adjective. おいしいじゃない。This is something I do hear a lot of people say.A lot of Japanese learners say, but that is not correct. おいしいじゃない言いません。You don't say おいしいじゃない You say おいしくない There's a different way of conjugating e adjectives into a negative form. ちなみにい形容詞はじゃないは一緒に使えないんですね。な形容詞じゃないといけません。おいしいじゃないってよく聞くんですけど言いません。おいしくないです。活用の仕方が違うんですね。はい。このケーキ美味しくありません。とか、このトイレ、綺麗じゃない。or 綺麗じゃないです。You can put this at the end to make it a little bit more plain. このトイレ綺麗じゃないです。This toilet, bathroom isn't clean. Which is really sad. ってことで、Does that make sense? はい、I hope I answered your question. という質問で答えられてたらいいなと思います。以上です。Okay. Counting down next. 次行きましょう。What do I see? Oh, it's adjectives. Yes, but not just adjectives, not adjectives. Keep in mind. I'm gonna delete this, so make sure you screenshot before I do if you want to take notes. ちなみにこれ随時消していくんで。普通に、ね、スクショかなんか撮っといてください。簡単ではないな。美味しい味じゃないみたいになる。美味しい味じゃない。まあ、そうですね。美味しくないっていうのを言えないのであれば、美味しい味じゃないっていうのは文法的に間違ってない正しい言い方になりますよね。自然かどうかって言ったら、微妙ですけれども。はい。簡単ではないな。簡単ではないですね。This is not a question, but we're gonna proofread this. 簡単ではないな。簡単ではないな。Sorry, New Roman son. I'm putting you on the spotlight, under the spotlight, but I'm guessing that what you're trying to say here is this isn't easy. Isn't it? So, it's more flexible this time around. Won't end up being a Taigyo Haijin. I really hope so. I know, like last time was hard, wasn't it? Daniel-san, welcome to being a student. I mean, you already are an official student, though. 名刺ようこそ。簡単ではないな。This isn't easy. There's something that is, grammatically speaking, this is correct, but written format-wise, this is not. Can anybody spot what we can change to make this sentence better? はい、これ、 まあ日本人だったらわかりやすいんじゃないかなと思うんですけど、ちょっと違うとこありますわよね。何が違うの？は Yes! What are we gonna change into the ひらがなは？そうです。は、どれをはに変えますか？ What is going to be changed into? は、完璧です。その通り。簡単ではないな、です。そう。ではない。ではない。The easiest way to memorize this is to just remember it as ではない。It is not. But always remember, ひらがなは is used for particles. And when it's used for particles, it is pronounced わ。はい。ひらがなのはは助詞です。I also like to call this the glue word because you're gluing together words. When it's used as a glue word, you always have to write it は even though it is pronounced わです。あ、勉強になる。よかったです。はい。Is it a fixed phrase? ではない。Yes, it is a fixed phrase. It's more of like a grammar point. ではない。ではない。その通りです。Yes, you're correct. ってことで、Thank you for giving me the opportunity to do a quick little one. Okay, 96 more to go. Next question. はい、次。なんでしょう。My Japanese isn't at this level yet, but turning in so that I could pick something up. Yay! Thank you for being here. So, okay, Harry-san, most Japanese classes only teach formal Japanese. Casual Japanese I found I had to learn in actual casual conversations. This is a really hard one, isn't it? I feel like a lot of people go through this. これ、割といろんな方がね、どうしようって思われてるんじゃないかなと思うんですけれども、はい。ちょっと訳してみましょう。Most Japanese classes only teach formal Japanese. ほとんどの日本語の教室、日本語教室って、なんていうか、お堅い日本語しか教えてくれないんですよね。カジュアルなタメ語であったりっていう日本語って、本当の会話を通してでないと学べないんじゃないかなって思ってます。はい。I know this probably isn't a question, but let's go through this. まあ、多分質問だったわけじゃないと思うんですけど、これちょっとお話ししましょう。There is a reason to why most Japanese classes only teach formal Japanese. And the reason is because a lot of the Japanese classes that is taught is still in the beginning stage, the beginner stage. これ私の個人の見解ですよ。This is just how I feel about it, okay? But a lot of the Japanese classes that are offered is on the beginner's level. It's still intermediate, not really advanced yet. And the reason why a lot of people struggle with this is because just like I always like to think about cooking. Imagine that you're trying to learn how to cook. Yeah? You're learning how to cook. But your passion is in creative cooking. You want to be creative. You want to express yourself through cooking. But even if you want to express yourself in cooking, you need to know the basics first, right? It's about cultural appropriation in a sense too. Like, just say that you want to make experimental cooking, but not just that experimental Japanese cooking when you're not Japanese. I think that's still cool, but it wouldn't work out unless you already have the solid foundation and fundamentals on Japanese cooking. And so why do Japanese classes only teach formal Japanese? A lot of classes actually do teach non-formal Japanese, but a lot of classes do start from teaching formal Japanese because that is the fundamental of our language. I always say this, but as a Japanese person, when I'm out and about, oftentimes I catch myself only speaking in formal Japanese in honorifics. I would say that I would speak like 98% of my everyday life is consisted of formal Japanese. And when do I speak in casual tongue? Only between really close friends, which I can like easily count. You know, maybe like I have a friend group that I would talk to every single day, and that consists of 3 people, including myself. And then I have my personal Instagram account that everybody does, right? And then I only have like, 50 people on it, and half of them isn't even Japanese, so you do the math. Hi. And so, yes, you will have to like learn the actual casual conversations off class, but at the same time, the biggest reason to why a lot of Japanese classes only teach formal Japanese is probably because that is still considered a beginner's level. Surprise, surprise, JLPT, N5, N4, N3, that is intermediate. That is not advanced. If you want to go a little bit more, then you might be able to catch some or run into teachers who will teach you a little bit more than just formal Japanese, but that is my personal answer to this. Casual conversations are great, yes. But at the same time, you always have to keep in mind, as a Japanese person, I have close friends, yes. I have really close friends who I would still talk to in formal Japanese. Maybe because I just want to show my respect, simply because they're a little bit older in age than me. And then there's obviously people that are older in age than I am who I speak to in Tamego just because of our personalities. So keep that in mind. Those cultural aspects are extremely important, and it's honestly the easiest way to, like not flip people off is to just speak in formal Japanese. Casual conversations, they'll come to you. But when you're learning, I think it's actually really safe to stick to formal Japanese. Also, keep in mind, anime characters, a lot of the times they will speak in casual Japanese because none of them are really like, speaking to their teachers all the time. They will be talking to their friends all the time. So yeah, that is my personal opinion on it. I'm the other way around. I'm not good with formal, but doing better with casual. I see that is the case with a lot of people. But again, keep in mind, most of the country, like, everybody speaks formally, really. It's honestly hard, like, to the point that it's hard to find people that you would actually talk to and casually with. Maybe because of my personality too. Hi. So, you pick up stuff speaking to people, including dialect, accents, and words. Shonnai. Shonnai? Which dialect is that? Hello, since I see you fixed your IT problems. Kind of, not really, but kind of, thank you. So, yep. そう。ってことでね。これなんですけど、これ難しいんですわよね。はい。なんでほとんどの日本語の教室って敬語しか教えてくれないのみたいな。教室ってか、教科書文法は良くないなって思うとこもあるんですけど、ただね、それって、基礎の基礎なんですわよ。基礎の基礎をして初めて、崩してもいいっていう風に私は個人的に思ってるんですよね。もちろんそうじゃない方もいらっしゃるとは思うんですよ。ただ私は、長期的に見て皆様に言語をしっかり学んでいただきたいから。Well, also keep in mind that I'm only looking at things in the long run. If you want, like short-term learning, like then it will make sense for you to want to learn casual stuff first. But to me, like I really like the idea of being able to enjoy the language long-term. And so like spending pretty long period of time in fundamentals is just like my opinion on it. I think that's just like my personal way to go. So, よくね、私お料理に例えるんですけど、創作料理がしたいって言って突然始めるのじゃ意味ないっていうか、先に基礎を学びたいじゃないですか。もう本当に基礎の基礎から。包丁の研ぎ方とか、お野菜の洗い方みたいな。それからやっと包丁を使ってお野菜を切る、お肉を切るとかに移ってみたいなね。その基礎の部分が日本語の場合、敬語とか丁寧語のデスマス調だったりすると思うんですわよね。なのでそれをもう完璧にして初めてタメ語とかに移ってもう崩して人とお話しするみたいな感じに移ってもいいんじゃないかなっていう風に私は個人的に思います。はい。ですね。 そう。確かに普段使ってる日本語は学校で教えないね。そうですね。The Japanese they teach in uni classes tend to be diplomat language. Yes. By the way, by formal, I mean business formal. Oh, I see. That's actually a really interesting point. Do you know the reason why? So Japanese as a language is probably not as popular as you might think, you know? If you look at Japanese teaching and history, you will see that the only reason that Japanese has been taught in history up to pretty recent days was for immigrants. Immigrants who would come to Japan and live in Japan, work in Japan, and live in the community, which consisted of mostly Asian people, like, you know, East Asia, Southeast Asia, whatever it is, it was like Asians. That's like the majority of immigrants here in Japan anyways. And then, who were the other people that would use it? It was diplomats. If you go really back in history to like the Edo period, it was religious people. Christians who would want to come into Japan and teach Christian doctrines. And so what the Japanese that were taught throughout those years was very different from like, you know, I want to make friends. I want to be able to learn, like watch anime. I want to be able to read manga type of language. Those language that was needed to be taught was business, diplomat type language because people had to work in Japan. People had to be professional in Japan. And so that is the reason why I also do this. And that is because I realize that there's a huge gap between people like a lot of you who are watching this stream who are learning Japanese or studying Japanese because it is fun. Japanese as a language was never really, not never, but and for many people was just a way to survive. It was a way to like, you know, actually live and work and trying to make life in a different country, which makes it very different in my opinion. And so I can tell that things are going to change in the near future, but also keep in mind that this like idea of learning Japanese is, to me, is a fairly new thing, at least, especially seeing that like, for example, the Japanese government recognizes that there's a really big population of people who are trying to learn Japanese, but the only way that they can track those numbers is through Japanese schools, which teaches like business Japanese, which is very different from a lot of what you are doing, right? And so I'm pretty sure there's going to be a huge change in the future. One of the big changes was that last year Japanese teaching became an official government issued license, and that again is a really big difference, which is why I'm trying to get this new license/certificate. But interesting stuff. Very interesting stuff. Okay. You know, yeah, I have to cut it short because I tend to make every single answer into a TED Talk. ごめんなさい、私ね、良くないんですよ。すべての回答に熱が入りすぎちゃって、まあ、簡単に言うとね、日本語っていうのは、歴史的に見ても、外交官とかであったり、まあ、例えば、まあ、ザビエルですよね。ザビエル。宗教関係で、布教で日本に来てる宣教師の人っていうのが、歴史的に見て最初の日本語を勉強しようと思った人たちだったり。で、最近っていうのもね、ここ数十年ですわよ。まあ、もう移民の方メインだったんですよ。まあ、残念ながらね、さっきの大戦があり、日本語がね、あまりいい風ではなく教えられたっていう過去もありますし、ある意味だから日本語っていうのは日本っていう国で、日本語を使って仕事をする、生活をする、生き延びるためのツールであったので、最近のね、特に私の配信に来てくださってるような方みたいにね、楽しんでアニメが見たい、漫画を読みたい、Vtuber の配信見たいっていう、そういう動機で日本語を学んでるっていう方は、あんまりまだ、例えば日本の政府であったり、日本語教育の界隈に、まだあんまり認知されてないんじゃないかなっていうふうに思います。それもって、今ある日本語教室っていうのは、もう丁寧な言葉、敬語とかをメインに教えてるっていうのは確実にあると思います。はい。はい、ということで次。 Again, I'm pretty sure that I missed a lot of questions, so feel free to like keep on bombarding me with the same questions until I see it on the chat. はい、ということで。次。皆様のね、質問も全部目にできてるわけじゃないと思うんで、何回でも全然コメントしてください。Oh, thank you. Can you explain bowing etiquette? Oh, nice. Easy one to answer. Oh, みんなの日本語 is a pretty popular textbook in many places. So yeah. Agree with that statement. Which statement? はい、ということで、バンティビーさん、thank you for your question. Can you explain bowing etiquette? Bowing etiquette, お辞儀ですね。15度。15度の度ってどうするんだ ?15、30。15。15? 30、45、40。あ、そうか、45。Sorry, I'm trying to like... I need to like get the... I need to get the... どの、どが、どってどう出すんだっけあったわ。これだわ。Okay, here you go. 吸収する知らなくてもいいんじゃないいや、90いいでしょ。Okay. 15 degrees. Saying hi. 会釈。You do it to everybody. You do a little 15-degree bow. Okay, I'm gonna do it. こんな感じね。15度。私めちゃくちゃお辞儀できるわけじゃないんですけれども。はい。おはようございます。おはようございます。お疲れ様です。とかね。You do it as a form of like greeting. It's just a simple greeting. You do it to everybody. ありがとうございます。You do it at a convenience store. And at the cashier, they give you the receipt, they give you the change. ありがとうございます。って言いますね。お店のレジとかでもね。はい。します。そう、ビジネスシーンでない限りはやんないか。ビジネスシーンでもそこまで、やるか。最敬礼でよくない？ダメ？90 degrees would probably dislocate your back. 90 degrees? どう説明します？もう、ありえないことしちゃったら90度とか、めっちゃありがとうございますの、押したら90度っていう風に。大変申し訳ございません、90度。そう。ね。で、OK, next, 30度。where's, it's so hard to find the card. それがいつもどっか行った。30度が、welcoming. More formal. そうですね、30 degrees. This is probably done when you're trying to welcome people. Like, just say that you are, you work at a store and a customer comes and that's a 30 degrees. お店で働いてて、他の方がお客様がいらっしゃいますと30度ですね。Just say that you are working at a company and you see like your boss coming and that's 30 degrees. So it's not always used for welcoming, but I would say welcoming would be a pretty good idea of what it is used for. なんていうか、歓迎ですわよね。ようこそいらっしゃいました。お店とかでするっていうのが一番簡単な説明なんじゃないかなって思います。シャイニング土下座スライディング土下座のこと ?Do you bow on weddings? はい。We do. そう。で、45 degrees. You messed up. Or, you are so grateful. はい。 45度。もうなんかやらかした。もうやらかしてしまいました。45度ですね。And then, or, you're like so grateful. You got a commission. Maybe not a commission. You made a contract. You got a contract. Huge one with a different company. ありがとうございます。ありがとうございます。45度です。I am so sorry. 45度ですね。はい。あ、こんばんは。ようこそ。はい。ジャンピング土下座もあるでな。わからない人はロックマンとやろう。海外タイトルメガマンなんでそこまでご存知なの？ありがたすぎ。そう。and then, like, yes, there's a 90 degrees, but this, like, you wouldn't use this, really. 90度は、like, shrines. 90度とか、like, really, really important people. 90度は私なんか神社、お寺とかそんな感じじゃない。あんまり他に使うことあります？ I don't know, like if there's a different place. I mean, 45 degrees can be used as a simple goodbye, for example. So, well, it's really easy to see. It starts from really casual to really like, you're in. So for example, you can use the 90 degrees to like show your respect, gratitude, and the fact that you messed up, but in reality, you don't really use it that much. なんか90度確かに申し訳ございませんとかも使うと思うんですけど、本当にやらかしてないとここまでしないじゃないですか。ねえ。割と日本と海外でタイトル違うことあるからね。海外とロックはやべえ薬の隠語だからという説がある。そうなの。知らなかった。15 degrees can be just the tip of the head. Yes. It is really nice to like bow. And I also see that there's a lot of like content creators who would make fun of like the Japanese bowing etiquette, and I do think it is funny. But just keep in mind that if you like misuse them, it can come off really offensive and rude. So just keep that in mind. I think like that's the little danger in watching those like really funny content, and I think I also have to be careful as well. But just say that like you did a 90 degrees like to I don't know like another person from a different company that you're trying to like do business with, like that it might not be offensive, but it might look like you're trying way too hard, like try hard. So just be careful and like just know that these are just the etiquettes, and yeah, you can make fun of it. It's kind of funny like when it's made fun of, but just keep that in mind. いやこれ本当にちょっとでも気をつけなきゃいけないなって思うのが、結構ね、インスタグラマー、TikToker とか YouTuber の方でも、これお笑い的な感じでね、取り入れることあるじゃないですか。実際面白いと思うんですわよ。ただ、この文化を知らない人が見たら、普通に勘違いしちゃう可能性も、多少過剰にしてるっていうのはね、分かってても、勘違いしちゃうことあるんじゃないかなって思ってて。実際そういう場面に出くわしたこともあるので、それでもなんですけど、なんかちょっとバカにしてんのかなって思われたりするっていう可能性もなきにしもあらずだから、そこは気をつけてほしいなって思いますよね。はい。そうそう。そうです。How about 180 degree? I think that's a little like tiny flip. I think you're gonna be good at parkour. Whatever that is supposed to be pronounced in English. はい。ラーメンズのコントでお辞儀の角度とか寿司屋のマナーとかのやつがあった気がする。ラーメン食べるとき90度 ?90 度敬礼しすぎて前に倒れそうなんだけど、しないの。Okay, so that's my answer. Hope that helps. If you're just like, visiting Japan as a tourist, oh no, not the 96, 94.Keep it to 15 degrees. なんか観光客の方とかだったらね、15度でいいと思います。Just a little head nod. That should be good enough. はい、ジャパニーズトラディションでラーメンズのやつ。ちょっとまた見てみよう。Difference between へに、静岡に行きます。静岡へ行きます。Thank you so much for your question. はい。静岡好きだわね。なんかね。Difference between へに、に has, it is pretty simple. に although has a few different like usages to it. But yeah. にはね。But let's start with it. It, pronounced as it, when it's used as a particle. 2. Imagine an arrow. And yes, it is. Keep in mind that there's almost like no word that can be translated perfectly between languages. I mean, there are some, but like, you always have to keep in mind that languages are different for a reason. So I said two, but that doesn't mean that like it simply means two, okay? 静岡へ行きます。静岡に行きます。えとにの違いってことなんですけれども、it pronounced as pronounced as it. Here we go. 一応ね、A のことを to って訳しましたけど、これ訳が正解なんじゃなくて、それに近い何かしらっていう感じですね。イメージとしては、矢印をね、イメージしていただけたらと思います。Like, you know, I go to Tokyo. 東京へ行けます。静岡へ行けます。アメリカへ行けます。I go to America.United States of America. 家へ帰ります。I go back to my house. I go back home. That is it. Pretty simple. And then comes に。はい、にですね。に can be used as a place of existence. No, it's E, isn't it? Existence. Place of like, what's the word? Something that happens. A place that happens, like place of what happens. My English is not Englishing. Place of what happens. Okay. So. And then can also be used as place where it ends. I'm pretty sure there's a better way to, you know, like say this, but place of an event, like event, occurrence. Thank you. Occurrence. Levan-san, what's up? Thank you so much for tuning in. Historic? Can be historic. But yeah. So, に行けます、へ行けます。The easiest way to describe the difference between these two is that に is so much more casual than へ。a little bit more formal than に。簡単に言ったら2の方がもっとね、簡単っていうかカジュアルですわね。への方が敬語っぽいですわね。アナウンサーの方とかニュースとかでは、どこどこへ向かって参りますとか言うと思うんですけれども、にはなかなか使わないんじゃないかなと思います。ただね、にって、助詞のにってそれ以外にも使用できるんですよ。For example, place of existence. 私は日本に住んでいます。I live in Japan. Place of existence. 私は日本に住んでいます。I live in Japan. I exist in Japan. So when you want to describe that a certain something or someone or some animal exists in a certain place, you use に。大阪にウニがあります。 ちょっとね、自然かどうかって言ったら微妙ですけど。This is not like the most natural sentence, but universal. I'm gonna like shorten it. Universal Studios Japan is in Osaka. You know? So like コンビニに買いました。No. No, no. You can say コンビニに行きました because what you're trying to say here is using ni as place where it ends, or like, you know, I'm going to change this last part. Just like imagine an arrow. You're moving towards something. コンビニに行きました。You go to コンビニ。That's another way that you can use it. 夜にかける yes. 夜にかける。Well, that's a more poetic way of using it, so I don't know if I'll be able to describe it that well, but yes. 夜にかけるね。沈むように溶けてゆくようにね。So place of existence, you can use it again as like to. Place of occurrence. Place of occurrence. 何があるかな? Wait, no, place of occurrence. Sorry. Place of occurrence is で。待って、やばい。Get rid of this. I was like, that's odd. No, sorry, my bad. Place of occurrence is a different one. You didn't see that! So, yeah. Where things exist. Mizuki, what's cooking? It's really hot. ちょっと待って。Oh! I forgot to turn the AC on. 待って、エアコン入れてない。Oh my, I was gonna get a heat stroke. ちょっと待って、やば。熱中症になるとこだった。はい、whoopsies. Whoopsies in many ways. So yeah, place of existence. You can even use this for objects. 目の前。In front of my eyes. マイクがある。あります。目の前にマイクがあります。There's a mic right in front of me, right in front of my eyes. So that's the difference between it and me. I will follow you from Twitter. Ah, thank you so much. Hi. Oh, Dr. Pai-san, hi. And the Get Crook-san, hi. Welcome, everybody. So, hope this makes sense. Does that answer your question, Marino-san? What occurring? And sorry, occurrence, that's で。日本語の助詞のえとにの違いの一番大きいとこですけど、にって割と使用用途がありまして、存在、どこかに何かしらが存在してるみたいなね。使ったりできるんですよ。私は日本に住んでいますに、私は日本に存在してるに、ね、大阪にユニバがあります。ユニバって大阪に存在しています。コンビニに行きました。これはシンプルに、えと同じ使用用途ですね。目の前にマイクがあります。目の前にマイクが存在しています。みたいな。ね。そう。Not sure if overstepping boundaries, but I think it might be a good time to mention that particles all can have multiple distinct usages and rules in sentences, like 犬に噛まれた is very different. You're right. You're very right. But that に駅で友達に会った。Yeah. But also, that's also ちょっと待って。That is also because ni can be, okay. You can also use ni for like purpose. There's like time affiliated stuff. I think this is just like the easier ones. Like for example, you can also use ni when you want to describe that you're putting something back or returning something back. in this case, 犬に噛まれた, that is when you use に as when you want to describe that an action is being done by something. In this case, the dog is biting something. The dog, yeah. So we'll skip that. Otherwise, we're gonna be stuck here for 4 more hours. So, and sorry, I had to go to pour some tea. You're so British. 目の前にマイクがあります. It means there's a mic in front of my eyes. Yes. 目の前 is also used to describe that in front of me. It doesn't have to be right in front of your eyes. We use 目の前に to describe in front. So. Instinct. It's all based on your language instinct. Yes. Also, just remember, I'm not going to teach you everything because that's going to overwhelm everybody. And this stream has to be... I want this stream to end in at least 3 hours before everybody goes to bed. So, for now, just remember these. Place of existence. And 2, biggest difference, it is a little bit more formal than ni. While ni can be used for multiple purposes, if there's multiple ni in a sentence, you can substitute one of them into e. If it's necessary. If it can. 母に叱られた. That is also when an action is being done by somebody. Okay. もうこれ以上言ってたら、もう永遠にかかっちゃうから。にはね、他にもいろいろあるけど、もうとりあえず、これで終わりましょう。はい。Thank you for your question. Next. Okay. イギリスのお茶じゃなくて日本茶である。じゃあ日本人かな。So I'm struggling with JP vocab. Is there an efficient way to learn vocab? Next! ちょっと待って、まだ90度。やっぱこれ終わんねえわ。It's been an hour and I see that I've only done 7. So, we're gonna try to speed up. やばい。ちょっとこれじゃ終わらない。はい。I am struggling with vocabulary. Is there an efficient way to learn vocabulary? はい、ということで、日本語の語彙難しい単語を覚えるのやばい。どうやったら覚えられるのですね。はい。Sorry, can you write in Romaji too? Oh, I'm gonna come back to you. And the answer is no. I'm not trying to be mean. The answer is no, though. I'll come back to that question. I am struggling with JP vocab. Efficient way to learn vocab is to learn as a whole. I feel like I'm one of those new age people. Feel the whole what? Flashcards? No. Okay, flashcards are extremely useful when you're learning things that is 具象的. What the heck is that in English? 具象的. Concrete example, materialistic, representational. Again, flashcards are amazing when you're trying to memorize things that are materialistic or representational. Let's say the color red, blue, yellow. Let's say birds, crows, swans. Let's say vehicles, trains, buses. Those are really useful to remember when you use if you're trying to learn those type of words, it's really important to use flashcards. And I wouldn't say important, but really useful to use flashcards. But the more you continue on with your studies, you realize that you are going to be trying to memorize more abstract concepts, abstract words that cannot be described in one picture. When that happens, just trying to use flashcards is not going to be the way to go. Flashcards, as you know, the original reason why flashcards are called flashcards is because it's supposed to help with your brain. You're supposed to flip it really, really fast, instantly, and it's supposed to be embedded in your brain. But abstract concepts, just learning the words is not going to do the trick. Why? You need to know how the word is actually used. Yeah. An efficient way to learn vocabulary, the 1K challenge. Oh shoot, I'm so bad at advertising myself. Yes, do the 1K challenge. Yes. If you don't use it, you lose it too. It's easier to retain vocab in the context of reading and listening, I find. Exactly. You pointed out something really, really, really important. there. What's the 1K challenge? Let me explain that too. But yeah, so I always say to memorize or look up example sentences. You need to look up a sentence and see how the word is used, because again, one translation is probably not going to explain exactly what the word means. So you want to look up sentences, if possible get multiple, memorize how it is used, and try to use it by yourself. The process of trying to memorize, that is input. You have to do the output process in order to actually have the word memorized, embedded in your brain. So, I'm gonna do a little bit of advertisement. Here's the thing. I have a lot of videos, right? If you want to learn abstract words, I have this entire series called Learn Japanese with Anime, where I pick 10 words from each episode of anime and share it with you. You can try to watch the anime, watch my video, go back to the anime, figure out how that word is actually being used in the anime. And you can try to use that and make sentences. Try to explain the word if you can, in your own words, in Japanese, not in English, in Japanese too. Try to make sentences using that. And if you want, you can even comment on my past posts, like past videos, where I actually share those vocabulary, and I'll look at your sentences that you made, and I can proofread it for you. I will pick up things that I think that can be better. I can try to make it more natural, or I can just be like, you did a great job. This is the best way for you to utilize me. Like, I do this because I like to do this, but I also want a lot more people to be able to utilize my content, so please do that. Also, a review helps because I get like, 0.1 yen from it. If you watch it like 1,000 times, I get 100 yen, so I really appreciate it. Thank you. So yeah. So, that's my answer. It's not just for Japanese, it's for every other languages, everything. You want to utilize it, you want to use it, you want to be able to learn how it is used. Flashcards are great, but you need to know how it's used. これ、単語に言えることなんですけれども、絶対にフラッシュカードとかだけじゃダメ。具象的な単語はいいんですよ。物体みたいなイラスト一つで表せるものはいいんです。でもそうじゃない場合、無理なんですよ。フラッシュカードじゃ限度がある。一つの単語って絶対複数の意味がね、あると思うんですよ。辞書で、検索した場合、複数の意味であったり、文章とか、少し長々と説明されていることだったり、それってつまり、その言葉のまんまの単語が、自分の母語、自分がすでに知ってる言語に存在しないってことなんですよね。その場合何をすればいいかって、私は例文を何個か、探すのがいいと思ってます。例文1個じゃダメ。何個か例文を探して、それで、こういう風に使われてるんだっていうのを覚えて、できたらもう例文ごと覚えちゃうのがある意味一番早い。それでいて、それで使ってみるんですよ。使ってみるってのが一番大事。で、一人でね、勉強されてる場合ってどうしてもフィードバックが得られないと思うので、その場合は私の過去の動画にコメントしていただけたらできるだけフィードバックしますので、はい。そういう感じね、ちゃんと使いましょう。使わないと意味がないんです。Okay, 92.Going back to what's my 1K challenge. Hey, real quick, I'll explain to you what my 1K challenge is. はい、これね、ちょっと説明しましょうか。私の言語学習チャレンジ。So, it feels also impossible to remember all the context of the word like kakeru just from a flashcard. Exactly. Agree to what Sensei is saying. Learning in context is the best way to learn. I learned 10K words a year, above 20K now. By the way, Amage-san here is insane, like, in a good way. How I learned was to read a lot and repeatedly look up the word for the dictionary. I love what you're doing, by the way. Amage-san really is one of the... when Amage-san first joined the chat, I really thought Amage-san was a native speaker of Japanese, because the way that Amage-san, like, uses Japanese is very, very natural. I mean, sometimes I can catch Amage-san being like, you know, non-native, but still, very cool. Ah, Fiend-san, thank you so much for joining. Oh my goodness, level 4. I really need to upload my voice pack of July, which is ending in like 2 days. Okay, I am going to share this link. this is a link to explain my challenge. I host this language learning challenge every year. This is my 3rd year. And this is where I challenge people to learn 1,000 new words in the course of 250 days. The challenge started this April, but still ongoing. And the thing is, in order to support this, last year I made 250 YouTube shorts, which I know is kind of crazy, where I featured 4 new Japanese words in one YouTube short, less than 60 seconds, and provide an example sentence in Japanese, and also have an English translation to it. I literally spent hundreds of hours on this, so please utilize this. Here you go. This is the playlist to the 250 YouTube shorts. It was crazy. I really thought I was gonna pull my entire hair out. So it would be great if people could actually use them. Thank you. Thank you. どれどれ頼む使ってください。A lot of people are still going strong, and that is what I do for my follow-up streams. If you are like, what the heck is a follow-up stream? That is where I come in and look at the posts that a lot of my students make while they are practicing Japanese or English, and I proofread them, answer questions, and basically do what I'm doing in a little bit of a deeper way. はい、ありがとうございました。またね、ハリーさんありがとうございました。So if everyone learned every word in those, they would know 2,500 more words. Really? Is that the count that you got? Crazy. こんにちは、みずきさん。15件おめでとう。ありがとうございます。So happy to have found you. I've been studying off and on for a few years, and your content has been really helpful to get back into studying lately. Thank you so much. That helps a lot, like with my motivation. Thank you. Okay, let's go back to a question. Where was it? Can I write in Romaji too? よし、次ですね。行きましょう。ちなみにこれ私のね、先単語覚えようチャレンジね。日本人の方もね、たくさん参加してくださってます。1人だけかもしれない。2人かもしれない。皆様もぜひ、一緒に言語学習しましょう。Can you write in Romaji too? The answer is no, and let me explain. I do have to admit, sorry, I sometimes do forget to put the furigana on the kanji. I usually try to put furigana in parentheses. The way to read that kanji in parentheses or in brackets so that you don't have to really understand how to read every single kanji. But do I write in Romaji? Never, and here's the reason why. Like, imagine me reading English in katakana in the Japanese alphabet. Hello, Chebioon-san. Sometimes I can read your names, sometimes I can't. Keep on commenting, I'll one day read your names. Yeah. So, imagine I say something like, nice to meet you. My name is Mizuki. I am Japanese. I am a Vtuber. How natural is that gonna sound? Although I did exaggerate a little bit, that is exactly what you are asking when you're asking for Romaji. First step of learning Japanese. Learn hiragana. Step 2. Learn katakana. Step 3. Do what you want to do. This is the golden rule, okay? Do not underestimate the power of this. When you are learning in Romaji, you are always instantly, like just naturally going back to the natural pronunciation of English or whatever other language that you're used to. And that is not the right pronunciation of Japanese. Just like how I demonstrated, if I, as a Japanese person, were to speak English in katakana English, you're not going to be able to understand. You're not going to be like, oh, that person speaks good English. Some of the words can be misunderstood, mistranslated, and it can cause tension, like who knows? You know, that is why a lot of people have translators when they do business stuff because they don't want tension. They don't want being lost in the context type stuff. You know? So here's the thing. The perfect way to start learning, I wouldn't say the right way, but a better way to start learning Japanese is to start with learning hiragana and then going on to katakana. There's 46 of them. You might find it hard, but it's not really that hard. Why? Japanese letters are like pronounced the way that you memorize it. Unlike English, you don't have to go through the hard pronunciation stuff. You learn 46 and you'll be good to go. Well, there's a little bit more than that, but you'll be good to go. In other words, as long as you know hiragana and hopefully a bit of katakana, you will be able to read a lot of things without having to worry too much about pronunciation. If there's romaji in the things that you're reading, you're always going to be reading like hiragana, katakana, even if you try not to, because human brain is just made like that. I don't know like much about human brain because I'm a dog, but human brains are told to be made like that. So I think romaji hinders your learning Japanese. That is what I always say. Romaji hinders your learning abilities, and it's going to be a clutch that you're not going to need. Just take the first month if you need to learn hiragana. It's okay if you take a whole month. Take like just, you know, even if you spend 2 words, like learning 2 words a day, you'll be done in a month. And like once you're done with that, you're not gonna need romaji at all. I know people who have tried to memorize hiragana and katakana within a day and they have succeeded. Just take a whole day, if possible, like a week if you need. Take a whole month and you'll be good to go. And this is for you. I'm not trying to be mean. This is going to be better for you. I promise. So do it. Please. I was always told hiragana was phonetic. They are phonetic. They're phonetic. Doesn't matter. Well, instead of how it's written, how the combination is, the pronunciation doesn't change. And for those of you who actually want to learn hiragana, I have a whole playlist for you, and I have free printables because I'm that person who makes printables. Here you go. Gosh, I'm so nice. Why am I not that big yet? Here's a whole playlist for you to be able to memorize katakana. I even have like, yeah, maybe not a whole thing. Like I haven't touched on like, you know, yon and sukon and stuff, but yes, printables, please. Thank you. Crutch instead of clutch. Ooh, sorry. Thank you. That is a vehicle part. True. And like a clutch as in bags. で、あとね、ローマ字ダメ。ローマ字はね、日本語っていうカタカナ英語みたいになるんですわよ。たまにいらっしゃるでしょ。なんかめちゃくちゃ英語っぽい日本語話すなって方。それが悪いわけじゃない。悪いわけじゃないけど、でも日本語を勉強したいっていう中でローマ字にずっと頼ってたら絶対良くない。日本語は楽なんですよ。ある意味。ひらがなとカタカナさえ覚えてしまえば割と何でも読めるから。振り仮名がついてる書籍だってたくさんあるし、漢字は確かに難しいけど、ひらがなとカタカナ読めちゃえば、例えば簡単なね、ドラえもんとか、クレヨンしんちゃんはちょっと読んだことないからわかんないけど、そういうの読めるわけですよ。そういう意味でね、ひらがなとカタカナを覚えるっていうのがね、一番の近道。マジでブースト。ブーストしましょう。So, clutch is great millennial slang. It is? Thank you so much, Sensei. Thank you, Jiguri-san. ありがとうございます。It's a hiragana playlist. It is a hiragana playlist, yeah. Wait, you thought that was a link to the printable? Of course not. You have to actually click on the video to figure out where the printable links are. I'm sorry. I spent hundreds of hours making the printables. Also, there's videos on the hiragana stroke order for those of you who want to like learn how to write neat, and I made animations. Like I legit spent hundreds of hours on the hiragana animation, so just a little click on the video wouldn't hurt, right? Thank you. Yeah, there's no shortcut to that. You get practice reading every time you read in furigana and kanji in dictionaries and sentences, so you can continue practicing hiragana while you move on the vocab. I love that. I love that. Hi, Alina, by the way. Oh, she's so hardworking. Yeah, you gotta have to pay for my hard work. Please. いや、ごめんなさいね。別に今のリンクあれですよ。ひらがなの、無料でダウンロードできる、練習帳じゃないです。私のプレイリストです。そのプレイリストの動画をクリックして初めて、無料のね、ひらがな練習の表にアクセスできます。頑張って作ったから私も3年前だけど。Yeah, yes, it was 3 years ago, but I still remember how hard it was for me to make it, so thank you. I know, Bunty-san, you too. That wasn't directed to you. It was a bit too much. Like, you pay a bit too much. Oh, wow, thank you. I'm gonna start calling that tuition. もう学費って呼ぼうかな。年始のこと。Well, thank you for joining. Thank you so much. Really appreciate it. Okay, going on. I'm starting to read manga in Japanese and currently reading Slum Dunk to study. Oh, that is so cool! I recommend trying to read manga with furigana once you can read hiragana/katakana. Yes! Do it! It's going to be so much fun. It's going to be so much fun. Really. 振り仮名分かったら楽しくなるから。Heck yes. 辞書 or electric dictionaries, 電子機器 also let you look up kanji via radicals if you don't have any 振り仮名. Yes, by the way, 電子機器 actually means electrical, like, mechanics. If you want to say electric dictionaries, that is 電子辞書. 電子機器電子辞書 So, this is how I usually type. Sorry for my really loud keyboard. This is the cutest one that I could find that was Bluetooth. Really hate it though. I want a better looking one that looks like a typewriter but doesn't have that much sound, but it's impossible to find those. Okay, I know this wasn't a question, but let's look into this. Okay, 電子機器電子辞書 電子機器 electrical appliances. I do not really know how to spell appliances. I'm pretty sure I do, but like, I'm pretty sure I'm gonna... It says electrical device. It's kind of like the same thing. Well, not really. Okay, electrical devices. Electric device. Electric dictionary. There we go. So, this is how kanji is used for those of you who are interested in kanji but not really know what you're trying to get into. Appliances. Oh, thank you! So, something that helped me out is downloading keyboards for Japanese. Oh yes, that would be really helpful. Okay, 電子機器 and 電子辞書. 電子, the very first kanji that you see, 電, that means, that originally didn't mean electric. That meant lightning. 電子, combining these two words becomes electric. Kiki, ki, the first kanji for ki, means like machinery. Kiki, devices. Jisho, on the bottom, that means dictionary. So kanji is just a combination of a bunch of stuff. And probably just like how if you're a native English speaker or if you're really good at English, you can probably kind of like speculate what a word means, even if you don't know what a word actually means, because of like looking into the different parts of one vocabulary word. Kanji is kind of like that. Even if we Japanese not know the meaning behind every single word, we can speculate because each of the kanjis can tell us what they mean. 電子機器, well, 電子, electric, 機器, machinery, electrical, machinery, devices. 電子 electric, 辞書 dictionary, so that must be electronic dictionaries. There's plenty of Japanese dictionary apps too, so you can definitely look into that. Okay, I'm just gonna count that as 1. 漢字はね、ちょっと難しい部分もありますけれども、81じゃない、89か。難しいところもありますけど、このようにね、一つ一つの漢字であったり、小さな単語の意味が分かってたら、本当の意味が分からなくても、なんとなく意味が分かるっていう強みは実際ありますわよね。ちなみに実は英語でもこれは一緒で、すべての単語の意味を知ってる人なんて存在しないわけじゃないですか。英語もね、例えばですけど、モノトーンとかモノクロマティック、モノレールのモノって1って意味なんですよね。そういう感じで単語の部分の意味を知ってたら漢字の意味がなんとなくわかるように、漢字のおかげで意味がなんとなくわかるように、英語も進めていくにつれて少しずつ意味の推測っていうのができるようになってきます。そうしたらね、楽しいですわよ。OK. Thank you. Next. はい。So understanding hiragana and katakana is quite straightforward. Reading it together IRL alongside kanji is the difficult part. I know, that is when like the practices have to come in, huh? So a lot of new students. Crazy. So grateful. はい。最近日本語また本当に勉強始めまして配信ありがとうございます。わー、ありがとうございます。I like that. Okay, well, we're gonna do our very first sentence review today. Hope you don't mind, Renan-san. Thank you so much for also putting the meaning behind it. Because this actually helps me and us be able to make it even more natural. Okay, let's do this. Yoru-san, hello since I'm a new member here. Hello Yoru-san, welcome. Recently I've been trying to learn Japanese seriously again. Thank you for the streams. That is so nice of you to say. ってことで Okay, we're gonna go through this sentence. This sentence makes total sense. I can perfectly understand what you're trying to say. But here's the thing. Like we talked about a little bit, a few minutes, 10, 20, 30 minutes ago. A lot of the words might be translated in a certain way on a dictionary, but might not have the exact same nuance that the other language has. What I'm seeing here is 本当に. 本当に means really or seriously, right? Well, 本当に can mean seriously, but only when it's used on its own. Like, 本当に? The heck? When it's used in a sentence like this, 本当に cannot be used to describe seriously. What do I use then? I would use 真面目に. 真面目 means like, imagine, again, you have to like understand a lot of things through image to understand the nuance of things. 真面目, imagine somebody, I know this is like me putting a very stereotypical idea, but it's the easiest way for me to describe. Imagine somebody wearing like really thick glasses, nerd, like on the desk, working really hard, 真面目. That person is serious. The same serious, but different nuance in Japanese. This is the nuance that you're looking for. 真面目. A person who would not break the rules. That is also 真面目. Do you see that although 真面目 can be translated into serious, the way that it can be used is very different from the English word serious. That's why you want to be able to like understand things in nuances and in images if possible. ということで、この方ね、本当に勉強を始めましたって言ってくださったんですけれども、本当にって英語でね、なんか serious って真面目っていう風に訳されたりするんですよね。っていうのが我々日本人も使うと思うんですけど、マジで本当にって同じ意味じゃないですか。マジで言ってんのって言ったら、この本当にとはちょっと違いますよね。本当に勉強を始めました。ちゃんと勉強を始めました。再開しました。 とまた違う意味になります。なので、ここは真面目の方がいいんじゃないかなって話ですね。はい。ということで、最近日本語をまた真面目に勉強を始めました。Another way that you can say this is 最近日本語の勉強を再開しました。再開 means restart. I think this is a really good word to use here. この文章の上ではかなりいい単語じゃないでしょうか。開催じゃないんだわ。再開。restart 再開。最近日本語の勉強を再開しました。This one single term gives you the idea that you have tried it before. You were doing it before, but you are restarting it again. Again is the nuance that is behind it. So, hope that helps. ありがとうございます。Also, a more casual way of speaking to close friends. 最近日本語の勉強また始めたんだよね。とか。そう。もう一回真面目に日本語勉強しますかね？私もやってください。ぜひ。Like for real? Yeah. 真面目に？マジで？真面目に？ Can be for real, too. Depending on how it's used. Again, context matters a lot. A lot. Okay. That's it. I'm gonna do the countdown. Also, I need to drink some water. ちょっと待って、お水飲ませて。ありがとう。こちらこそです。ありがとうございます。Okay, keep the questions coming. What's the best way to know the times of using phrases for written purposes and when to use it in spoken purposes? It's hard to get into habit when knowing when to use it the right place. Oh, that's a good question. Thank you. ZX4-san. Thank you so much. Wish. Okay, I'm gonna, make this a little bit shorter. Sorry, I'm not gonna write the answer down, but I will answer this. So one way to a lot of the words, a lot of the grammar structure that you learn from textbooks will be writing purposes, or not really writing, but formal. Just like many other languages, Japanese also follows this thing called writing stuff, written stuff is a little bit more formal than spoken stuff. And so that is why you might find it a little bit harder to use phrases that you might feel like it's for written purposes in, spoken purposes. The good way to learn how to use or learn how people actually speak is to listen to people who are speaking casually. One way that I would say this is to watch streamers like me, I guess. Game streams are great. Zatsu streams are great. Then you'll be able to understand how spoken words are actually sound and what kind of words are being used. One thing to keep in mind is to look at a bunch of different type of people. For example, I am always speaking in Keigo. This is how I would speak in everyday life too anyways. I just like to be respectful. I just like to be polite, and so I'm always speaking in Keigo. Even to pretty close friends. Not close friends who are the same age or younger than me, but a lot of people who are close who are a little bit older in age as well. So you want to look for many different type of people. You want to look at men who speaks in Keigo. You want to look at men who doesn't speak in Keigo. You want to look for women who speaks in Keigo and those who doesn't. You want to look at different personalities. And that is how you're going to be able to kind of discern how you actually use phrases in spoken languages. Another way to figure this out is to like step a little bit away from anime and manga. The reason for this is simply because a lot of anime and manga, you have to keep this in mind. A lot of animes are originally manga, and manga is in a written format. Even in very casual, so say like action, shonen manga type stuff, a lot of the grammar might sound very formal, even though the words that they're using isn't formal because it's in a written format. So step away from those content. Like, watch them for fun. Try not to learn words from them because that is how you're gonna sound textbooky. Go watch or interact with real people. It can be streamers, although keep in mind the internet culture makes languages a little bit more on the harsh side. People are a little bit more nicer in real life than people are on the internet. So like, look for actual YouTubers, not just VTubers, not just streamers. Like, if you like cooking, look for Japanese YouTubers who do cooking. If you like to sew, look for like people who like to sew, like handcraft stuff, you know? If you like cars, look for YouTubers who make car content, who are Japanese, who make content in Japanese. So that's my little advice here. アプリじゃなくてブラウザの拡大機能ってやつです。あ、ブラウザの拡大機能もあるし、アプリもありますよね。そう。ってことで、hope that helps. Thank you. Next. Ripple, sorry, no worries. Speaking of some forms, I came across 何々を選びました in a written dialogue between high schoolers. And this a casual spoken form of 選んでました? Or have I completely misread this? I don't think you're completely wrong, but I do think you might have misread this a little bit. So let's get into this. 何々を選んでました. This is the casual spoken form of 選んでました. Okay. 選んましたは多分言わないかな. I'm pretty sure 選んました. Unless it is a dialect, but I'm pretty sure it is not. also 選んでました。何々を選んだ。選んでいました。選んでました。Maybe this is what you're looking for. 選んでました。選んでいました。For those of you who are already into grammar, you might have already learned て form, ています or ていました in this case, which makes it into a past tense because there's た at the end. 選んでいました. This makes it past perfect. ています is a present tense. It's like, ing form in English. You're doing something right now. There's a little bit more to this than that, but that's like an easy way to remember this for now. 選んでいました. If people were to shorten it, people would get rid of the e, because even without the e, you can kind of tell that this is what they're trying to say. So I'm guessing 選んでました. 選んでました. お金選んだ. And subtitle is not that accurate too. Yeah, sadly subtitle isn't that accurate. How do we fix that? I don't know. I wish I knew. ってことでね. So I don't think you have completely misread it, but I'm guessing it was 選んでました. Was choosing. Was choosing. です。ありがとうございます。If I'm wrong, let me know, and I'm sorry. I'm gonna say sorry in advance. ということでね、次です。 Next, again, everybody keep on reposting because I don't want to run out of things to answer. 先生, if I can give a shout out to a game-changing tool I've used, search Yomitan browser plugin. You can instantly look up a word in Japanese. It's how I read lots way above my vocab level and learn fast. Ooh, interesting. Everybody, Yomitan. Apparently it's called Yomitan. Hi. Thanks, of course. Hi. I don't know if you saw my question. Probably not. Sorry. Hi, Exia-san. But can you explain how numbers work when there's kanji beside them? If that makes sense. Counters. Oh, counters. Hi. 数え方来ちゃいましたね。Counters. How do you... You just gotta memorize, sorry. だって日本語の一番難しいと言っても過言ではないのかもしれないくらい難しい数え方です。はい。I mean, like, what you have in the title, sorry. Oh! That is easier. Thank you. How do we count in Japanese? What? Sorry. Let me look at my title. What is my title? 1.5 万人か。Okay. How do you reach 15k? 1.5 万人ね。Okay. So there's... Obviously, you can write numbers in kanji, but these are the kanji that you'll probably encounter a lot more often. 1,000 万 10,000 So for example in English 1,000 is like the big chunk that a lot of people refer to, right? And then there's like million and then there's billion, but in Japanese it's not that. In Japanese 10,000 is the big chunk that a lot of people refer to. So, you know, like approximately $140 is 1,000,000 or like 10,000 Japanese yen. Used to be a lot better, but Japanese yen is weak. Sad. Hi. There's still a counter here too, no escaping them. Yes, there's still a counter here too. But once the number starts reaching 10k, you would probably see the kanji man a lot because that is like the big chunk of number, the group of numbers that a lot of people refer to. This is what you see in banks. You know, like 1 million yen is 100,000,000, 10 million is 1,000,000. And so this is what you want to refer to. This, what's on my title is 1.5 万人. 1.5 1.5 point or dot is literally called 10 in Japanese, and we just use that for numbers too in mathematics. 1.5 that means 1.5 10,000 people, which is what I have right now, I guess, for subscribers. Crazy. I'm a bit scared. That's too many people. Way too many people. This 1.5 万人. Hope that helps. So, golden rule, make sure that you know sen and man. This 1000ね。100万。100万行きたいですね。I would love to reach 100万 one day. Million subscribers. No, not nearly enough people. It's so really scary. はい。お腹空いちゃったんですわよね。Here's the thing, my stomach is growling. 待って、でもまだ85。全然進んでない。待って、こんなにやばかったっけ？やばい。It's happening again. The fact that I forgot how long this might take. But I'm really hungry. Let's go eat lunch, shall we? お腹空いてきたんで、ご飯食べません？ So, are there times where 本当 is used not by yourself in everyday usage? Yeah, 本当に、本当は it is still a noun, so it can be used in many ways. So, the various ways to say one is hungry. お腹空いた。I'm gonna count this as one. お腹空いた。お腹空きました。腹が減った。お腹ペコペコ。Okay, let's count this. お腹 stomach. Stomach. 腹 Another word for stomach. More masculine. Can be rude sometimes. Don't use it in business settings, but still stomach. I always use say お腹すく. This is one interesting one. This kanji means empty, or it can also mean the sky. Imagine is that the sky is empty. There's not much people on there. Only clouds, sometimes birds. Suku empty. To be empty. So, お腹すいた. My stomach is empty. お腹すきました. Because there's masu in it. ました, it's more polite. My stomach is empty. I am hungry. 腹が減った. This is also a past tense. Remember, when you see a た at the end of the sentence, that is a past tense. たが最後に来るときは過去形です。たけ、過去形ですね。減る。減る means to decrease in numbers. Oh no, I'm pretty sure this is not the right. Did you hear that? やばい。待って、お腹がマジでやばい。で、ペコペコ is an onomatopoeia for being hungry. We have an onomatopoeia just for that. So, ペコペコ。お腹すいた。お腹ペコペコです。By putting this at the end, you can even make this, that might even sound a little bit childish, into a formal sentence. Crazy, isn't it? This is and must is such an easy way to make things sound a little bit more formal. お腹ペコペコですので、私はご飯を食べたいと思います。Because remember what happened last time when I did my horror game stream? I got dizzy and I couldn't even get out of the bed for 5 hours. Turns out I was just hungry. Silly me. そう、お腹がすくってかっこいいね。お腹すいた。お腹すきました。I wish you could hear my stomach grab. お腹。ダメだ。It's not working. Okay, well, I'm gonna leave for 5 minutes. I'm gonna make something and I'll be back. ちょっとおうどん作ってこようかなって思うんで、皆様待ってて。I'll be back in 5 minutes, or maybe 7, and I'm gonna read in front of you, and you're gonna have to listen to me eat. 腹減ったんで ASMR するんでね。やだな、ASMR って方、どっか行って。5分で帰ってきます。では。 fully back. なんか別に帰ってきたんですけど、なんか、電子レンジ意外と長くて。電子レンジあと30秒かかるんですけど、うどん。I'm like microwaving my udon right now, and it says it's gonna take another 35 seconds. 長い。Bunty V, I'm going to sleep now. Thank you so much for your hard work for us, Mizuki. Your dedication always inspires me. Well, you being here helps a lot. Thank you so much. あ、Q さんだ。いってらっしゃいませ。お帰りなさいませ。あ、また行ってきます。It just beeped. Thank you for waiting. I'm back. Lunch break. お昼食べてます。仕事しながらずっと配置をさせていただいてます。嬉しい。ありがとうございます。お仕事忙しいのにね。そう。Okay. I am back. I am hoping that I can finish this stream in like 5 hours at least. 6時までに済ませられたらいいな。改めてお帰りなさいませ。ありがとうございます。I made a concussion of just like random stuff. アボカドキムチうどんを作ってきました。でもね、うどんだからすする音入ったら嫌だなと思うんですよね。だからすすらない方向でいこうかな。I made avocado kimchi udon. Yes, it's my own creation, as you can tell. 現在、経過時間は間もなく2時間に到達します。マジかやだどうしよう !2 時間で20も終わってないって。ちょっと、テンション上げてこう ?Okay, okay, I'm gonna mute. うまかです。As long as you don't hear me slurp, I'm good. 多分ね、すする音嫌って方もいらっしゃると思うんですよ。わかる。 Yes, I slurp. I apologize. But I'm Japanese and this is Japanese food. That sounds super good actually. I'm eating my own custom salad with a bunch of veggies. What kind of veggies? Anybody else eating right now? 私の他に何か食べてる方いらっしゃらない? You know what would be good? If I had like Korean nori, like seaweed? Oof. 韓国海苔あったらよかった。ないけど。For those of you who are new here, I love udon. I eat udon like at least once a day. And so I have a lot of different like random recipes on udon just because I eat crazy amount. まだ食べてない。もう1時。何時に食べられるんです? Not eating right now, but you're making me hungry. We always end up on talking about food anyways. It's about time you guys start becoming hungry. 私は、視聴者様から、うどんの妖精と言われるほどうどんが好きなんですけども、普通に1日1食は絶対うどんなんですよね。Japanese cooking stream next? Without showing anything, it's gonna be a black screen. Asparagus, potatoes, lettuce, 熟卵, 半熟卵 maybe? Olives, black and green, capers, Roma tomato. What is capers? Ludwig-san, hi! Congrats on 15k sensei. What's happening? We're eating right now. お昼ご飯まだあと1時間? まだあと1時間ある? Well, no need for black screen, maybe background noise like you cooking. Oh! If you're okay with that, I do that on Twitter. Yeah. あ、音だけでいいなら Twitter のスペースでやってますわよ。I do that on Twitter Space. That's what I miss. As long as you can, like, get what you gotten wrong, then that's good because now you know. That's amazing. Oh, Space, well, I didn't catch that. Sorry. Well, no. You're good because the last time I did it was probably like 2 weeks ago. I do Twitter Space. I like talk about what I'm actually doing on the dot. I post photos and I delete them. Once I'm done. The moment everything is done, I delete all the photos. A caper tastes like an olive, sort of briny, but it's about 1/4 of the size of a green olive and it's very flavorful. 知らない、私の知らないお野菜の名前が出てきましたよ。caper って言うんですって。ケッパー。へー。Is it like a nut? Oh no! I know what it is. Isn't it something that goes in like, Caesar dressings? No? I mean Caesar salad? No? Or like pasta? 見たことあるかも。Or maybe not. I don't know. Is it? Yes, it goes in salad and pasta. Okay, I probably have... Isn't it like pickled and stuff? あと15分で会議何時まで配信予定終わるまで6時までに終わったらいいなって思ってます。ちょっと思ってたより時間かかってるからやばいなとは思ってる。I don't join any space because I can't speak Japanese and it's weird to be the only person that don't talk. Oh! No worries. Twitter space, I don't allow anybody to speak with me. Like, come on the space. Like, it's just me, like, talking random stuff. You might seen them a lot on Lox bagels with salmon, cream cheese, and capers. Oh! That definitely rings a bell. Oh my gosh, that's called capers. I like those. Oh, by the way, hi Panda-san. Okay, I'm gonna slurp again, so I'm gonna mute. ちょっとすするんでミュートしますわ。うん。ふふ。うまかうまか。Avocado and kimchi go so well together. I love bringing different cultures together with food. アボカドとキムチって美味しいですよね。素晴らしい時代に生まれました、本当に。いろんな国とか文化のいろんな美味しいものを食べれるんだもん。最高。You know, although there's times that I go like, maybe I was born in a wrong age, then I remind myself that this is the only time that I could actually do VTubing, and also the time that I could eat so many different food from so many different cultures. Muting again.私、うまかみね。なんで答えづらい質問するのうまかってなんでしょうね。実際何なんだろう。なんかイメージ土佐とかさぬきとかですけど。違う、東北ずんだもんとか言ってそう。I was about to say something and I totally forgot. なんか言おうとして忘れちゃった。Okay, I'm halfway done. 半分終わりましたわ。I'm already feeling full. これででもアボカドなくなっちゃった。友達がね、アボカド持ってきてくださったんですよ。わけわかんないでしょA friend got avocados for me. I know, so random.I don't have a single friend who lives like close. My really good friend that brought me avocados, she lives like an hour away. そこのアボカドね持ってきてくれた仲いい友達ってのが電車で1時間みたいなとこに住んでるんですよね。なんなの関東の人って1時間を何とも思わないの？ But the other day she was like, avocados are on sale.And she was like, I got like 10. And then she brought it to me. And I was like, you traveled this far for avocados? You could have even bought more avocados with the train fare. なんか、アボカドのためにここまで来てくれたのって。まあもちろん一緒にご飯食べたりはしたんですけど、でもね、いや、電車賃の方が高かったんじゃないって思って。でもアボカド好きでしょって言われて、大好き。優しすぎね。電車1時間くらいならまあ、本当に にそうなの？やば。まあ、ご主人様もね、電車で10分通われてますけど、毎日。Gosh, I need to slurp. 関東だと電車や車で出かけると1時間は普通かなって思います。やばー。そうなんですわね。まあ私、実家が田舎って言えど、めちゃくちゃ、都会の田舎っていうか、都会じゃなかったけど、ちょうどいい田舎だったんですわよ。新幹線の主要駅まで電車で10分。そんな駅まで徒歩15分。全然余裕じゃない？で、そこ行ったら全部完結しちゃってたから、15分以上の移動、30分以上の移動が無理で。うどんにアボカドが入ってるんですか？そうそう、まあ、ちょっと逆かも。アボカドがうどんに入ってる。まあまあ、でもそう、うどんにアボカド。うどんとアボカド美味しいですよ。アボカドとね、醤油、すっごい美味しい。アボカド with soy sauce. If you haven't tried it yet, you have to try it. 歩きで1時間って言われたら、はぁってなるけど、電車で1時間だとそんなもんかくらい。へぇ。私座ってられるんならいいけど、立ってるんなら絶対無理。体力そんなない。Okay, it's really hard like trying to eat noodles here because I have to slurp. I just don't know how else to eat these. ごめんなさい、ちょっと麺類、あれですわね。すする以外の食べ方知らないから。ちょっと待って。はぁ、よし、完食です。あ、よろしお上がり。I'm at work, so I can't listen/watch consistently today, but I wanted to say thank you for your course content. I just started learning on my own, and somehow you just showed up on my Twitter feed. Thank you, Twitter, and thank you for finding me. I realized that as a content creator, the hardest thing is to be found. So thank you so much for finding me. Avocado with soy sauce? It's just avocado with soy sauce, or is it something more? Honestly, just avocado and soy sauce is really good. Like, eat it like you do with sashimi. But now I'm eating, okay, I'll tell you what's in my concussion. Concussion, not concussion. What's the word? There's a word for this, right? そうですね。うどん、kimchi, raw egg. I know, if you're not from a culture that eats raw egg, I'm sorry, but raw egg is really good. If you can eat it without salmonella. Avocados, and you pour over some sesame oil, and dashi shoyu. Not just shoyu, but shoyu with dashi in it. Good. Oh, I also put tenkasu, which is like the bits of tempura. Just like the outer layer part. They sell it like it is. Concoction. Ooh, concoction. Is that the right pronunciation? それぜひ試してみないとですね。でしょ？美味しいんだから。おうどんに生卵で、アボカドキムチ、油揚げじゃねえ。天かす、だし醤油、ごま油。Love raw egg, yes. 通勤に片道2時間かかる場合ある。本社なら1時間かかる。そっと押しそう。1時間乗るなら普通電車でもグリーン車かけ。待って、普通電車にグリーン車ってあるんです？何普通電車のグリーン車って。I took a vacation in Osaka last month. 1 hour of 特急車 was enough to travel in between 梅田駅。そうなの。バーチャル西日本って割と都市間がそれくらいなんですわよ。多分。だから、なのかも。ありますわよ。知らない。何それ。 乗ってみたい。おいくら万円するの？なるほど。I'll try when I'll find all the ingredients. Oh yes, please do. But when you're gonna find udon, try if possible to try to find the frozen udon. Those are so much better. They're really good. They're like, when I lived in the States, when I was in my uni days, I like traveled hours to just get these because I was like desperate. This tastes like home. Frozen udon tastes like home. Other udon, not bad, but like, not as good. So, yeah. それちょっと TKG で試してみたいかも。美味しい。すごく美味しい。It's also very quick to cook, yes. You can obviously boil them, but I sometimes just use the microwave to make it easier. You know, lesser dishes to wash. Okay, I'm gonna finish it. よし、終わらせます。お会議行ってらっしゃいませ。ごちそうさまでした。はい。食べ終わりました。グリーン車は750円からとなってますよ。距離曜日で変わります。まあ、でも経費で落とせるなら全然あり。乗ってみたいかも。Okay. Well, I guess I'm gonna go and wash my dishes. I'll be back in like 2 minutes. ちょっと、あれですね。なんていうんだっけ、お皿洗いをしてまいります。2分で帰ってまいります。Once I'm done, you have to bombard me with questions or like sentences to review again because I'm gonna do this fast. 私帰ってきたら皆様たくさん質問とかしてくださいね。では。Okay, I'm back. ということで戻ってまいりました。仕事に戻ります。お仕事に戻られる皆様お疲れ様でございます。Okay. Well, since it is the afternoon, I decided to change into my afternoon dress. ということでね、まあ午後になっちゃったんでね、午前服は着替えて、参りましょう。よいしょ。ちょっとね、いつもね、氷、ペットボトル凍らせて、それに麦茶入れるんですけど、麦茶濃すぎて早く溶けてほしいのに溶けない。What did you study in uni, sensei? Well, I call it the maid school. But in maid school, I studied, language education. Specifically, English. Teaching English. as a second language. If you know, you know. Okay. Let's continue on. Question time. はい。なんかありますか？I have like mugicha with me, but I poured it over like solid hard ice, and I'm trying to like make the ice dissolve a bit. It's not working. 私濃い麦茶好きじゃなくて I'm not the biggest fan of like really thick tea. 美味しくないわけじゃないんだけど薄いのが好きなんですよ。某なんとか屋さんのやつみたい。Okay. Well, I'm gonna go back and look for questions. なんかあるかなthere you go. Also, is it better to learn vocab based on theme? I found a question, yay. Oh, sorry. I'll come back to you. Is it better? Is it better to learn vocab based on theme, food, places, / jobs? I would say this will be a lot more helpful if you're starting out with learning the language. 質問来ました。やった。単語を覚えるとき、テーマに沿って、例えば、食べ物であったり、場所であったり、職業であったりっていうテーマに沿って学ぶっていうのは、いいことなんでしょうか？こっちの方がいいですかって質問ですね。Again, I would say that this will be helpful if you're starting out with a language. Like learning the language. Because then you'll be able to focus on practicing using this in one or two certain sentence structures. なんでかっていうと、初級っていうか、もう始めたばっかりだよっていう時はかなりいいんじゃないかなって思います。っていうのがですね、グループで覚えるっていうか、同じようなテーマで言葉を覚えたら、一つの文献に当てはめて練習することができるからですね。So, for example, let's say that you're practicing food vocabs. You have the sentence structure that goes something like, I like this food. This food is tasty. This food is not my cup of tea. You know? And then you can, like, now you know how to switch the food part into other foods and you'll be able to express yourself in so many different ways. 例えばなんですけど、食べ物っていうテーマで勉強してたとします。そしたら、この食べ物は好きです。この食べ物はあんまり好きじゃありませんとか、この食べ物は美味しいです。この食べ物は甘いです。しょっぱいです。みたいな感じで、一つのものにフォーカスして慣れることができると思うんです。Like, imagine being able to express and explain things like, this food is sweet, this food is bitter. Like, that itself will be really good practices if you're starting out. But once you get to a certain level, I think it's going to start becoming harder to just focus on one theme because it's going to be so broad. But again, if you're just starting off with the language, it will be great. But keep in mind, it's only going to be great if you can practice using it. でも、そう、なので初級の場合、すごくいいと思うんですけど、覚えておいてほしいのは、やっぱりあれですね。使わないことには何も意味がないから使いましょうね。ということです。Thank you so much for your question. ありがとうございます。ヤグスさん Hello! Welcome! ようこそ。83. We're moving on. I joined halfway though, and I don't know if this was asked already. Hi, Potie-kun-san. But would you say it would be helpful media in Japanese with subtitles, even when I have a little bit of knowledge already? Would subtitles be helpful? Would subtitles be helpful? Yes. Why? I use it too all the time. 字幕ってどうなの？使ってていいの？ But you have to use it, theoretically. Not theoretically, that's not the right word. You have to use it, like, knowing what you're getting yourself into. You have to use it knowing, like, what your goals are. For example, like, I have this... I'm obsessed with British TV shows, okay? Like, obviously there's Harry Potter, which was the beginning of how I started to study English on my own. But I love, like, I don't know, like Bridgerton. I love Sherlock. There's just, like, a lot of the, like, Black Mirror. Oh, I love Black Mirror. A lot of the British shows I watch, I'm not gonna lie, sometimes the accent hits me, especially Scottish accents. And I would go, So what do? I whip up subtitles. But here's the thing. I sometimes watch things with subtitles if I don't understand the language itself. If you are at a certain point where you know that you can understand the language, put your subtitles in Japanese, not in English or not in your native tongue, because that is not going to help. I watch those shows with English subtitles because, I'm sorry, but like, if I don't, sometimes I won't be able to understand them. But here's the thing, what I do is that I would always make sure that I go back and rewatch it, the entire series again, without subtitles, so that I will be able to, like, practice my listening skills. Thankfully, a lot of people do tell me that my English is very fluent, but there's no end to learning a language, right? Especially when it's not your native tongue. Like, I can lose it really fast, super fast, so I have to make sure that I keep it up. So what I do is that I watch a bunch of TV shows whenever I have the time to. And again, I do use subtitles, but I try to know how to use it. So I hope that helps. Baker-san, hello, I found Sensitive through Twitter. Thank you, Twitter, for sometimes doing some good. Not always, but sometimes. Harry-san, oh, hello, welcome back. Now, listen to Ado. Her songs are great for learning new words. You can listen to a lot of songs, yes. At some point, you start to notice when subtitles, though, change due to localization, so you need to be careful and not treat them as literal. Yes. Very important. Absolutely important. And I think it's also very important to look up words that you don't know. You know? Like, what were the recent words that I looked up? I mean, it's not something recent, but like homicide, that probably wouldn't be a term that would come up on a dictionary, right? Things like that. Like, you can kind of tell by the context how that word is being used, but you wouldn't really, like, know. So whenever those words pop up, I look it up. I look for example sentences to really grasp how the word is used, grasp the nuance of it. So do that. It helps. So, thank you so much for asking. Next, do Japanese people use adverbs to describe the level of an adjective? For example, astonishingly beautiful, horrendously stupid. Good question, I guess. Never really thought about it. But we would probably like we'll probably add to an adjective or something. Like, imagine. This is just me guessing, okay? This is a guessing game. So don't take my word as it is. But, kawaii! We all know what kawaii is. 日本人って、なんだろう。日本人って副詞を、その、なんていうの、レベル？言葉のレベル？めちゃくちゃ、可愛いとか、超バカバカしいみたいな風に使うかっていう質問なんですけど。Again, like, first of all, we don't really have adverbs in Japanese. まず、日本語に副詞っていうのがそこまでない。Well, we do, but like, it's, like, there are, but, なんか、あるけど、副詞って割と 変わりやすいみたいなとこもあるんですよね。But yeah, I would say like you would put it a lot, like, you know, 超可愛い. That would be very obviously very kawaii. You probably have heard of that. And then a lot of the adverbs are also like onomatopoeias, which makes it really like confusing. So, yes, but do I have the ability and skills to be able to talk really deep into it? No. So I'm gonna apologize in advance and say yes, but I don't really know like if I can explain it any deeper. これ難しい。いやなんか日本語の副詞ってオノマトペだったりもするから、すごく私のスキル的に教えられるようなレベルに教師としての私が達してないってのがあります。Instantly qualifies do kind of exist. Instancy qualifiers do kind of exist. Like 少しちょっとかなりすごく。Yeah, but then there's like キラキラとか those are adverbs too, you know? ジメジメしている。adverb って形容詞の連用形かな。いや、副詞なんですよ。ちゃんと副詞はあるんですよ。そう。ただ、連用修飾語っても言われたりするはず。多分。で、自立語だから。So, how to adjust the intensity of an adjective? Yeah. Well, so the answer is yes. But, とっても可愛い。超可愛い。バク可愛い。See, like, バクとか、割と最近じゃないですか。I would say it's really hard because, like, yes, but adverbs do change. 超って少しカジュアルすぎですか？カジュアルだけど、環境とか状況によっては全然使えるんですよね。例えばビジネスにおいても、これは例えばですよ。何か、超は確かにカジュアルか。でも私サムネイルをね、結構、依頼するんですよ。それに金使いすぎてんだろって言われたら本当にその通りで本当にどうしようもないんですけど。だからその場合は、デザイナーさんとやり取りするじゃないですか。そしたら、ちょっとね、かなりの頻度で依頼をしてるから、もう結構関係性が出来上がってるみたいなところがあるので、最初はとっても好きですとか、とっても素敵ですって言ってたの。ここが超可愛いですっていうようになったみたいな。なんで、ほんと環境と人の関係性によるかなってところかな。難しいですね。I'm sorry. I do hope that answered your question. はい。So, I started watching anime with Japanese subtitles because I'm at a point where I get the gist, but I can pick up new words I don't know. Oh, that's the best. Like, that's where we all want to be, right? That would be the best place to be. Okay, next question. 次ありますか？ Gosh, we're only like 20 down. 80 more to go. 待って、あと80もあるの。やばい。What are we gonna do about this? If you could like quote repost on Twitter and be like, Sensei is answering Japanese questions. I'd really appreciate it. どうしよう。質問がまだあったら、なくなったら困るから皆様Twitter の引用リツイートとかで、たくさん質問募集してますとかって言ってくれたら嬉しいかも。Do you have any favorite or interesting idiomic 四字熟語？四字熟語 What's my favorite 四字熟語完璧主義です。Do I like it? Maybe not. Is this who I am? Yes. Perfectionism. I hope that answers your question. Okay. Here we go. 璧主義です。For those of you who don't know what this means, 四字熟語。四字熟語 is Four-kanji letter idioms. They are fun to learn. そうなんですよ。私、完璧主義なんですよ。もうだからよくない。本当に。I'm the worst type of perfectionist. I'm the type that doesn't even start doing anything unless I know that I will be able to succeed. So, why did I start VTubing? I don't know. はい、ということで、Thank you for asking. You know, at this point, I'm gonna like answer some personal questions too. いやもうこのレベルだったらね、もうこの速度でだったらもう全然個人的な質問答えようから。I'm gonna start counting them. One I like is 地味毛量. It's kind of well known for using kanji that's used nowhere else. Yeah, 地味毛量. 地味毛量ね。I see という a lot. What does it mean? というですね。Thank you for asking. という。If we break this down, と is a particle. And いう is a verb that means to say. So という means it is said. It is said that. Or people say. I can say something like, my father said that. 父がと言っていました。とかね。That's how you can use it. Yep, it is called. You can say like it is called. So it can also mean it means. But yeah, so you can say it when you're trying to tell others what the other person said. Like, my mom said that, my dad said that, my teacher said that. Or you can use it as in like this thing, object is called, or this means, and stuff. Yup. Hope that helps. ありがとうございます。Yeah, we're down to the 70s. よし、70代ですよ。Well, since it's already here, let's talk about 地味毛量。地味毛量。Okay, if you are not too familiar with kanji, I want you to look at the kanji. You see that? If you look closely enough, you'll see that every single kanji is different. But it looks very similar, doesn't it? That's why it is very famous for kanji learners, because it's kind of a hard one to try to read. ちじゃない。地味毛量。地味毛量。地味毛量です。The meaning of it is probably not what you think. It just means like many different types of monsters. Like, that's really just it. It means like so many different kind of monsters, yokai. I mean, like in Japanese, yokais are basically like monsters, but I know that in the English world, like somehow yokai means Japanese monsters. So, but yeah. We usually use it. There's no usual, because like this is not a word that would be used usually, but just say that there's like crazy people around. Or like, you know, Halloween. Like crazy, like I don't know. That's when you say 地味毛量. Nobody really uses this, but yeah, just famous. I'm just gonna count this as one. これもう1として数えちゃいます。8. Okay, next. Mizuki sensei, can you explain the meaning 四六時中? Why does it mean always? Why does it mean always? That I don't know. Is it okay if I Google? 四六時中 四六時中語源。Oh, wow! Wait, this is really cool. 四六時中の語源ってか、なんで四六時中っていうかってめちゃくちゃ面白いんですけど。四六時中。OK。四六時中。Oops. 知らなかった。四六時中 is a word that means always. ウルンパケイオさん、good afternoon. はい。四六時中。四六で。ちょっと待って。This kanji means 4. This kanji means 6. Do 4 times 6, and that equals 24 hours. And that is why this is used as always. Who knew? 私知らなかった。まあご存知の方もいらっしゃるんじゃないかと思うんですけど、四六時中って4と6をかけたら24で1日24時間になるから。always の意味になるらしいですよ。すごい！何これ！ That is so interesting. That is so cool. Well, thank you for letting me Google because this is new knowledge to me too. Oh, that's clever, right? 言葉の由来とか語源って調べるとめっちゃ楽しい。ね、めっちゃ楽しい。めっちゃ楽しいけど時間が足りない。That is so cool. Okay. Thank you. Wait, I need to count down. Count down. Okay, next. Rock climbing is fun, but hurts my hands. Recently I fell and it hurt my elbow. I'm sorry to hear that. Okay, we're gonna do this one. Thank you. 楽しいけれども、おめでとういたいです。肘は、怪我した。Okay, let's review this sentence. Rock climbing is fun but hurts my hands. Recently I fell and hurt my elbow. The placement of verbs are perfect. What you want to work on maybe is particles. Blade-san, thank you so much for the sentence though. This is cool. I don't think I can ever do rock climbing. It's gonna hurt my nails. Don't like that. ロッククライミング私は多分一生しませんわ。楽しそうって思うけど、爪が痛みそう。こんなに頑張って伸ばしてるのに。Okay. First of all, ロッククライミングはし。When you memorize a word, make sure you memorize how it's actually written. In this case, fun, 楽しい. Tano is the kanji. Shi, you'll have to write it in hiragana. 楽しいけれども、たまに手が痛いです。たまに手が痛いです。Like, grammatically speaking, this is great. This is perfect. But, to make it a little bit more natural, I would personally say, again, this is great. It's just about if you want it to sound like a lot more natural, like a lot more of like a native speaker. 手が痛くなります。Sorry, I'm just like deleting a part of yours for the lack of space. 手が痛くなります。手が痛い。手が痛いです means my hands hurt, right? And so adding たまに sometimes is great. It's a great way to try to explain what you're going through. But 手が痛くなる。くなる means it becomes. Your hand becomes to hurt. Or in other words, 手が痛くなる is a form or a part of a sentence that is describing that it sometimes makes your hands hurt. So this will make it sound a lot more natural. 最近転んだ。そして肘は怪我をした。Okay. When there's a da, you want to make sure that you end the sentence. You want to add the maru at the end. Basically, this is the Japanese period. 最近転んだ。Let me add the furigana for those of you who might not know how to read the kanji. Hiji means elbow. If you want to combine these two sentences like you actually did in English, it's a lot more simple than you think. そして is and, isn't it? And then you have da. We're going to combine these two by changing だ、そして into で. Because で, I like to consider で as an and for sentences. It's a glue to combine two or more sentences together. 最近転んで、肘はじゃないです。は is a particle that is for the subject of a sentence. If you look at your English sentence, you said recently I fell and hurt my elbow. In this case, I is going to be the subject. That is the theme. That is what you're talking about. That is who you're talking about in this sentence, right? But in Japanese, oftentimes we just don't say the subject, especially when we know who exactly we're talking about. When you don't see a subject indicator or wa or ga sometimes in a sentence, it most likely is talking about the person who is saying things. Or if there was a conversation before that, go with the conversation before that. Whatever theme that people were talking about, that's what people were talking about. And that is still going to be a theme, the subject of your sentence. So this, we have to change what into something else. Hi. So, 肘を怪我した would be the right way to go. Hi. If you want to keep を here, 肘の怪我をした、肘に怪我をした に can work too, but to make it more natural, I would say 肘を怪我した。怪我する。I know, you might it feels right to say 怪我をする, right? But to make it more natural, you can actually say 怪我する。怪我する。Is there a particular reason why we would use 手が痛くなる instead of 手が痛む in this case? 痛む is a very it does mean hurt, but it also means to go bad. You would hear people using it for food. お魚が傷む、あそこの果物が傷んでる。That will mean that the fish or the fruits, they're rotting, they're starting to deteriorate. So 痛む, although it can be used to describe hurt, it will be a lot more natural to just say 痛い instead of 痛む, because 痛い is a feeling. Remember, adjectives, especially e-adjectives, they are your feelings. That is how you're feeling. 痛む is a verb. It's an action. If you're trying to express your feelings, using adjectives are definitely better. It just sounds better because it feels like it's coming from you. 痛む is more of a third person's perspective. What you're seeing is deteriorating. So yeah, hope that helps. ってことで、ロッククライミングは楽しいけれども、手が痛くなります。最近転んで肘を怪我した。Oh, wait. Since you used must on the first sentence, you always want to make sure that the ending is the same. If you're going to use the must form, make sure that all the sentences that you write is going to be in must and this form. 怪我しました。Also, if you want to make it a little bit more casual, you can say ロッククライミングは楽しいけど、手が痛くなります。And that will be still formal. It's still 丁寧語. Still not too casual, but casual enough that you can use it in speech. ロッククライミングは楽しいけど手が痛くなります。最近転んで肘を怪我しました。Yeah, I'm gonna read this a little bit slower, okay? ロッククライミングは楽しいけど手が痛くなります。最近転んで肘を怪我しました。です。Okay.Thank you for asking. ということで質問ありがとうございました。よいしょ。お水飲みます。Hi. お水じゃなくて麦茶だけど。Random question. Thoughts on redundant or ironic expressions like 頭痛が痛い、ふざけろ。意味ふざけるな。Hydrate everybody. Yes, hydrate everybody. 頭痛が痛い。腹痛が痛い。I don't know if I can think of anything. By the way, 頭痛 means headache, so my headache hurts. It's like, doesn't really make sense. That's what Amagi-san is asking. なんだろう、なんか、二重で言ってるじゃんってやつでしょ？そうだな。I'm trying to think. 多分なんかカタカナでありそうですよね。外来語とかでありそう。Well, I mean, 頭痛が痛い。エラーが。Sorry. That's all I can think of. I'm pretty sure there's plenty. Wait, let's look it up. 頭痛が痛いみたいな言葉。Let's look it up. This is a good one. 一番最後に I mean, 一番 number one 最後 the last. It says it's just easier to say 最後に which does make sense.「店に来店する」「店 means shop and 来店 means to visit the shop. So visit the shop to the shop doesn't make sense. So just say 来店する」I love Google. It provides us with so many answers. Night Music says, I hope I can catch another live soon. Thank you so much for joining, by the way. The next stream is probably going to be happening my night time. For my mental sake. And it's actually happening tomorrow, so. Yeah, I need to announce that. ちなみにすいません。明日コラボあります。明後日もコラボあります。なんかめちゃくちゃコラボあります。ありがたい。Okay. Thank you for the question. Next, where was it? Can you suggest a book or manga to practice and familiarize reading? Is there a book or manga? はい、読解とか読む練習になる漫画とか本ってありますかってことですね。I'm too late. No, we still have 75 questions that I gotta answer. You're not late. Thank you for being here. ですね、そうですね、これ、自分のレベルをしっかりと分かってる必要があるんじゃないかなとは思います。I do think you'll have to be able to discern where you are at and like level-wise. For example, if you are just starting out, you might want to, like, if you really want to practice reading, just say, like, you can just go online and look up intermediate, like, Japanese reading practices, and you'll probably be able to find a few. But if you want actual books or manga, I actually would say picture books are a great resource. Picture books, and if you were to read manga, keep in mind, like, you have to go and look up what age the manga's target audience is. I know shonen, the term shonen somehow became a manga term in the Western society, but shonen, for example, means like young boys. Shukan Shonen Jump, for example, is probably catered towards like kids, like boys ages 12 and under. Although a lot of people, including adults, do read them. So, in other words, you might want your Japanese level to be around a Japanese 10-year-old's. Like level of their language. So you can go and like read something like Doraemon if you think that you have knowledge enough equivalent of a Japanese 7, 8, 9-year-old. I would say Chikawa because they're very cute and there's only one character that really speaks. ちいかわを読みましょう。絵本もいいし、漫画もいいけど。我が輩 cat? No. Definitely not. That is like way too advanced. Toddler level picture books, got it. Well, to be fair, you will find it a lot harder than you think because they use a lot of onomatopoeia. It will be good practice. Really. But, ちいかわ読もう。Thank you very much, Music Sensei. I'll go for lunch now. See you next time. See you next time or come back after lunch. はい。ちいかわ You can read it on Twitter. You can buy the books. You can watch the anime. Why is it good? It's because only one of the characters really is the one that speaks. Everybody else is like,ちいかわはいいぞ。ちいかわなんたってね、8割以外あまり喋らないですからね。とか、しか言わないから。たまーに喋るけどね。たまーにね。Don't underestimate kids. They're extremely fluent by 10 years old. Yes, and you also want to keep in mind that different languages have different amount of vocabulary. For example, a Japanese elementary school kid, like just say a 7-year-old, probably already knows like 5,000 words. And guess what? 5,000 words is like JLPT N3 level. And that is sometimes like considered a little bit more of an advanced type. Like, you know, it's not intermediate. It's not just like you are starting off, right? So always keep that in mind. Do not underestimate how fluent kids are. You can search for Japanese graded readers to find plenty of reading tiered to various stages of learning. Yes. But read ちいかわ。ちいかわ読みましょう。ちいかわ is good. 私最近ちいかわハマったの今更って思うでしょ？でもちょっとなんかメンタル来そうだから、ね。避けてたんですけど、まあ無事ハマりましたわね。かわいいのなんの。たまに、なんていうの？口開けた時に、上じゃなくてしっかり下に歯が生えてるの見える奴らがいいですね。なんか、あ、こいつらは獣なんだっていう思い出させてもらえるのが最高。Weekly Boys Jump. So Weekly Boys Jump. Yes. Anyways, read ちいかわ。ちいかわ読もう。長野先生。私ちなみに唯一好きな陰謀論が、ちいかわの陰謀論で、長野先生、西野カナ説の陰謀論大好きです。素晴らしいと思う。素晴らしいと思う。最高ですね。Okay. This is ちいかわ Twitter. Easy. I mean, maybe not that easy because I don't know. Oh wait, that's not Chikawa Twitter. This is Chikawa Twitter. This is Chikawa Twitter. 待って。This is Chikawa Twitter. これがちいかわ。ちいかわや。ちいかわを読め。夢でよかった。しんどい。はい、やめましょうね。I mean, it's in kanji, but like use like apps or something for that. How about a game? There's a phase that I can understand German just by playing a game. Play games that is made for young kids. My personal advice, Animal Crossing! Animal Crossing is amazing! ゲームの場合はね、動物の森マジでおすすめ。They have 振り仮名 on it. You can interact with villagers. You might be speaking like those animals in the end, but who cares? It's cute and you'll be able to learn a bunch of Japanese. And a lot of fish name. 魚の名前も覚えられるんでね。Hi, Alex-san. Hi, Fear-san. Oh, I've seen this chibi artwork. フクロウさん、Hello, welcome. 幻のフクロウ Hedwig? はい、ということで。Thank you for your question. Next, that has questions. has questions. Give me questions. 74 more of them to be exact. 74って割とあるぞ。今67人の方が視聴してくださってるみたいなんですけど、一人一つの質問してもらわないと間に合わない。Okay, yes, I have a question. I know each kanji alphabet has different meanings, like tsuki means moon, but the other word getsuyobi means Monday. So how can we tell we saying kanji correctly? Ha. Kanji. Okay, so first of all, kanji isn't the alphabet. We have to start with that. Kanji isn't an alphabet. So what's the definition of an alphabet? Let's start there. 漢字アルファベットじゃないです。Okay, we're gonna go online, go to Google, and we're gonna ask Google what it means. Alphabet says Oxford. Oxford says alphabet is a noun. Yeah, of course it is. A set of letters or symbols in a fixed order used to represent a basic set of speech sounds of a language, especially the set of letters from A to Z. So, is kanji an alphabet? No. Kanji are forms of letters that, like, each letter might mean different things. How many of them are there? Millions, so we're not gonna count. But first of all, I really like your question. How can we tell we are saying the kanji correctly? I want you to think of it. I want you to like track down, I guess. Like, I want you to step down and think of like why you need to learn kanji. In Japanese, this is what is very different about Japanese and like, for example, Chinese, because these kanji is Chinese characters. The reason why it's called kanji is because ji, by the way, means letters. It came from the Han dynasty. In Japanese, we call that kan. The era of kan or Han in English. That is why it's called kanji. Letters ji from kan or Han, the Han dynasty. So, we have to backtrack and figure out how kanji came to be. Back in the days, Japanese already had speaking systems, like as a language. A lot of languages do have speaking systems, but not all languages has a written system, When I say back in the days, I mean like thousands of years ago. Maybe not thousands, but like, 1,500, over 1,500 years ago. So yeah, Japanese already had a spoken language. We didn't really have a writing system though. What happened? We learned the letters, ancient Japanese back in the days, learned the letters from the Han, or like traditional Chinese, I guess, people who came and did like trade and stuff. And so what happened throughout history was that, in the course of a couple of hundred years after that, is that people tried to put the kanji into the Japanese meaning that we already had. And so obviously it's not going to be perfect. It's not going to be able to, you won't be able to write everything that we already had just by using a system that is brought in from a way different culture and the language, right? That is why we now have hiragana and katakana. People made these new letters so that, it will be phonetic. You could actually write things down phonetically. So, tsuki, getsuyobi, they do mean different things, and they're pronounced differently because the original words are different. It's just that you can try to kind of forcefully put the kanji into the words to and be like, oh, this kind of means like this. This word, this kanji can kind of make sure we can make sure that this kind of pairs together, and we can kind of try to describe this word with these 2 or 3 kanji. That is what happened. This is really easy way of explaining what it happens, and so what you want to do first is to not go to the kanji but memorize the word first, because that is what people usually do as a native speaker do. You want to make sure that you know the words first, because then you don't have to do a guessing game with if you are reading the kanji correctly or not. Tsuki, you learn the word tsuki first and then learn how to write it in kanji. You learn the word getsuyobi first and then you go ahead and learn how to write it in or read it in kanji. That is how you can do it. Hi. Oh, I love Chikawa. 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 So yeah, kanji might be terrifying, but it will be fun. It will be fun, I promise. Yes. Thank you for your question. I hope that answered a little bit. Tsugi. Okay. Hi, Tatsuba no one is this an old proverb that means you cannot take back what you said? More literally, you cannot take back spit that you spat out. 誰に聞いたのかな？誰も使わないですよね。Nobody really uses this for sure. Proverb? ことわざ？これことわざ？なんかもっと言い回しかと思ってた。Okay. まあ、ことわざかい。But yes, you're right. 吐いた唾を飲める。吐いた is past tense. 吐く means to spit out or like throw up. 唾 saliva. 飲む to drink. ぬ is an old ancient, not ancient, but like Japanese grammar for not. So you sometimes might see nu being used in like manga, anime, just like people speaking, but that simply means no. You know? No. Hi, that's about a minute. Like you said, this means you cannot take back spit that you spat out, yes, and it means that you cannot take back what you said. Once it comes out of your mouth, that is it. No going back. No going back. And this is usually used when someone regrets their actions. Just say that you said something so awful that you wish that you didn't say it, but it just came out of your mouth. Hi, that's about a minute. Already said it. No taking it back. No going back. Sad. Bad. That's what it means. Thank you for asking. 次。Is using visual novels a good way to practice reading? Is using visual novels a good way to practice reading? どうなんでしょうか。ビジュアルノベルってのは、まあいわゆる漫画のことですわね。Yes and no. Why? You have to be at a pretty good point to be able to read visual novels without having to stop and wonder what you just meant actually means, you know? Because if you are reading Japanese ones, they usually have kanji in it. And that's gonna be hard. So again, just like anime, manga, whatever it was, you want to make sure that you discern your level first. You want to know if that is your level appropriate. And if you are going to pick something, you definitely do not want to pick something that is way too not out of your league. That kind of sounds bad. That is way above your level of reading. You want something that you'll probably be able to understand like 80% of it. Maybe 90%, it'll be so much easier. But maybe 80% I'd say. 漫画とかゲームとかでね、言語を学ぼうとするの悪くないと思うんですけど、だがしかしですね、i プラス1っていう概念があるんですけど、自分の今のレベルよりちょっとだけ難しいところを狙わないと自分のためには絶対ならないです。もうただわかんないだけで終わっちゃう可能性もあるし、モチベーションも失われる可能性があるし。だからね、それが難しいんですよね。自分が今どこのレベルにいるのかっていうのを、なんていうか、を理解するのっていうのかな。難しいんじゃないかなとは思います。But if you can find something that is perfect for your level, I think that would be great. Go for it. But also keep in mind that people do not speak in the way people speak in manga or anime. So, Gotta keep that in mind. Next. 次。Mizuki sensei, is there a way to learn which syllables to stress in a word that just by reading, or is the best way to learn them is to listen to someone speak them? Yes, listen to someone speak. And stressing is actually not the right word for this in this sense. Let's talk about it. はい、Mizuki先生。単語のどの部分を強調するのがいいかって読むだけじゃわかんないですか？人が話してるのを聞いた方がいいですかって質問ですね。はい、話すのを聞きましょう。Yes, you have to listen to somebody speak. Also, let's talk about accents. Ayo main. Ayo main. Hi, Ayo main さん。Ayo さん。Why is there a check mark next to your name? That is cool. Who are you? どなた？ Oh, wait. Are you the one that followed me on Twitter when I hit 3K? I don't know. If so, hi. Are you the one that said you wanted to collab and are you the one who asked if you could collab with me if you're not a VTuber and stuff? Yeah, sure. That was a yes, but I don't know. I'm sorry. I'm trying to figure out who you are. Okay, going back. Accents. What's the biggest difference between English accents and Japanese accent? So, I don't really know how to say this in English. What is it? Stressed syllables, I guess. First of all, English has stress. Syllables. English has stressed syllables, while Japanese has pitch accents, right? This is so much easier to understand in English though, in Japanese. English, you stress a certain part of the word. Japanese, it either goes up or down. That is it. Stress accent. Oh, it is stress. Okay, thank you. So for example, when people call me my name in English, people say Mizuki sensei. But or Mizuki sensei, there's a stress. You sometimes even elongate that part of a word. But my name in Japanese is Mizuki. Hi, low, Mizuki. That's it. No? Mizuki sensei. Low, high, low. Sensei. But if you were to say that in English, somehow everybody says sensei. You stress sen for some reason. That is the biggest difference. One of the biggest difference in terms of accents in English and in Japanese. English, stress accents. Japanese, pitch accents. So yeah. Is it impossible to learn that just by reading? Yes. Absolutely impossible, sadly. Stress accents? Really hard for me. But one big thing that I do need you to know is that pitch accents, even if you mess it up, people will still be able to understand what you're trying to say. That's one of the biggest differences. When you mess up a stress accent in English, people will not be able to understand what you're saying. I actually made this analogy this morning, so that's why it's I can say it off of my head, but present. If you think about it, these two words shares the same what's the word? Type. I I forgot the English and the Japanese word for it. Like, what is it called? ダメだ. Spelling, thank you so much. Yes, it shares the same spelling. Shares the same spelling, right? But by not putting the stress on the right part, the meaning changes. And so, gotta keep that in mind. Japanese, you can sometimes mess it up and people will be able to discern what you're trying to say depending on the context, but English doesn't work like that. So yes, listen a lot. Thank me later. 70 more! Yosh! Next! In English, words like this are called homonyms, and in Japanese we have homophones. ね。って6種類くらい発音あんねんって。そうなんですよ。日本語って実は、以外は全部発音一緒なのに、だけ違うんですよ。やめてほしいですわよね。教える身にもなってほしい。アイスありがとう、水木先生。もちろんです。I'm gonna drink water. Okay. Where was it? Is it true that Showa era way of speaking is different from how Japanese people speak today? Yes! This is a very easy answer, yes. I mean, it should be easy for you to, like, kind of imagine, though. Yes. Your grandma probably speaks very different from you, right? Same thing. My parents speak kind of different from how I speak. Grandparents, very different from how I speak. If you go back like 100 years, so much more different, obviously. So yeah, Showa era speaking is so very different. はい、昭和の人って最近の人とまた違う話し方するって本当です。Also, you have to like, Showa era was pretty long. You know, my parents were born in Showa. So they're kind of like considered the Showa people. You know, my grandma was all my grandparents were born in the Showa era. If you go back to like my great-grandparents era, that's Taisho, so that's another different era. So yeah, from 1926, yes. So this, 昭和は長かったからね. So like even within the same era, Showa era, there's way different ways of speech. Again, there's obviously like, you know, the war, hate it, but even the war changed a lot of things. It was only after the war that the Japanese educational system became more like a thing. A lot of things were, I don't know, like stabilized after the war. So even pre-war and after war, a lot of things, including the language, has changed. So yeah, of course, like my grandmother would speak very different. She was a kid when the war was going on. So they must be so sure of themselves. Must be. はい、です。Thank you. Next question. 次の質問。やった !60 代に行けます。はい。Bad dumb test? What is dumb test? あ、その時の X で君を見つけたんだ。お、なんか、アメリカっぽい。本当に君のコンテンツ大好き。でもコラボについてツイートしたか覚えてないしたっけ？とにかく授業頑張ってね。ありがとうございます。嬉しい。なんか、めちゃくちゃ、マイクラされてますね。誰かから、どなたかからね、コメントいただいたの覚えてて、I do remember getting a comment from somebody and like, it was too crazy. I was like, but yeah. I see you do a lot of Minecraft. That is so cool. なんかチャンネル登録者200万人って書いてある。すごっ。でもありがとうございます。Was playing the drum to his joke. Oh gosh, my English isn't good enough to really understand jokes. Sorry. Okay, next. どこだろう。 Stress accents can elongate and shorten based on stress, which is different from Japanese use mora timing, which is consistency. Yes. Oh, yes. Can we talk about this? When you elongate or mora too long, it can be a wrong word. Yes. Yes. Can we talk about this? Japanese. Why do you sound so American when you speak English? You know, like... Well, sometimes people do come and ask me and be like, why do I sound so American when I speak Japanese? I actually had those questions asked before. And it's because of mora. 一音一拍って英語でなんて言うんだろう。一音一拍。Syllable timed language. Japanese is a syllable timed language. I just learned how to say that in English. Thank you, Google, for translating my word. Syllable timed language. What's the difference? Like, what does this even mean? This means that every single letter is timed the same. But she'll sound British when she's angry. Do I sound British? I don't do British accents, okay? So this こんにちは doesn't matter how long the sentence is. ひょっこりひょうたんひょっこりひょうたんじま So hard to...ドラゴンボール孫悟空ドラゴンクエストは面白いです Every single letter is the same length. So, just like Amagi-san said, if you elongate or try to stress a letter, just like you would do if you are an English speaker, just like if you would do if you're speaking English, you're gonna not sound right. And sometimes, like Amagi-san said, it will change the meaning of the word. Like, まあ、ちょっと違うけど、切符、I need to look for something else. なんかないかな。こんにちは。あ、おばあさん。おばあさん。This is why a lot of people get mad, right? おばあさん grandmother, おばあさん aunt. If you can't really tell the difference yet, you have to listen carefully. おばあさん。おばあさん。おばあさん。5 sound. おばあさん。4 sound. おばあさん。おばあさん means grandmother. おばさん means aunt. So, keep this in mind. 王子様とおじ様最悪すぎる。夢。少女。I'm not gonna write that down. 夢。Dream. Famous. 夢。Dream. 夢。Famous. 王子様。おじさま。Prince. Uncle. Middle-aged man said nicely. はい。王子様 5. おじさま 4. You see that? So, make sure you time it right. Make sure you get used to saying every single letter at this, like, using the same time length. That is how Japanese is spoken. Hi. Thank you so much for the comment, because this is going to help a lot of people. Thank you. 次行きましょう。A funny thing, when you said Mizuki earlier, I thought it was related to water because Mizu, but I was surprised that it was referring to the moon. Tsuki. Well, if you look at my name, it is both. kinda got it right. Let's look at it. 私の名前、月。My name is written Mizuki. 私の名前みずきですけれども、水、water, 月、moon can also be read 月。So, that's my name. みずき。水、ず、月。Although it's written different, the pronunciation is the same. It used to be different, but modern days we say it the same way. Water moon. It's more of like the month. If you think about it, I was born in June, right? My birthday is in June. And so I was born in the month of the waters because that's when it rains a lot in Japan. Now you know why I was named Mizuki. はい。まあ私ね、そうか、知らない方からしてみたらなんで水の月なのって感じですよね、きっとね。なんで水の月みたいな。違うんですよ。月は月でもお月様の月じゃなくて、ね、月日の月。ね。そう、that's what it means. そうそうそう。I was thinking it's like something poetic, like the reflection of the moon in tranquil waters. No. Yes! Anyways, we're 1/3 of the way there. Ah! やばい! やっと3分の 1! Everybody, please like spread the word on Twitter or something and tell people to come because I need more questions. Thank you. You got a very natural American accent. When I went to visit Japan recently, I got told my American accent was very strong. They were really shocked when I switched to Southern. YOLO. I'm gonna try to like imitate a Southern accent. Southern accent? I can speak in redneck if you wanted me to. OK. 以上です。知ってる？今の君の話し方、声だけ聞いたら日本人だなんて全然思えない。やった！嬉しい！英語のテストのリスニングみたいな発音してる。英語のテストのリスニング。Question 1ってやつね。I'm here, but I don't know what question to ask. It doesn't have to be about the language, it can be about the culture. Well, that's pretty good. Was it pretty good? You know, I would like to do more, but I'm scared that I'm gonna sound very, like, stereotypical and I don't want people to be offended. Valley Girl Sensei. I'm a Valley Girl! On a red pickup truck, you know? I just got my license. There's no way I can drive a truck. So, アメリカではね、いろんな発音あるんですよ。皆様ご存知でした？ニューヨークの発音と、南部の発音と、まあ、西部とかいろいろあるんです。ね。ね。Oh, I thought this was a serious class, so I didn't ask anything. What? It's all in the drawl. The drawl. So, are there any Japanese words without direct English equivalents of interest? For example, Aisha for one's beloved car motorcycle. I mean, there's plenty for sure. For example, there's a few that I'm so sick of seeing on the internet. はい、ということで、日本語で英語に訳すことができない単語ってありますか？例えば、愛車みたいな。たくさんありますね。もう最近これ見すぎてもうね、ちょっとお腹いっぱい。もう十分。金継ぎとかね。金継ぎが悪いわけじゃないんですけど、金継ぎって言葉があまりにもなんか、インターネット上に溢れ返ってて、なんか少しでも、なんかすごい好きな、なんかすごいお気に入りのお皿が割れちゃったっていう投稿に絶対コメントで、 金継ぎをすればいいよって英語のコメントがある。あれ何なの？何なの？ What's with everybody like being so obsessed with kintsugi? It's been a thing for like the past 2-3 years. Don't you think it's a bit too much? I think it's a bit too much. Kintsugi is an ancient Japanese traditional technique of mending broken ceramics by using like, I think tree sap, if I'm correct, and gold. There's another really famous one. Gosh, all of these words all have great meanings behind it, but I'm like so sick of seeing them on the internet, so like people really have to stop using these. But komorebi is those shadows, for example, like the not the shadows of light, but like, you know when you see light on the ground after going through the tree leaves, so those light is a lot more soft and you can see it like not so straightforward. It's not as strong. It's like so flowy. That is komorebi. ね、木漏れ日もね。そう。Oh, just to throw a question in, how would you explain 木漏れ日? Oh, sweet. Can I mark this as 2 questions because I answered that? 南部なまりってのがよくわからんが、デッドプール&ウルフィアンでも南部なまりの英語を喋るキャラおったな。へえ、なんかね、すっごくステレオタイプになっちゃうんですけど、カウボーイっぽい感じね。わびさび、木漏れ日、口寂しい。おー、口寂しい。口寂しいはいいことです。こういう言葉ですね。口寂しい。Your 口 mouth is lonely. This is used when you're not necessarily hungry, but your mouth feels so lonely. You feel like you just want to put some food in your mouth. 寂しい。It came back with the tea craze. Oh, is that what it is from? I've been seeing that a lot recently. You have to, right? ね。Pari-san, hi! So, my students are usually Japanese salarymen learning English, and some of them have different ways to name their children, like picking the kanji first and then a pronunciation up. Yes! Ooh, that would be an interesting one to talk about. Light race? Oh yeah, like light race, but specifically after going through tree leaves. Oh yeah, isn't that maintaining the damage or something? Kind of. Yeah, to like keep on using the ceramic or dishes even after it's broken. So, deta. Hi. Okay, so yeah, I'm gonna mark this as 2 because I definitely answered 2 questions. これ2つ。木漏れ日ってどう翻訳するって言われたからね。はい。次。So, naming kids in Japan or Japanese. Naming kids in Japanese. There's multiple ways. First, like sound. You can go with first sound or first kanji. This is a thing because some people really are obsessed with certain types of kanji and be like, I really want my kid to have this kanji in their name. Or they can be some, you know, like tradition, like family tradition. I'm not gonna say too much because I do not want to get doxxed by any means. But for example, my father's side of the family, every single male in the family has only 1 kanji names. I don't know when it started, but it has been going on for centuries. And so my brother, my father, my uncles, I only have 1 uncle, but my cousin, grandpa, great-grandpa, they all have 1-letter kanjis. Well, my great-great-grandfather didn't, but yeah. So, 名前ね、面白いですよね。日本語で 子供に名前をつける場合なんですけど、なんか文字っていうか響きから行く場合と漢字から行く場合とかもありますよね。ちなみに私の家族、父の家系はですね、なぜか、男は全員漢字一文字って決まってるので、兄も、いとこも、おじも、父も、祖父も、まあ、その他もろもろみんな漢字一文字です。そうそうそう。なんですけど多分ね、あれですよね。あの要素強くない？名前占い。生命診断か。There's this idea in Japan called 生命診断。生命判断だ。診断じゃない。判断ね。生命、チキン釣りじゃないんですわ。生命判断。What this is that you can literally, do a little, 占いって英語でなんだっけ？ fortune telling by counting or figuring out the combination of kanji within one's name. 画数がどうかのやつ。そうです、そうです。海外にはやっぱ生命判断ないですわね。そうそうそう。生命判断。So for example, the easiest way to go about this is to show you. これ多分ね、見せた方が早いんですわね。あるかな？生命判断。私の名前でやりましょう。家族層出てきた。家族層じゃないんですよね。OK。ドロン。There you go. 生命判断。This is what you do. メイド、田中ってなんで？You put your name in. This is a website that you can actually like do it. Like figure out your name. Like how your name is. So ってことで I put my name, my family name Meido and my first name Mizuki. I'm a female. So 占う Yay! I got a pretty good name. 見て悪くないんですわよ。見て見て It's not bad at all. Look at it. So what this is doing is that it's calculating how many strokes your kanji has, combining it and figuring out like your future. So for example, if you combine your family name together, you can figure out 天格ってなんていうの like what you are destined to do, like your personality from the heavens type. Second kanji and the first kanji of your given name shows your personality. 家庭運大体吉すごくない？It shows how well you're gonna be able to work. Well, it just shows a bunch of stuff. I got pretty good. Kichi is like good. Daikichi is like really good. Daikichi amazing. My family future seems to be amazing, but yeah, people might go through kanji because you have to figure out your family name and then try to combine the given name and get really good results on this. Some people actually do this. Well, my family did it. A lot of people still do it. 結構ね、まだね、やる方多いんじゃないでしょうかね。わかんないけど。So here's a little thing on how Japanese people name their kids. So more recently too is Kirakira name too. Kirakira name sadly is probably not as common as you think because kids who has Kirakira name, they go through so much crap and trauma. For example, schools, if one wants to go to a private school, they might be like, the people might be like, this kid has Kirakira name. Their parents might be a bit crazy. We don't want any drama. Might happen. So, yeah. It seems like most Japanese surnames are places. Not really, just some. ね。名前を使った生命診断っぽいことができて、判断っぽいことができて、名前を変換すれば numerology。数秘術で占い結果も出せる。知らなかった。すごい。かっこいい。So yeah, I hope that, like, tells you a little bit more about how Japanese people name their kids. Thank you for your comment. Not a Japanese question, but what keyboard are you using? I know, it's so loud, isn't it? It's Mofi, I think. Wireless keyboard. It's made in China. It was like the cutest one I could find. I really wanted the ones with like round keys. I really wanted the one that looks like a typewriter. If possible, I wanted a black one, but people don't make like black round keyboards. So I had to like figure out if I were going to take cuteness over like quiet keyboards or quiet over cuteness and take an ugly one. I chose cuteness. Yeah. It sounds kind of meaty. Meaty. I like that. I don't think it's a bad... It sounds bad. It's just that it's really loud. I wish I knew a way to like make this not sound too loud. The keyboard is relaxing to hear. Okay, if you say so. Thank you. I'll take that. Well, I want to put my name in that thing. Well, you have to at least like convert it into katakana though. Here you go. Here's the link. はい。生命判断のね、リンクです。Priorities. Gotta keep your priorities straight. Cuteness comes over everything. Okay, let's go into other questions. We have that too, and those who born on Mondays is really sad. Really? Like Wednesday in English? They have to name the child without vowel sound. That sounds hard to pronounce. I also like the keyword sound. Really? If that's the case, I'm gonna keep this. Never learn what the kanji for my last name. Should have asked my grandparents before they passed. Oh, that's sad. If you like, I was about to say, if you want to put it down here, I can guess. Give a guessing game. Do a guessing game, but then that's personal info. So, how do you see the culture of Japan? Overseas guys like us think Japan is amazing, and others say it's not good because of the work culture, but how do you see it? Oh, this is interesting. 面白いの来ましたね. We can probably talk about this for like hours. 面白いの来たな。日本ってどう？海外では日本最高って言われたり、ブラック企業多すぎ最悪って言われたり、両極端みたいな。実際どうって話ですね。I'm gonna be really blunt about this. まあ、せっかくだから正直に行きますか。I'm gonna be extremely blunt about this. It's gonna even sound racist. You know what? Everyone's going to feel probably a lot more comfortable when you are surrounded by people who shares the same culture and people who look like you. I know. I'm not saying that people should go back to where they came from. It's just that that is the truth about the world we live in, right? I have a best friend from high school. She's half white, half Caucasian, half Japanese. She was never bullied growing up. But, well, we went to the same high school. Never bullied, but she hated Japan. Why? She could instantly tell that she looked different. And people did treat her differently. She was pretty, yes. But, you know, she could just tell, like, people would treat her different. Like, not purposefully, but people would be like, oh, you're so pretty, you're so pretty. Or, like, people would say things like, you're good at this because you're mixed. You know, like, even when there's not a good, like, even when people don't have a bad intention, it's going to toll on you a lot. What does she do? She moved out of Japan. She now lives in Europe. She's living a happy life because she is surrounded by people who, in a way, looks like her. People who are mixed. And I'm really happy for her about that. And then, here comes me. And, well, I'll say that in Japanese first. これすっごく難しいことだと思うんですけど、めちゃくちゃ正直に言うと、人は自分と同じ文化とか価値観を理解してて、かつ自分と同じような見た目の人たちの中で生活するのが一番平和だと思うんですよ。これにはちゃんと根拠があって、なんか別に全員自分の国にいろとかそういうことじゃない。ただ、それが一番楽だとは思う。私ね、高校時代すっごく仲いい友達がいて、親友なんですけど、彼女いわゆるハーフなんですよ。いわゆる白人とのハーフ、白人と日本人とのハーフで実際すっごい可愛い子。多分どの国の人が見ても可愛いって言うでしょ。別になんかちょっと変わってる見た目、なんか普通じゃない、平均的じゃないから可愛いとかそういうんじゃなくて本当に普通に可愛い子。面白いし頭もいいしね。ただ、彼女いじめを受けてたとかいうそういうわけじゃなかったけど、でも、あからさまに周りからの扱いが違ったんですよね。きっとずっと生まれてからずっと。なんか、ハーフだから可愛いとか、ハーフだからこれができるんじゃないかとか言われたり、逆に、なんかハーフだから日本語がもうわかんないですけど、いろんなことを言われてきたわけです。で、彼女は今どこにいるかって言ったらヨーロッパにいるんですね。日本が合わない。生まれ育った環境だけど日本が合わない。田舎だからってのは正直大きいと思うんですけど、私どもがね、生まれ育ったのが。別に日本が嫌いなわけじゃないんですよ。ただ、居場所がないように感じる。これは絶対、いろんなハーフの方とかミックスの方が感じてることだとは思う。でも日本だけじゃなくていろんなところで感じてることなんじゃないかとも思うんですよね。そう。Guess you hasn't slept yet, you. そう。なんか、like, the hard thing is, like, the sad thing, okay, the thing is, the first place she moved to was her father's country. Her father's birth country, and guess what? She didn't fit in there either. In Japan, she would be considered white. In the country that her father is from, she would be considered different. And so she could not fit in there either. She was crying. Like every time I would call her, she was crying. I felt so bad for her. The reason why she ended up in this one country in Europe was because a lot of people were like, biracial or like mixed. And so she finally felt like she belonged there. So it's not like one country is good than the other type stuff. It's really just being able to find a place that you feel comfortable in. And then again, like comes my point of view, okay? Like a lot of you know, I went and studied in the States during my university years. 4 years of college, university in the States. And then after that, I had this opportunity to be able to work and go to different countries, like visit different countries. It's not like it was just like work trips and interact with people from many different countries. And one thing that I figured out is that it didn't matter where I went. People saw me as a Japanese female. And it can be that it is because of my age. Maybe in like a few years when I, turn 30, when I grow older, things might change, but really didn't matter. A lot of the people who were like really into the Japanese culture would find me, come to me and be like, do you want American green card? It wasn't always like that, thankfully, but I was so cautious about who I was. I was so cautious. I always felt like I was being like targeted, like not in a bad way. Like people might find it nice, in a way, like people saw me as popular, like, but I could tell that popularity wasn't coming from like who I was. It was coming from my looks. It was coming from like who I was as a Japanese person, and being able to speak English was like a bonus to them, to a lot of people, And so turns out people say that Japan is a very sexist country, and I'm not gonna lie, it probably is still very. But to me, at least like not having that filter on me, being a Japanese female, like there are people who would come at me and be like, you look like this like adult industry porn star. Like I do not have to go through that in Japan because, and so to me, Japan is a better place to live because of that. I'm not saying that this is for everybody. Like, how I talked about my own best friend. And so, what can I say? It really depends on who you are. いや、なんかこれ本当にね、難しいなって思うんですけど、私、まあ、アメリカに4年間いたわけじゃないですか。で、その後お仕事でね、他のいろんな国に行ったり、いろんな国の方と接する機会があった中で、私は日本だなって感じたのが、まあ、正直ね、あと数年して私が30代になって40代になって元おばちゃんになってとか言ったら、また変わるのかもしれないんですけど、なんか日本人の女として見られることが多くて、そうじゃない方ももちろんたくさんいらっしゃいまして、Of course, I do have to say that there are so many amazing people that I met who would like treat me so equally, like who would treat me like as who I am, and I was so grateful for that. But you will be surprised, being Asian in a Western country or even other Asian countries and being Japanese is not always fun. You will always interact creepy people. Like, it is not fun, like at all. I, at one point, hated looking the way I do. So yeah. なんか、結構いたんですよ。なんか日本人かつ英語が喋れるってのがボーナスポイントみたいなところがあったみたいで。結構ね、なんか、グリーンカード欲しくないみたいな、オタクっぽい人がたくさんいたりとか、それだけじゃなくて、なんかもういろいろあったの。本当に。なんかもうその中で、セクハラみたいなこともたくさんあったし、いや、未だに本当に一番イラッとするのが、この AV 女優に似てるみたいなコメントをもらったこと、なんか受けたことが何回か、1回じゃないんですよ。何回かあって。Oh, and the cat calls? なんかもう、なんかよくわかんないナンパとかね。でもそれって私の見た目とか、私が日本人、アジア人であって、かつ英語が喋れるってとこにホイホイ人がついてきてるだけであって、それが私は嫌でしょうがなくて日本に帰ってきた。本当は、全然海外でも生活できると思ってたし、全然できるとは思うんですけど、でも、そういう扱いを受けるのが本当に嫌で、本当にメンタル来るから。なんか、もう自分が自分として見られないんですもん。キモい。だからね、So again, that's my take on it. Like, you usually look like I don't know. It's nicer. You will find it nice to be able, it's nice to be able to learn other cultures. I see so many amazing things about Western culture and even American culture. And like, there's so many things that I wish I could learn from those. But, at the end of the day, as racist as it sounds, saying this at this day and age, I truly think that most people, not everybody, would be more happy living in a place where you can share the same qualities and the same language and culture and be around people that you kind of look alike. And again, this might change. Like, you know, my opinion is just my opinion. Like, depending on who you are, your gender, your age, your ethnicity, things are gonna change. And I know that I had, like, good things, thanks to me being Japanese, so it's not all bad, but that's one thing. Thank you for joining to be a student, Ayo-san. How should I call you, Ayo-san? So, borderline, no, that is sexual harassment. I know. So bad. Like, I had amazing bosses though. Like, I had great internships. I had great professors. I had great coworkers. I had like amazing friends as students too. I had amazing roommates and then I had non-amazing roommates. But, you know, people are just people. I think I experienced enough. And people might say that I haven't experienced enough because I'm still, I guess, like young in some people's eyes, but I think I had enough. But I would say that you want to experience on your own firsthand. Like, you can't take my experience as yours, right? So that is my TED Talk. Thank you for coming to my TED Talk. ということで、以上、長々と失礼いたしました。The expression, the grass is always greener on the other side, may capture a feeling on comfort within one's own culture. Yes. And sometimes it turns out that maybe the grass is greener on the other side, but the grass that you are growing on your own front porch might suit you better. So, I worked in a Japanese company before. The experience wasn't good. Oh gosh, I am so sorry. Oh, also, but here's the thing that I found it very interesting. Like, I know a few companies, many good, many bad. Turns out some English, like American companies here in Japan is way worse than Japanese startups. And then there's vice versa. So it really depends on the company. Like, I was shocked. I always thought that like American companies or Western companies here in Japan would be better. Sometimes it is not. And then obviously there's companies that are like just really old, stuck in their own habits, not really nice. But yeah, you would think, right? Yes, feel free to call me Ayo-san. Ayo-san! I'll call you Ayo-san then. Okay, next question, let's go. Question, there's many words that are typically written in katakana rather than kanji. Is there any extra nuance if you use kanji in those cases? I love talking about those. I love letters. I love words. Okay. Ah, wait. How did I not? No, I'm not gonna block you. I gotta be careful. Sometimes I try to copy paste and I accidentally block you. よし、次です。You know what? Like now that I'm a few years older, my experience really might change, so I should try going back one day. よし。では。Why are some words, even though you can't write them in kanji, still written in hiragana or katakana? Why? なんで漢字でも書けるのにひらがなとかカタカナで書かれてる言葉があったりするの？ I get paid it. I get it. You've been like paying me so much. You're like, it's on your auto like whatever. Autocorrect. 漢字。ひらがな。Okay. Oh, I just wanted to add to like what I was saying previously. It was not always Americans that would say certain things to me. There are other Asians, there are Europeans, there were like, you know, people from like South Africa, there were people from so many different places. So like, I'm not saying that there's this one bad culture or country. It's just that it really depends on the person. Shush, don't pull me out. Okay. ということで、なんで漢字で書けるのにひらがなとかカタカナで書いたりするの？ This does have something to do with the feeling that these certain letters have. 漢字 maybe not posh, but真面目 strict, well presented. This is the image that these letters have, okay? 漢字ってなんか真面目なんですよ。しっかりしてるっていうか。ひらがな soft, warm. カタカナ sometimes mechanical. 感覚 yes, that is, I believe, the Mandarin version of it. Because in Japanese, they write it this. 感覚が違うんですね。漢字って真面目だし、ひらがなってちょっと柔らかくて温かい感じがするし、カタカナってなんかもっと機械的な気持ちがしたりするじゃないですか。If you were Japanese, I mean, you might understand this. 卵ケーキ, cake made of eggs. This is kind of like a thing. Like using a lot of eggs to make cake. People like eggs. 卵ケーキ. Tamago means eggs. And keiki, obviously being a non-Japanese word, is written in katakana. But some people might choose as a branding technique, write it in this way. 卵ケーキ. instantly to us Japanese people or people who are really associated with the Japanese letters, we would find the lower ones to be a lot more like soft, like homemade, handmade even. It just doesn't feel like it is made in a factory. So, yeah. That is the difference. Hope that helps. 卵ケーキの方が、卵ケーキよりなんか、アットホームな感じすごいするじゃないですか。ね。最近のアメリカではちょっと常識外れの人が多くなってきたから、注意した方がいいかも。ね、日本もね、多いんですわよ。I can tell you're very cautious about how people compliment you. It reminds me of when I first found you almost 2 years ago. Almost 2 years ago? And I said you were cute and you told me you were married right away. I have to be careful, you know. 2 years ago? 2 years ago? No, but you're right. I got married like a year and a half ago, didn't I? Crazy. Is that why I like X so much? Is it genetic? I think so. I have to head to bed soon. Well, Joanne-san, thank you so much for joining the stream, but it is okay to ask, could you give some encouragement for me towards my impossible dreams? I want to pass N1 one day and become a seiyuu. Wow! Cool! Could I give you some encouragement? なんかモチベーションになる言葉が欲しいですって？なぜって？声優さんになりたいんですって。いいじゃないですか。First of all, the moment you think that your dreams are impossible, you're not gonna make it. Well, my dreams were impossible because my dreams was to get into Hogwarts and look at me now. But, one thing I do want you to know is that I am from the countryside, like the countryside of Japan. We don't have any, like I've never seen for the lack of a better word, a foreigner when I was young. The very first English teacher that I had was when I went to junior high school, and I'm sorry to that teacher, but that teacher wasn't really that good of a teacher. I taught English to myself on my own because I was so obsessed with the idea of being able to become a witch and get into Hogwarts. Yes, I know. So, what can I say? If I could do it, so can you. The only thing is that you might have to put a lot of effort. I know how much of an effort you will have to put in because I've been there in your shoes. But nothing is impossible. And you are born at the right age. When you think about it, 5-10 years ago, you didn't have this many ways of being able to have free access to a lot of free content, Japanese learning content online, and I'm still trying to be that one person who can provide more content, but you can do it. It's not impossible, and imagine being able to speak both English and Japanese and being a voice actor, people are gonna love you. Do it. And credit me. Credit me once you reach the Hollywood or something. I don't know what the Hollywood equivalent of Japan is, but credit me, okay? Thank you. I'm gonna say thank you in advance. いや、絶対できる。私にできたんだから絶対できる。まあ私はね、ホグワーツに入りたいっていう一心でやってたところはありますけれども、できないわけがないの。Haki-san, have you eaten lunch yet? Remember to drink water. Thank you, Haki-san. Guess what? I actually did. I had udon, as always. Yes. 声優さんになりたいんですって。いやでもね、声優に実際になったら私のおかげですって言ってほしいなとは思いますね。I mean, you could still play Quidditch. I think people play that IRL. I was never obsessed with Quidditch. That is a no-go for me. I mean, okay, I do understand the reason why a lot of people are against the Harry Potter series, and I get it, I really do. But I do want to say something about people commenting on how non-inclusive the series was, because you have to keep in mind that that series was written decades ago. I hate to admit it, but it has been decades. Crazy, right? So, seeing characters like Cho-chan, Asian, smart but also cute. It was huge inspiration to me. I was like, I have never read a single book that has an Asian who is not depicted as an ugly person who is like really into computers, but like cute. Everyone's flocking over her. Yes. So yeah, go Cho-chan. She's the queen. I will think I want to be pera pera in Japanese like how you are pera pera in English, in Eigo. Pera pera naremasu yo. So, wait, does that mean you haven't been to Universal Studios Japan? Nah, I've been there plenty of times. That was like the go-to amusement park, theme park growing up. That was the closest big one I had access to. So yeah. Do let me know when that time comes. 頑張って。頑張って。教えてね。私の名前をクレジットしてね。あ、こんばんは。Welcome. Okay. 61 more to go. Too bad she was only really present in Order of Phoenix. What do you mean? Goblet of Fire? She was still there. So, I need to have the childlike wonder of wanting to get into the Ninja Academy to learn Japanese and follow in the steps of Naruto. Honestly, I honestly think that really is the reason why kids do it better. Because you don't doubt. Like, I never doubted that the Quidditch scenes in the movies were CGI. I never even, like, I really thought that people were being on broomsticks and, like, muggle camera people were, like, flocking over them and shooting the movie. I really thought that was the case. I never thought that green screens was a thing. Silly me, though. It's okay. That got me to where I'm at now. So grateful. Next, 次行きましょう。I'm gonna wait. Is there other questions? We need 60 more. Gosh, I hate to admit it's 60 more. So let's get you to Universal's Orlando. I would die. I've been to Universal Japan. I'm sorry, but ours is so much better. Wow. Well, we have anime collabs, so that makes us better. We have the Apothecary Diary collabs going on right now. I recently went to Detective Conan collabs. It was crazy good. You have to be able to understand Japanese to really enjoy that, huh? I didn't even know that as Star Wars prequels, every clone was in CGI. They were? See? Nice, that's a great way to grow up. I've had butterbeer at Universal Studios in California. It was really nice and sweet. That is something I cannot agree with ever again, like in my life. Butterbeer is just like straight up sugar. 自画自賛。自画自賛。私、すごいからね。いいの。Okay. I saw that Conan show. I understood nothing. Well, what can I say? Like, you're here now. You're gonna study with me. Next time you go, you'll be better. Funny short story. I tried to read Harry Potter books. It didn't click with me. And my mom got curious and read my books. And she got hooked with the series. You know, it resonates with somebody. Nintendo World in USJ was cool. Right? Never been there, though. Sugar is an American diet. What can we say? Yes. Bedtime. Good night, sensei. Everybody, leave a comment or two, not comment, like a question or two before going to bed. We have 61 more to go. It is 3 o'clock and I want to end the stream before 6 o'clock. 6時までに終わらせたい。あと3時間。So, everyone asks questions so she can end stream without breaking it into 2 parts. Yes, please. I'm like desperate at this point. 4 hours in. Okay. Thank you, Amage-san. Cultural question. Maybe more of tone. While writing 100% formally, does subtly using tamego even a greater sense of being sincere? ガチのガチで一番好きな曲です。いいやつ。よし。質問来た。質問来た。ありがとうございます。By the way, タメ口, for those of you who don't know, is the casual way of speech, not the formal. はい。タメ口。はい、そうです。while writing 100% formally or speaking 100% formally, does suddenly using タメ口 ever give a greater sense of being sincere? Yes. For those of you who are a little bit more advanced in Japanese, I want you to pay close attention to how people actually speak IRL. Yes, I'm always speaking at least in Teinego. Not just Keigo, like Teinego is like the lowest level of Keigo. Like this is what you always want to have. Like the lowest level of being respectful. But when you look at when you listen to other people speaking, you will probably realize that a lot of the times people actually switch back and forth between Keigo and Tamego. And like you said here, add some Tamego words, like casual words here and there. The reason why we do that is because it shows that you're trying to be friendly with each other. Even a person like me, even me, who always likes to be formal, I would always like throw in here and there Tamego phrases, because that is a way to get closer to people, including your audiences, which is what I'm trying to do here, you know? いや、これ、なんか、意外と意識してないと、あれって思うことだと思うんですけど、日本人ってずーっと敬語じゃないんですよ。例えば同僚とか友達とかであったりでもいいんですけど、と話すときって、絶対に、敬語の中にタメ口が入ってると思いません？ほんとそうっていうのもそうだし、マジでですかみたいな感じで。こうやってちょくちょくタメ語を入れることによって、少し、相手との距離をね、近づけようみたいなところがあるので、それはそうなんです。敬語って使うときっても使ってないときでも効力を発しているのでね、それは覚えておいていただきたいと思います。I do want you to keep in mind that 敬語 using or not using has a specific type of like quality to it. If you're using keigo, you are formal. Sometimes you might be too professional and you might feel like you are being a little bit unapproachable. Not using keigo might come off as friendly, yes, but it can also come off as rude. It's all about the balance, keeping the right balance. So thank you so much for your question. ありがとうございます。ね。I have a sweet tooth. チョコレートが大好き。Sweet tooth. Let's say that in Japanese. Sweet tooth. We have a word for it. よいしょ。ね。お姉様ファイトありがとうございます。もうよくあるやつ。思ってたより時間がかかるやつ。そういうのが多い。I have a sweet tooth. Sweet tooth. 面白くないです？ I think this is such an interesting English word. Like people underestimate how interesting this word is. Sweet, 甘い tooth. 歯です。甘い歯。これ甘党のことなんですね。でも、使い方。私は甘い歯を持っている。I have a sweet tooth. っていう風に使います。In Japanese, we say 甘党。党 means like a political party. So, 私は甘党です。Like, you know, I'm not trying to bring politics in here. I'm just saying this to like, you know, express and explain this. Like people usually go around and say things like, I'm a Republican, you know? Imagine that you're saying that, but trying to express that you have a sweet tooth. That is how you use this word. I have a sweet tooth. I am a amato. It can be Democrat. I don't really care. But yes, that is how you use it. Cool, isn't it? そう。弊社の甘派みたいな感じ。まあ、そう、イメージとしてはそう、派みたいな感じ。派閥とかね。Yes, it's like you're part of a group. You're part of a big group. A big group of people who are really into sweet stuff. そうそうそう。ね。 So, that's what it is. 甘党、イェイ !We're down to 59. よし、59. このまま行きましょう。Okay.What is the meaning of 取るに in the following sentence? 桃が様からすれば取るに足らないものでしょう。取るに足らない。This, you actually want to, like, treat it as, not 取るに, but 取るに足らない。桃が様って誰? Who the heck is 桃が様? 取るに itself would not really mean anything, sadly. It's 取るに足らない。取るに足らない。This is the kanji for it. This is an idiom. Memorize as a whole. 足らない。足りる means to have sufficient amount of. 足らない it's insufficient. 取るに足らない means insignificant or insufficient. I'm pretty sure insufficient is not spelled this way. Oh, it was. Okay, never mind. I'm sometimes good at English. ただいまお帰りなさい。So, main character, the enemy overload. Oh, I see. モモンガ様からすれば取るに足らないものでしょう。ってことですけれどもね。そう。私は私も甘党。はい。Still trying my best to type with the Microsoft MIE option. You're doing great. ということでね、取るに足らない insufficient. モモンガ様からすれば取るに足らないものでしょう。I am guessing that this モモンガ様 person is super strong. And so, somebody is telling モモンガ様, Sir モモンガ or Mrs. モモンガ, whatever the pronoun, like, gender is, that it is insufficient. Like, whoever モモンガ様 is trying to fight is probably way too weak for モモンガ様's original strength. So, again, memorize 取るに足らない as it is. Not just 取るに or 足らない。取るに足らない is an idiom. ということで、取るに足らないはイディオムです。ありがとうございます。Moving on. Next. 次行きましょう。かなたさん、こんにちは。お勉強しに来てくださってありがとうございます。たくさん質問してってください。あと58個答えたりするまで、終われないんで。やばい。What's a polite way to ask if someone wants something or offer someone something in the Japanese culture? Next! Thank you so much for the question. I thought you were asleep. Feel free to go to bed, okay? But thank you so much for the question. よし。〇〇いかがですか? A lot of you might know どうですか? どうですか means like how is it? Which is okay, but if you want to ask it politely, you can say いかがですか? And in the first like two bubbles, you can put in anything that you want. Like if I were to say, would you like some water? お水いかがですか? チョコレートいかがですか? Or, ケーキいかがですか? 蜂蜜いかがですか? 蜂蜜ハニーいかがですか? So yeah, that would be a good one. 何が好き? しきちゃん? ルビーちゃん? はーい。何が好き? チョコミントよりも、なった。アムちゃん? はーい。何が好き? ストロベリーフレーバーよりも、なった。しきちゃん? はーい。何が好き? クッキー&クリームよりも、ナットじゃないんです。No. 何が好き? Very childish. As catchy as it sounds. Don't ask 何が好き. いかがですか is like the highest level of 敬語, highest level of honorifics. You're showing a lot of respect. はい。です。The brain rot. I love it. Everyone's so obsessed with it. ということで、いかがですか? いかがですか? いかがですかはすっごくね、知っといていい言葉だと思う。You have to be the one offering it though. はい。 発音が良すぎて、水木先生のルビーちゃんたちかっこいい。シキちゃんってこと？はーい。アメリカよ。ルビーちゃん。はい。何が好き？チョコミントよりもあなた。ってことは？ダメだ。あんまりやってたらね、もうキャンセルされちゃう。もう燃える。やめとこう。よし、次。Next. Is it true that it is rude to tip people in Japan? Why? Is it true that it's rude to tip people in Japan? And why is that? 日本でチップって失礼なのってことですけれども。Is it rude? My answer is no. Are people used to it? Absolutely not. Can people get confused by it? Absolutely yes. So yeah. There's no such thing as rude. I really don't understand why people started to consider it rude because I used to work in customer service. I would have loved to receive tips. Tipping culture, yes. ケンさん、アイスクリーム代助かりたい。ありがとうございます。Thank you for the ice cream. Nice spot, thank you. よくわかんないことしてたらスパチャをいただいてしまった。アイスキーリムで草、やめてくれ。もう、はい。ということでね、別に、チップが失礼だとは私は正直思わないです。でも、慣れてないかって言われたら日本人慣れてないですわよね。慣れてないし、なんか、って困惑しちゃうとは思います。And so, I would say, just say that you did offer a tip. I think that's actually okay. If a person gets confused, just take it back. I think that's okay too. If the person goes thank you, just leave it with them. If you really want a tip though. いや、これ、正直、どうしてもチップしたいならすればいいと思う。もうね、もうそのサービスへのありがとうだから。いいと思うし、受け取る側が、ってなったら、ってなればいいと思う。かな？Okay, I do need to go to sleep now. I can't keep my eyes open. Thank you so much for staying here. Thank you so much. I'm so sleepy. Hope you reached the goal of questions, Mizuki. I really hope so too. Thank you. Well, we're getting a lot closer to half, so I think we'll be able to make it. はい。ってことでね。I would say that sometimes people might consider it confusing because of the tax system. We have to pay income tax in Japan and we'll probably be where does the tipping thing go? まあ、正直所得税を払う上で、チップどこに行けばいいのっていうのはあるかもしれないですね。はい。チップはいくらぐらいお渡しするのが平均なのでしょうか？ Ooh, that's a good question. How much average should you tip?これはですね、レストランによります。From my own experience, a lot of you are a lot more, used to tipping than I am, so tell me how it actually is done. But from my experience, it does, depend on the restaurant or the place that you go to. But in my experience, I would usually tip 20% if I were to go to not too fine of a dining, but go on a date type stuff.なんか、デート的な女友達で、ちょっとおしゃれなとこ行くとかだったら 20% ぐらいかなーってのが私の思うとこですわね。not just dating, but just say that you're on a girl's night out, or, you're doing a brunch. 20%, 30%, am I right? I've never really been to fancy schmancy places, but, oh no, never mind, I have. 待って、行ったことあるわ。やばいとこ。Oh, can I tell you something? 待って。今まで言ったことないことある。Okay, a little bit of a backstory. I did TA jobs, when I was in university. As an international student, you are allowed to work up to 19 hours a week. As long as it's on campus. So I would take janitor jobs, library jobs, TA jobs, whatever was available for me within my schedule. And I really got close to a lot of the professors thanks to it. There's this one winter that a professor took me around to a different state because he was doing a little research and I was I wasn't getting paid for it, like, but he would, like, support, like, he would, like, like, I was, well, anyways. And, he was, I don't want to get into too much detail because I really don't want people to, like, dox me, but, we just visited a bunch of people from different backgrounds. It was about education, like it was a study on education. And there's this person who used to live in Japan who was like, I have never met a Japanese person since I left Japan, and he was like really excited about it. And I was like his daughter's age, and like his daughter and I like got along really well. And this person who was extremely rich took me to a restaurant that like the appetizers was like lobster mac and cheese type stuff, like steak type stuff, like crazy rich place, a place that I've never even been to, like a place that I would probably never be able to, pay my entire life. Crazy. そう、なんか私、大学時代に、いろんな、バイトをしてたんですよ。ありがたいことに、アメリカは、学生ビザ、留学ビザだったら、週19時間までだと思うんですけど、校内で働けるんですよね。だから、校内でトイレゴシゴシしたり、図書館で働くっつってもね、なんか勉強しながら給料もらうようなもんですからありがたいもんなんですけど、したり、教授の助手みたいなことをしたりね、お手伝いね、アシスタントしたりみたいないろいろしてたんですよね。その関係で、いろんな方と仲良くなることができて、とある教授がね、ある冬休みに、ちょっと、リサーチにね、一緒に来ないって連れてってくださったことがあって、その時に超お金持ちの人たちに出会う機会があったんですよ。もう超お金持ち。なんかセスナ持ってるの。初めて見た。Like, I'm saying crazy rich as in like they have Cessnas. I mean crazy rich as in like they had a Christmas tree that was like filling up 3 stories of their house. Like their front entrance, like their entrance of their mansions was like so high. They have to bring a specific contractor to build their Christmas tree up. Not build because it was a real deal, It was like 5 meters tall. Crazy. なんか5メートルのクリスマスツリーが玄関にあるみたいなガチの金持ち。Also, another thing I learned about them is that really, really, really rich people are the nicest people ever. They're like, so nice. Like, I always thought that like rich people were snobby. Turns out that the real snobs are people who are not quite there yet. そこでもね、学んだんですけど、ガチの金持ちって本当に優しくって、本当にいろんなことしてる。なんか、ちょっと意地悪な、なんていうの、成金タイプって本当に、そこまでまだ金持ちじゃない人たちなんだってのが初めて分かった。ね。Did they have like every... Yes, like that rich. I know. I would be so nervous going into their house. Even when they're nice, I'm always worried of looking back. I was like so nervous. So nervous. I'm not gonna drop names, but I've even met like authors, like who are so like famous. なんか名前は言わないけど、超有名な作家の方とかにもあった。ですけど、okay, going back to the story of tipping. And one of them like kind of like took me under their wings. Like it was so nice. なんかそのうちの一人の方が昔日本に住んでたことがあるっていう方で、しかもその方の娘さんと私が同い年だったんですね。で、本当に優しくしてくださって、せっかくアメリカ来たんだから美味しいもの食べなきゃみたいな感じで、超高いレストランに連れてってくださったんですよ。前菜にね、ロブスターマッケンチーズが出てくんの。ロブスターみたいな。これ美味しいから頼みなとかって頼んでくださって、もう味しなかった。緊張しすぎて。I'm not gonna lie, I was so nervous I couldn't taste anything about that lobster mac and cheese. And then there's like steak and stuff. And he left a $300 tip. Because guess what? The server that served us, turns out that he was like, he was an immigrant and And he was trying to support his own family, and he was still like pretty young, and he was trying to also save money for university. Who knows like if it was a lie or not? It sounded very, very true. But he was like, you know what? I know this isn't much, but we're gonna leave a pretty good tip. And he left a $300 tip. 300! Not 3,000. 300, not 3,000. And I was like, dang. And so like, you know, tipping, like you have to write it down on the check, right? なんかチップってどうやって払うかって言ったら、レシートに書き込むんですよ。カード社会だから、チップこれくらいあげますよって書いて、それで合計額を自分で計算して出すんですよね。So like 300 was the amount that he wrote down, and then he left $1,000 cash on the table. And he just like wrote a little note saying, like, you can do this. I believe in you. And I was like, dang. You know, if I ever become to be rich, I want to become like him. And it wasn't just that. He would do like a lot of volunteer work. But he was very careful about his money. He was very careful so that he wouldn't give money to weird people. People who he didn't know, that like he only trusted his money with people that he could tell that they would use his money for good. And so I was like, this is the real rich. Wow. なんか So, I want a $300 tip. I want a $300 tip too. いや、だからもうなんかね、そうで、300ドルをね、チップで残しても300ドル、300×140 して、それが日本円、5万ぐらいかなっていうのが、その、ウェイターの方が、なんか普通にね、会話をするから、なんかどこから来たのってその方、移民の方で、多分まだ20代とか、すごい若い方だったんですよね。20代後半とかかなわかんないけど。で、なんか移民で来たんだで、なんか家族がいて、なんか自分の家族のために働いてて、こうやって働けるの感謝してるみたいなこと言ってらっしゃったんですよね。でも、できたらいつか大学行きたいなって思ってるんだ、みたいな。そんなね、身の上話をするとかじゃなくて、簡単にね、お話しするタイプですわよ。で、その方に300ドルのチップを残したの。で、その後、1000ドルのキャッシュ。1000ドルって、10万ですよ。をバンって置いて、ちっちゃいメモに、頑張って応援してるって書いて、いやだから私、これが本当の金持ちなんだって思って。でもなんか、その方ね、絶対自分のお金を簡単にあげるような方じゃないっていうか、ちゃんとこのお金をいいことに使ってもらえるってのが分かったら惜しみなく募金するし、なんか本当に尊敬するなって思ったの。もし私が人生で金持ちになることがあったら、ああなりたい。本当に思う。Like, I would love to reach his level. Like, insane. Okay. So, めんどくせえシステム。いや、ほんと。Maybe the $300 will be shared by the restaurant among other staff, but the cash on table will directly go to Mr. Service. Oh, that makes so much sense. I never, like, put that puzzle pieces together. そういうことか。300ドルは、レストランの他のスタッフとシェアされて、でも、1000ドルは、そのサーバーの方のもの、そのウェイターの方のものになるんだ。うわー、すごい。Wow, giving me chills. That is insane. Okay, so, sorry, that was a long story, but that was on tipping. ごめんなさい。チップは20% から 30% がいいんじゃないかなと思います。300ドルはやりすぎかな。お金があったらね、そういうのも全然ありだと思う。けどね、almost like a philanthropist. He was. I mean, I'm pretty sure a lot of rich people actually are. Real rich people, not the snobby ones. Real rich people. So, during Christmas a couple of years ago, me and my friend went out to eat late night because it was special holiday. My friend and I left a nice lady a $300 tip. Felt awesome. Isn't that what the true Christmas spirit is? I mean, I don't really know about religions, but like, religion is supposed to make people happy, and I think that is what the Christmas spirit is supposed to be. That is so awesome. Whoa. 投資じゃんね、それも。いや、投資。しかも、自分に返ってくる投資じゃなくて、世界に対する投資。素敵ですわよね。 頑張ってる人に応援できると思うとチップは素敵なシステムですね。そうなんですよ。その代わり頑張ってない人でもね、チップは残さなきゃいけないっていうシステムでもある。OK、そんな風な金持ちになれたらいいな。いや、そんな風なお金持ちになりたい。But you know what I will do if I ever get rich? I'm gonna build a shelter and I'm gonna like fill that shelter with dogs. It's gonna be my own heaven. で、私が金持ちになってもやること決まってっから。ね、シェルター作る。犬シェルター作って、ふわふわに囲まれて、ああ、幸せって言われただけだからね。Okay. I've gone out and bought Thanksgiving dinners for like 10 people before for a few years. Can't do it anymore. That is so nice of you. You know, I still remember one Thanksgiving, a roommate of mine, like, invited me to her own family's Thanksgiving because, like, I didn't have a place to go. I didn't even care. I don't even celebrate Thanksgiving. And I was like, people are so nice. That is why I do like the States. Like, I do like people. Not everybody, but it taught me so much. なんかアメリカ悪いって言われることも多いけど、私ね、本当にいい人たくさんあったから、ほんと捨てたもんじゃねえなと思いますわよ。ね。May I ask, do we have our own kanji name or is it alright to use katakana name? Okay, sorry. Going back to questions. ごめんなさい。もうこうやってね、もう時間どんどん取っちゃうからよくないの。Okay. Do you have your own kanji name? The simple answer is no. Do you use katakana for your name? Yes. Some people do try to give themselves kanji names by trying to figure out what, like, sounds might fit in their name, but sometimes it works well, sometimes it doesn't. Katakana name usually is the way you would want to write your names in. ということで、自分の名前、私たちの、つまり外国人とかね、日本語じゃない文化圏の名前、まあ、漢字圏じゃない文化圏の名前には、漢字って存在するのって質問なんですけど、ないんですね。その代わり、カタカナを使うことができます。たまにね、自分で、これが私の漢字ネームっていう方もいらっしゃいますけど、それを当てはめてみるのも面白いかもしれないですね。逆に気に食わないサービスされた時、チップは25セント効果を置くみたいなこと聞いたことがある。いや、それはケチかもね。でもわかる。By the way, I was just wondering, Oha comes from Ohio, right? So what about konnichiwa? Can you just say kon? Also, I heard you can say konnichiwa. Is that true? When do you use it? Ooh, I like that. よし、ということで、次の質問行きましょう。オハっておはようの略なんですよね。だから、コンって言ったりできるの？コンチャって言えるって本当ってことですけど、above all, I would say yes. Oha is short for Ohayo. Will people IRL say it? Not really. This is more of like an internet lingo. でも、オハってリアルではあんま言わないですよね。I used to say it when I was in elementary school. まあ、小学生の頃とかは、小学生女子私がやってた頃、ランドセル背負って学校行ってた頃はやってたかもしれない。おはーみたいなね。Yes, when I still had that like backpack on my back. When I was in elementary school, I might have said oha to my friends every day, but it's a bit of a childish thing if you were to do it IRL. So you might want to keep it at ohayo. But again, internet is internet. Internet is an interesting place. People still do it on internet. Kon itself might not be used as much, but if you are in the VTuber community, some people say kon to address konnichiwa. Koncha is just like a shortened version. Say, like, imagine people say hello, but shorten it to hi. It's kind of like that. You do use it when you are in a friendly, like, space, but it can come off a little bit geeky. I know, sorry. For a lack of a better word, I'm using the term geeky. But I hope that makes sense. で、オハはおはようの略だし、こんにちはの略じゃないですけど、として、例えば VTuber の界隈では、こんなんとかって言ったりするのも事実。こんちゃっていうのも事実ですけれども、だがしかし、これを 現実でするとなるとちょっと違うかなっていうのはありますね。インターネットはフリーダムですからね。Keep in mind, the internet is a free place. Okay. As a tourist visiting Japan, is there a better way to ask a person than すみません? Show the translated question on phone. はい。観光客として日本を訪れてるとき、すみませんって言って、翻訳画面を見せるよりも、いい人に質問をする方法はありますかということですけど、Let me drink some water. そうですね。すみませんか。If you would like to try and learn basic ways to ask where places are, はどこですか? But it's not always that you want to ask where to go, right? Honestly, I would say go to the police station. Police box? Really? The police is there to show directions. So yeah, you can go to a Japanese person, but a lot of the times people are there to commute or go to school and stuff. And so it might be I know this is probably not the answer you were looking for, but it might be nicer to just go to the police and ask and let them do the job, I guess. かな?これ難しいですね。個人的に多分求められてる回答と違うってのはわかるんですけれども、でもね、どうしても街中行く人って、お仕事行ってたり、学校行ってますみたいなね。用事があって外に出てる方がほとんどっていうのも考慮した上で、普通に警察に行くのがいいかもしれないかなと私は思いますね。Normally, you can bow and hand them your phone. Quite polite, I think. Yes, it is polite. It is definitely polite. And then just leave with ありがとうございます or 本当にありがとうございます and you should be good. But thanks for asking. ありがとうございます Next, 3 questions. Yes! 3 questions. Oh, okay. Well, I mean, I'm gonna count this as 3. いや、もういいや。これ、数えますわ。I think I'm being 3 questions. I guess this is about me. 私に対する質問ですわね。質問1。お金貯金しますか?質問2。どうやって貯金しますか?質問3。何のために貯金してますか?ってことですけど、1. Do you save money? I do. But I did use up most of my savings because I just moved and purchased a soundproof room. Also, I paid and got a driver's license in May, and I also paid for this Japanese teacher license course. And so it's not just the move, but I am bankrupt right now. But it's okay. It's okay. How do I save? By not VTubing. That is so bad. I never thought that doing VTubing would cost so much money. It is because I am obsessed with commissioning stuff. It's bad. My goal for this year is to make it 0, plus minus 0. I've always was on the red zone. This year, I don't even need to be on the good zone. I just need to be flat. Yeah, that's my goal. What are you saving for next? I am trying to save up for a new computer because my computer is 12 years old. It is secondhand. です。はい、これの回答ですね。貯金してますか?してたんですけど、引っ越ししたのと防音室買ったのと、5月に免許取って、あと日本語教師のね、資格のために、10万払って、今スカンカランです。どうやって貯金しますか?あんま活動しないとたまりますね。活動したらするほど私金がなくなっていくシステムなので。はい。何のために貯金してますか?でも次はね、パソコン買いたいと思ってます。 今の私のパソコン、中古でね、今12年ものなんで、良くないですわね。Okay, thank you for the question. 3 questions, yay. Okay, what's the best way to address a person when you don't know their name? I know using あなた is considered a bit rude because it puts them below you, so what's the best way to address a stranger? Ooh. Thank you for asking. Yes, I know. Did you know? Saying あなた is actually super rude. あなたって結構失礼なんですわよね。あんま使わない方がいい。あなたね、みたいなね、ニュアンスございますから。よくないんですわよね。So how would you address people? You just don't call them. You just say, すみません。And you're good. これ簡単。すみませんって言えばいいの。ほんとそんだけ。Just say すみません and you're good. Like really, that's it. はい。あなた like, the question said, it does make it sound like you're looking down on a person. In Japanese, you either call them by their name or don't call them or describe a person by how they look. Like, you know, the person who is wearing a red hat type of a thing. 彼女 also isn't that commonly used. Unless you're trying to refer to a boyfriend, girlfriend. So, in a way, like, calling somebody in a way that is not their name is, I guess, considered a bit rude. Unless you can call them by, like, their occupation, for example. Like, you can call people sensei. Or, you know, 店員さん, like, store clerk さん. 駅員さん, like, station master さん type stuff. But if you don't know how to address them, just don't address them. Do not use あなた。あなたは本当に使わない方がいいです。多分皆様思ってるより失礼に当たるんじゃないかなと思います。So, and that the default pronouns were default. Really? Wonder why the decline rate on Skeb is very high. Well, decline rate on Skeb is a bit different, I'm pretty sure. Maybe like they just didn't have enough time for it. I don't know. Sorry about that. That's sad. But yeah, I hope that helps. So just say すみません, excuse me, and start talking. That's good enough. Or if you're in like Kansai region, you can say お姉さん、お兄さんとかお父さんとかね。なんか西日本とかだったら、お姉さんとか、ちょっとお父さんみたいに言ってもいいと思うんですけど、私、関東多分そういう感じじゃないだろうなっていうのはなんとなくわかるから。Okay. Thank you for your question. Moving up next. Yay, I'm receiving so many questions. やった、なんか質問が増えてる嬉しいぞ。Lawson 7 Famima, which do you like the most? Family Mart.It's my favorite. ファミマ一番大好きです。はい。あなたでは失礼なので、そこもとを使いましょう。そこもとって何？そこもと？そうやって調べる。私の知らない日本語が出てきてしまった。そこもと、保護じゃないですか。あなたはそちらという意味では二人称の代名詞として使われます。主に武士なのはダメじゃないですか。またやばいオタクが増えるじゃないですか。はい。ということね。ファミマ is my favorite. It even has the term family in it. They treat me like family. What can go wrong with that? 7-Eleven? Guess what? It's really only the tourists that really like 7-Eleven. 7-Eleven doesn't really have a good name to it in Japan. Okay. Lawson, their dairy products, amazing. そしたらね、第一、ファミマ、もうファミマが最高。大好きファミマ。で、その後、ローソンですね。やっぱローソンさんはね、乳製品7は悔い改めなさい。と思います。ありがとうございます。観光客の方7好きすぎ。他のとこ行きなさい。はい、次。Oh my gosh! Grandpa Senor san for the Petan fund of the new Persocon fund. Personal computer? Thank you so much! わ、ありがとうございます。 Yes! ファミチキ I hear is amazing. ファミチキ美味しい。ファミチキ美味しいです。But, ファミカラもね、美味しい。Like, I think ファミカラ is very underrated. They even have 唐揚げ。ファミカラ本当に美味しいから食べてほしい。ファミチキ美味しいんですよ。Like, ファミチキ is really good too. But like, they even have ファミカラ which is family mart 唐揚げ。ファミカラ is so good. ファミカラ本当に美味しいから、なんでみんな食べないんだろうって思う。いや、ファミカラで行きましょう、ファミカラで。ローソンはもちぷよです。If you go to Lawson, please try もちぷよ大好き。日本語の一人称、二人称、三人称の多さよ。かわいそうですよね、我々ね。Yes! ファミカラ so good! ファミカラ so good! Yes! I love it when people actually try it. Okay, thank you. Next, where was I? Where I'm from, we're taught to avoid cops at all costs, really. Don't worry, in Japan, well, some cops are bad, but most of them are good. At least not a lot of them are, like, going solo, especially if you're not in the countryside. So it should be okay. Now I work part-time at konbini. You do? Sometimes when I talk to my coworkers, they use tamekuchi, but sometimes they also use keigo. Question, which one should I use? Because sometimes they change their mode. Ooh, I like that. はい。私もコンビニで働いてますってことで、うわ、お疲れ様です。コンビニ大変ですからね。私働いたことないけど。私メイン一番好きだったのは日雇いなんで。ちょっと違うジャンルかな。そう。ということでね、コンビニで働いてる際、同僚の方が敬語使ったりタメ口使ったりする、どっち使えばいいのってことですね。I would say this might be hard, but try using both. If the same person is using both keigo and tamego, my guess is that they're using keigo when talking about work and using tamego when talking about personal stuff. And I think that's an indication that they're trying to get closer to you. Like they want to be like better, like coworkers or even friends. And so, do the same. Start off by using keigo, and then once you're getting used to it, try to determine when they actually use tameguchi. When you determine when they use tameguchi, you should be able to figure out like at what times they would use it. They might start using tameguchi when they're a little bit more excited, and then you can use tameguchi when you're excited too. It's the mirroring thing, you know, psychology, human psychology. It works. Mirror them. Yes. ということでね、多分なんですけれども、この方の同僚の方ね、バンクさんね、の同僚の方は、多分、もうちょっと近くなりたいなって思ってるとか、なんかもうちょっと友達っぽく接してるんじゃないかなって思うんですよね。で、なんとなくですけれども、多分ね、コンビニで働いてるってことは、お仕事についてお話しするときは敬語で、個人的な話だとタメ語とかもあると思うんですよね。なので最初は、どういう時に敬語使ってるんだろうっていうのを見てみて、それをもとに自分も少しずつ変えていくってのがいいんじゃないかなと思います。でももちろんね、ベースは敬語がいいと思います。ありがとうございました。That's really good. That's a really good question. Thank you. ね。食べてほしいのイントネーションが西寄りだったの嘘。マジで。できるだけ気をつけてるんですけれども。こんなこともあるのね。Okay.Next. Hi, Mizuki-san. Ooh, Chandler-san! How have you been? I know. How's your dolls? っていうことでね。next. 次なんだろう。The question is, how deep should your bow be when you show them your phone? Well, although it might be silly, it can be pretty nice to know, right? So let's do this.いや、まあなんか、ちょっと、はははみたいな質問かもだけど、でも実際ね、必要な知識ですよね。15 degrees to 30 degrees, I have to say. 15度から30度もこんぐらいでいいです。just like this one. And say, すみません。お願いします。 I know a lot of people say that Japanese people are apologetic, but it also has to do with the culture of humility. だから日本人って謝りすぎって言われることもあるんですけれども、文化として謙遜っていう文化があるので、like, you know, I know, like, depending on the culture you're from, you might find this a little bit weird, and you might want to, like, not, you know, abide by it, but, like, when in Rome, do as the Romans do, you know? まあでもね、郷にいれば郷に従えってことで、覚えておいてほしいのが、謙遜である必要があるっていうことですね。Humility, being humble should be like the default setting in Japan. And so when people ask others for, you know, advice or questions, or even like in this case, they're asking for a favor, right? Like handing them over the phone and like asking them to take their time to do something for you. So, like acting humble is actually the way to go, which is the reason why you want to bow. Bowing 45 degrees, I would say, is a way too much. Like, you know, you also don't want to overdo it because it can come off a little bit odd. And so 15 degrees, 30 degrees, well, a little, like, you know, 15 degrees, just say すみません、お願いします and say ありがとうございます when it ends. Thank you. This, no. So, haha, this is true. There's been moments where I've been in DM, and because I broke from first and used Tameguchi, when I found something really funny, they said, they start to loosen up. Yeah, it's like the loosening up. But it's not like you would immediately change into Tameguchi, right? It's a slow process. To be honest, I missed your stream. Every time hearing your voice made me relax. By the way, I went to a cat cafe yesterday. Cat cafe! Doing things that I will never be able to do. I'm allergic to cats. ということで、ありがとうございます。Thank you for your question. Okay, 46 more to go. Not bad, not bad. あと46ってことでね、悪くないんじゃないでしょうか。I'm gonna take a little break. Why? I need to go to the bathroom because I don't want to pee my pants. And I'll be back. So feel free to ask any questions in the chat while I'm gone, okay? I'll be back in like 2 minutes. I'm also gonna go get some more water. ちょっとね、お水をもうちょっと取ってきたりもするのと、漏らさないようにお手洗いに行ってまいりますので、少々お待ちくださいませ。OK。Okay, I'm back. ということで戻ってまいりました。The background music is nice, right? Well, I'm going to tweet. I'm going to tweet and be like, please come with questions. We need like 46 more. ちょっと、あと46なんで、ちょっと質問しに来てくださいってツイートします。Are a bit over halfway. 40. We need more questions. And ask whatever questions you have on Japanese as a language or culture. Right. And if any of you, I am very sorry if I like accidentally missed any of your questions. Feel free to comment again. I'm sorry. I tried to like read all of it, but turns out I am not really that good. Ernesto-san. Mizuki said, how formal and informal is it to use domo by itself and use saying thanks? Thank you in advance. Well, thank you so much for the question. ありがとうございます。Okay. Okay. How formal / informal it is used to do どうもはね、I would say a little above casual, not too formal. So for example, just say that you just shopped at a convenience store. It's okay for you to say どうも. If you want to be a little bit more formal or nice, you can say どうもありがとうございます or どうもありがとう. But itself, it's not the most casual. It's still a little bit more on like it's not on the formal side. It's like right in between casual and formal. なんか私の中で敬語とタメ語の中間みたいなイメージはありますよね。どうもっていうのは。So, idol meeting? Are you an idol? This is a question. Do you want to be an idol? Do I want to be an idol? Not really. Do I want to take singing classes? Yes. Do I want to try dancing? Yes. Do I want to be an idol? Not really. Oh, should I like mark that? Okay, that's my answer on Domo. Thank you so much for asking. アイドルになりたいですかって質問いただきました。そうですね、ダンスレッスン受けてみたいとか、ボイトレ受けてみたいってのあるけど、アイドルになりたいかって言ったら絶対なりたくないです。That is, yeah, I don't think I will. That's not my thing. ね。Singing classes, I donate for that. Really? But singing classes are honestly a bit expensive. Like, I can definitely afford it, but probably not right now because I'm a bit busy. Maybe after like November, after my test. That would be cool. I'm sorry, did Sensei answer my questions just now? I don't know. What questions did you ask? I feel bad. Which questions? Hi. Have you... Oh no. Sorry. Something is here. Sorry, wait a little second. There's something at the door. ちょっと持ってくるから。Sorry, it's because I ordered ink. 多分インクをね、オーダーしたんですよ。印刷のね、プリンターのインク。Good. No need to get doxed. よしよし、見バレは防げたはず。だったらね。Which one was it? Have you ever been in a situation that you actually understand what people talking in another language and they didn't know? I get a quite fun one and very bad one from this. Oh, yes! どうしたの? Oh, little lady's here, by the way. お嬢様います。挨拶する? ワンって言える? Can she bark? No. She's like, no. いやって言ってる。何してんの? これはね、これは違うの。ママのインク。 違うよ。ごめんね。おやつとかじゃないんだけど。She's just like sniffing all over the place. ちゃんとお水飲んでる？ね。お嬢様こんにちはって言われてるよ。People are saying hi to you, baby. Oh, she decided to like use the bed right behind me. なんか私の後ろにいることにしたみたい。For those of you who are new here, this is little lady. She's the dog. She's cute. ね、これはお嬢様です。お嬢様は犬です。お嬢様こんにちは。はい。こんにちはだね。Okay. Continuing on. Oh my gosh, it's already 4 o'clock. 待って、もう4時。はい。これね、めっちゃ面白い。I mean, I know this is not like a cultural thing, but I think it's really interesting, so let's answer this. はい、ということで。なんか、他の人が別の言語で喋ってて、でも、なんか、あなた全然その言語分かってたみたいなことあるってことなんですけど、全然ありません。Yeah, just like you said, I have, like, experienced this both in Japanese and in English. There's some bad stuff that people said about me, but there's also, like, some good stuff people said about me, so I'm okay with that. The really interesting one, though. Super interesting one. A tourist. This is why you can't, like, you have to make sure, you know, like, you have to keep in mind that there's plenty of Japanese people who actually do understand, English. Because there's this person, this happened pretty recently. That was like, you know, on the train. And this person was so complaining about, like, how nasty the Japanese trains are, and he was like, it stinks, and I was like, I know. It's summer. I'm sorry, but it stinks, I know. So that was something that was pretty interesting. なんか最近あったので、ちょっと面白かったのが、普通に電車乗っててね、多分英語がわかる人があんまりいないっていうか、日本人英語わからないと思ってる人がね、多分多いと思うから。乗ってたらね、なんか多分観光客の方が、もうほんと臭いんだけど日本の電車臭いとか言ってて、いや、そうなんですわよね。もう夏臭いんですわよって思って。ごめんなさいって思った。でもね、皆様周りにね、自分の話す言語がわかる方がどこにいるかわかんないから、気をつけて生活しましょうね。ということです。はい。I'm gonna count this down. I'm gonna count this as 1. ね。Do you have a schedule for streams? No. I usually do. Not until I get my certificate. Sorry. So, if at an arcade, what's the best way to ask someone to play a game with you, like fighting game, politely? I don't know. I wish I could answer this, but since I just can't, I think I'm gonna skip. I'll ask the chat and see if anybody knows. なんかゲーセンで一緒に対戦ゲームしたいって時に一緒にプレイしてくれませんかってなんか丁寧に頼む方法ってありますか？私、ゲーセンで対戦ゲームとかしたことちょっとないから正直これはお答えできない可能性がある。What's the best way to ask for a specific item in the store? This one I can answer. In the store, at the store. お店行った時に、ある特定の商品ありますかって聞くときなんて言えばいいんですか？ Okay, you can ask something はありますか？ And when you say that, you always want to start with すみません。すみません、excuse me, ultimate way to sound nice. And then you always want to end with ありがとうございました。ありがとうございました。はい。ね。 です。Hope that helps. すみません。for example, すみません。枕はありますか？枕。I don't know if anyone's looking for like good pillows, but 枕はありますか？ Do you have pillows? And if they say yes, the answer is yes. The answer is no, the answer is no. And then you end it with ありがとうございました。ありがとうございました。です。はい。What should I say when I pass Japanese people my name card? Ooh, that's a good question. 名刺渡すときってなんて言えばいいの？ In Japan, business cards are still a huge thing. Business cards kind of like prove that you're a real deal. So, I mean, if you ever have done like business with... Oh my gosh! I hope I wasn't going guru just now. ですね。If you have ever done like business with Japanese people, you probably already know this, but when you first introduce yourself, you usually want to pass out and receive name cards. That is going to be like, it's probably going to have your name, where you're from, your position at the company that you work in, and also your contact information, because that is very crucial, isn't it? So, what do you usually say? 私だったら、本日はよろしくお願い申し上げますっていうかな。If you already have an appointment, if this is not, abrupt meeting, if you are already in an appointment, 皆様どういう？私だったら本日はよろしくお願い申し上げますとか、本日はよろしくお願いしますとか言うかな。そこね。ありがとうございます。いたしますやぞ。そう。いや、そうなんですよ。忘れてた。私フリーランサーだから、何々社のとかすっ飛ばしちゃうんだ。このまま、ペペシーよ。ありがとうございます。言って、相手の、頂戴いたしますはちゃんと言いますよ。そう、本日よろしくお願いいたします。メイドみずきでございます。って言います。ハバナさんに助けられてる。Again. But yeah, like, ただなんかフリーランサーだと、結構何も、なんていうの？予定がない時に人と出会うことがあって、あんまやったらでもバレそうだからあれなんですけど、例えば、普通に生活してて、例えば、わかんない。適当なことを言おう。コンビニなわけがないな。でもわかんない。美容院とか行くじゃないですか。なわけないんですけど、美容院で、ちょっと今通訳さん探してて、なわけないか。とか言われたら、これは仮の話ですよ。で、なんか名刺頂戴できますかって言ったら、いや、よろしくお願いいたします。みたいな感じで、こちらの、そのまま始まっちゃう。ダメだ、社会から外れてる。But anyways, first thing you want to say is the name of the company. 社の、and then you say your name でございます。Vtuber 社のメイドでございます。And then when you receive the other person's name card, you say 頂戴いたします。ね。ご意見を参考にさせていただきます。ありがとうございます。はい。申し訳ありません。ただいま名刺を切らしておりましてな。そう。ありがとうございます。そう、ハッキーさん、ハワナさんに習って。はい。そう。です。ありがとうございます。 回答が来た。About the Gaisen question, I started learning about culture there, and I believe you can just say, 対戦よろしくお願いします if you wanted to. Although I hear that this is not common, don't trust me on this. Well, I guess that is the answer that you were looking for. そうそう。ね。So, oh my goodness, you debuted 3 years ago? Wow, I thought you debuted like 3 months ago or something. Ouch. I wish. いや、3年前にデビューしたの ?3 ヶ月前かと思ったってコメントを頂戴いたしました。いや、私もそうだったらどれほど良かったことか。下積みが長かったってことでね。基礎をしっかりと構築してまいりました。そういうことにさせてください。辛いよ。そうです。対戦終了後は対ありが対戦ありがとうございました。本当に言うの？ Although it's more common to say that, it's more common to be silent. 無言で OK。あ、大丈夫？ Little lady might have some hiccups. ってことでね。Mr. Maid, it's late and I have to work in a couple of hours. Wait, that wasn't supposed to be an insult. It was just a first. No, sorry. Thank you. No, I know, like, I became a VTuber without knowing anything about this community or like culture or anything. And so I was just really bad at like branding or like advertising myself. YouTube hasn't been nice to me either. Ha, YouTube. やっとね、ナイスパーありがとうございます。でも、わかんない。私だけなのかな。でも、私の周りもだから、フリーランサーあるあるなのかもしれない。あ、待って、でもそうなのかも。Wait、例えばなんですけど、フリーランサーになってから、フリーランスメイドになってから、自己紹介を済ましてから、会話をするところに入るみたいなことが多いからこうなったのかも。なんか外で出会って、なんか何々です、みたいな。ご連絡いただきありがとうございますってやって、どっか入って、そこで名刺交換するときには本日はよろしくお願い申し上げます。ってやる。わかんないな。私の周りがおかしいのかもしれないし。でもね、企業の方がしっかりしてるから、それはそう。OK。次行きましょう。What was the next question? What is the difference between noni and anoni? Anoni. Can it be anone? レナンさん？そこになかったらないですね。あそこになかったらないですね。そう。かかってこい from 龍が如く。No, it's a wrong answer to invite for a match. Yes, that's not a nice way. すいません。どこ points phone image of the item お願いします。Let's try to brush this up a little bit. Try to brush it up. Okay. Yes, starting off with すみませんです。すみませんで始まるのはいいですね。これ、どこにありますか？ And then you can point. ありがとうございました。で、お願いします。もうお願いしますでもいいかな。Instead of saying どこ is a filler. It's like, where? You know, it would definitely be nicer to say, where is this? これどこにありますか means, where is this? So, yeah, you can say that. です。はい。I thought both meant even though. Noni does mean even though. Anoni, I'm guessing that it is probably a combination, like, it's the last letter of the previous word. Anoni. Yeah, Anoni. 場合はないかもしれないですね。です。いや、すいません。これどこにありますか？お願いします。はい。In Japan, is it a big thing for artwork painting like traditional painting and digital painting? Is there a big thing for artworks, you mean? I guess. I would say so. I mean, if you look online, manga and anime, that's art. There's plenty of museums everywhere. You can also like even a lot of people even like purchase like comic art to hang on the wall. So I am guessing that it is pretty big. I don't really know like how big in other places are, but I would guess that it is pretty big. なんか日本でデジタルアート、歴史的なアート含めで結構人気ですかって質問いただいたんですけど、まあ、多分漫画とかアニメとかもね、アートの一種だし、そういう意味では結構多いんじゃないかなとは思いますよ。はい。です。So, I would say it's pretty big. あとなんか多分、あれですね。コミックアート的なものが、広告とかに使われるケースも多いって意味では、割と多いんじゃないかなと思いますね。I do think like considering the fact that a lot of things including like comic art is used often in like advertisements too. I guess it's pretty big. です。how do you express sarcasm in Japanese? Is the tone worse both? 何京都来ちゃった？ The answer? Both. And it depends. 日本語で嫌味ってどういうの？言葉を使うのか、イントネーション変えるのかですね。Very interesting, very famous scenario. You already might know the answer to this, but いや、まあね、もうみんな知ってるやつ、京都のやつね。あなたには子供がいます。お子さんはね、ピアノを練習してて、近所の方が、お子さん、ピアノ上手になりはりましたなって言います。なんて答えますかですね。We've already done this, like, covered this before, so, like, if you already know the answer to this, don't say anything, okay? This is a very, like, typical Kyoto, like, joke. Just say that you have a kid, you have a child. Your child is practicing piano, starting to get pretty good at it. Your neighbor, one day, you run into your neighbor and your neighbor goes, "Oh, your kid is getting pretty good at piano. Huh? How would you answer? How would you answer that?" なんて答えますか？答えを返答を待ちましょう。Howdy, I love this stream. My question is, there a common phrase in Japanese to use when you're trying to politely move past someone on sidewalk or somewhere busy? Yes! Sumimasen! That's an easy one. I'm gonna answer while I'm looking for your answer. Sumimasen. Sumimasen. Now I can count it down. Yay. No answer? No one's gonna answer? だって誰も回答してくださらないの。なんて言うの？それとみんな知ってる？ Or does everybody already know this? そういう感じ？じゃあもう知ってたらね、回答もそんなんじゃない。ねえ。Okay, well, I'll give you the answer. So I'm nice. The answer is that you're supposed to apologize. まあね、しょうがない。もう回答を言って差し上げようかと思うんですけど、そうですね。あなたは、なんと、 謝る必要があるってことですね。The fact that your neighbor came all the way and said that your, like, you know, that your kid's piano skills are good. Like, low-key also means that the person's, like, complaining that the piano is too loud. So that's Japanese for ya. Does it resemble the Brits? Maybe. I don't know. Heard that it does. はい。そろそろ行かないとお仕事があるんだ。でもここで過ごす時間めっちゃ楽しくて、次の配信も楽しみにしてるね。出会えて本当に良かったし、いろいろ学べたよ。ありがとう。ありがとうございます。Thank you so much. なんか私、マイクラのめっちゃでけえコンテンツ作ってる方に見つけていただくことが多い。なんでなんだろう。嬉しいですわね。Thank you so much. So yeah. Sarcasm, is it in words? Is it in tone? Is it both? Yes, both. All. 謝罪の仕方については Japanese Tradition 18謝罪を見ましょう。謝罪を見ましょうだそうです。You're not that indirect passive aggressive, at least not most of us. Okay. Nah. Like, Kyoto people aren't all like that either. My great-grandmother's from Kyoto. Is she scary? Absolutely. Did I hate her? Absolutely. So what can I say? But yes, that is my answer to this question. 次行きましょう。はい。Are there any kanji radicals you recommend to memorize for a new learner? Not really. Like, a lot of things you just want to memorize as you go, you know? But there's not something that I would want to, you know, like, tell you that you should learn. But I would say, like, you might encounter this a lot. なんでカタカナになっちゃったんだろう? I don't know why it's now in katakana. This. Sanzui. Things that has to do with water. 木片木部の木だけが欲しいんですけど。木片。It's supposed to be thinner. Supposed to be thinner. Has something to do with, like, trees or wood. はい。こんな感じですね。Again, I don't really have specific ones that I think you should know. But yeah, are you sure? Are we sure? So, exit and enter, save your life. Yeah, but that's not really radicals. You want radicals, right? No. なので。かな? Like, yeah. If you see the Sanzui one on the left, it has something to do with water. If you see the tree radical, or the tree kanji, I guess, on the left, it has something to do with, like, wood. 入り口出口。はい。入り口出口覚えましょう。ま、確かにね、めちゃくちゃ使えますね。入り口出口、really important kanji that you should know. 入り口、the first one that Kai-san typed out, that means entrance. The other one means exit. You should know that. ってことで、質問ありがとうございました。I don't think there are certain, like, radicals that you should know, because you should know all of it. But easy ones, I guess, to remember are these. なんか、この部首は知っといた方がいいみたいなのは正直ないと思うんですけど、でも、そうですね。まあ、よく使うとなったらこれかなって私は思います。はい。Not the actual word I see. I know, yeah. That makes it harder, doesn't it? But, yep, hope I was able to answer. 実は現在神戸に住んで、今神戸に住んでます。関西楽しくて綺麗ですね。神戸は綺麗ですわよ。神戸はとっても綺麗。いいとこですわよね。 はい。では、next. Oh, did I already do the countdown? Countdown した？あ、したか。Okay. Do you think reading novels is a waste of time? I know this probably isn't related to culture, but I think it's a good one to answer. Nope, not at all. なんか小説を読むのは時間の無駄かなって思いますかってことですけど、絶対無駄なんかじゃないと思いますよ。There's no way. Absolutely no way. Like, whoever thinks that reading itself is a waste of time, I don't think we can be friends. But I think it is great because like that is the way that you can, like it's not just about languages, right? That is how you'll be able to experience life and a world, a reality that you won't be able to experience otherwise. なんか本を読むとか小説を読むフィクションっていうのは、それでないと、それ以外の方法では、経験できないことを経験する方法ですからね。それで自分の価値を養っていくのがいいのではないかと私は思ったりもいたしますわ。はい。3年前くらい出張で神戸行きましたよ。神戸牛のステーキとサンドイッチ食べましたわ。その後、白すぎでしょうね。白いでしょ、あれ。あそこのね、白杉城に行くまでの、あれそうだな、なんか。で、もう時すでに遅しかも。そこら辺のね、あそこの商店街にね、あるコロッケ美味しい。はい、以上です。So, that is it. というわけで、グスポちゃんまたもらっちゃった。Thank you so much for the super chat. This is a lot. 実はね、私あんまり前から得意じゃないの。超初心者なの。前から科学とか物理とか言語とか文化とかを説明するために使ってるだけなの。じゃあまた、マジで言ってんの？なんか、I know I haven't like touched on this, butあよさんなんか、チャンネル登録者200万人超えてる方みたいで、なんか間違いじゃないのかなここにいるのってちょっと思っちゃったくらいなんですけれども。I will check out your channel for sure. Let me unpost it. なんか、あよさん here seems to have a channel that has over 2 million subscribers. And that is very interesting. Ayo-san explains science, physics, culture, and language using Minecraft. Yeah. I know. That is so interesting. 面白そう。いや、またね、ちょっと拝見させてくださいます。ありがとうございます。So, I actually have to go as I have my N3 grammar test at my school tomorrow. Good luck on that! Have a good stream. Hopefully I can catch the next one. ありがとうございます。いってらっしゃいませ。そう、いや、ありがたいものでして。はい。Next, what is the best tool you have found to learn a new language? Ooh, I like this one. What is the best tool? I don't know if this should be considered a tool, but motivation. For sure. Learning how to motivate yourself. Learning how to keep your motivations up high. That is what I have learned to be the best tool as, like, when it comes to learning a language. これすっごく面白い。なんかツール、言語を学ぶ上で、一番有効だと思ったツールは何ですかってことなんですけど、別になんかごめんなさいね、アプリとかじゃなくて申し訳ないんですけど、でもシンプルモチベーションだと思います。自分のモチベーションの保ち方とか、自分のモチベーションのね、モチベーションをどう生むかっていうのが分かったら、もちろん言語だけじゃなくていろんなところに応用できるとは思うんですけど、私はモチベーションが本当に割と全てなんじゃないかなってくらいモチベーション大事だと思いますよね。Like, I really think motivation is so important. Like, to the point that I wouldn't be surprised if somebody said that motivation is everything. Like, you do want good teachers, you do want good textbooks, you do want good resources, but nothing is possible without motivation. It's like learning how to keep yourself motivated, that is going to be essential in, like, learning anything. なんかもちろんいい教科書だったり、いい先生だったりは欲しいと思うんですよ。ただ、どういうものがあったとしても、難しいなと。はい。モチベーションがなかったらね、どうしようもないじゃないですか。っていうのがね、あります。なので、自分のモチベーションをどう保つかとかをね、皆様ぜひ模索してみていただきたいなと思います。That would be really helpful. Next. Wait, that guy's legit. I know. Like, I was so surprised. How do you express someone offering a seat in public transportation in Japanese? This one, pretty simple. お嬢様いる？あ、寝てる。寝てるの？寝てるんだ。Little lady's just like sleeping. How do you express offering a seat in public transportation? Or, I'm just gonna like shorten this. How do you offer? How do you offer a seat in public transportation in Japanese? This one's really easy. どうぞ. That's it. When you're trying to offer somebody something, you want to be like as simple as possible. You want it to look and sound effortless. That's why どうぞ itself works great. It's short, simple, to the point, doesn't sound like, you know, you're giving it up. だからね、なんか個人的に全然どうぞ一つでいいと思う。なんか何かを譲るってなったら、あんまり押し付けがましくってもあれだしね。どうぞって私なら言います。Easy, simple, to the point. はい。ということで、ぜひ使ってみてください。どうぞ。インドネシアの方、いつも日本語がとっても上手な印象があります。確かにね、イメージで、インドネシアの方、でもね、インドネシアの方ね、日本語を学んでる国、ランクイン、堂々してますわよ。Did you know, I think it's like Indonesia's ranking in third in terms of the number of population that is learning Japanese? 堂々3位。なんか何十年もね、ランキング上位がございますよ。はい。How do I find that tool? Okay. How do I find motivation? How do you find motivation? モチベーションってどう見つけたらいいの？Well, to make it simple, this is my answer for that. モチベーションってどう見つけたらいいのってことですけれども、Look for things that you like. Find something that you might want to accomplish using that. And then make smart goals. です。一つ目、好きなことを見つけましょう。二つ目、その好きなことを使って、達成したいことを見つけましょう。で、スマートな目標を立てましょう。Smart goals. What the heck are smart goals? スマートって何？これビジネス用語ですわね。I know this is like often used in business settings. Smart stands for specific, measurable, achievable, I think. Relevant, で、timely bound. You want to make goals that is specific, that you can measure, that you can achieve. You want to be realistic in that sense. It has to be relevant and it has to be timely bound, or in other words, you need a specific timeline to be able to achieve that. はい。So, there's that. スマートなゴールってのはね、まあよくビジネス用語でも言われるやつですけれども、具体的で計測をすることができて達成が可能、つまり現実的であって、関連性が自分にちゃんとあって、それに期限付きっていうやつですね。そう、モチベで続く人は続くかもしれんが、それだけで続かん人は少しでも毎日やれることで習慣するしかないかもね。そう、あとですね、人間の脳みその、機能みたいなものを分かってるとやりやすいと思います。このスマートなゴールもそのまんまなんですけれども、計測することができるっての大事なんですよね。例えば、日本語が話せるようになるっていうのと、日本語の単語100個覚える、2単語を50日続ける、どっちの方が達成しやすいかって明白じゃないですか？後者を選ぶことでモチベーションも維持することができるんです。ただ3年毎日やるっていうのと、1週間とりあえずやってみるだったら1週間の方が絶対モチベーション続くと思うんですよね。そういう感じで、習慣化、多分あれですよね。小さいことを習慣化するのもね、確かにすごく大事かもしれない。Yeah. So, give that a try. Start small. Aim big. 小さいステップで始めて、でっかい夢を追いかけましょうってことで。33, we're 2/3 of the way done. 3分の2終わりました。やばい。あと1時間で終わるかな。There is such a ranking? Ranking? Which ranking? そう。Oh, this is interesting. これ面白いな。Do you think Japanese and Mexicans have a lot in common in terms of family, elders, pride and hard work, and respecting spirits of the dead? I have never had this point of view before, so I can't provide you an answer. But one thing that I do know that we have something in common with is the pronunciation of our languages. Spanish and Japanese shares very similar pronunciation. So in terms of that, yes, but I didn't know that there's other parts that can be compared. And I think that's the great thing about cultures. You know, we can always find similarities and we can always find differences. So maybe one day I'll be able to find more similarities. So thank you for your question. That is my answer. これ面白いですね。日本とメキシコって似てると思いますかって。例えば、家族に対する敬意がすごくあるとか、自分より年上の人に対しての敬意があったり、すごく、なんていうのか、仕事にプライドがあったりとか、あれですね、死者に対しての敬意があるみたいな。私これ考えたことも今までなかったので、シンプルすごく面白いなと思いますね。ありがとうございます。私が知ってる中で日本とメキシコの、似てるところって言ったら、言語の発音ですね。スペイン語と日本語は発音が似てますからね。です。Basically, I teach critical thinking, but for now it's only for ID Indonesian audiences. But lately I've been trying to reach out to the Japanese and English markets too. That's why I found your channel to help me study Japanese. That is so neat. Well, thank you so much for finding me. あよさんってインドネシア語で、そういうコンテンツ作ってらっしゃるんですって。言語だったり物理だったり科学を教えるっていう。すごっ。何それすごすぎる。Again, thank you. How detrimental, if at all, do you think it would be if someone were to try to learn multiple languages at once? I've been choice paralyzed for a long time until I decided to just start with Japanese. うわー I know exactly how you feel. いや、これ、ちょっと私も、わかるな。はい。So, how detrimental? 人が一つではなくて複数の言語を同時に学ぼうとすることってどれほど害があると思いますか？つまりどれほど良くないことだと思いますかってことですね。This I don't know. I've not, like, maybe, I'm pretty sure there's like a lot of studies on this and stuff. I would say though, like, it can be problematic in a way that it can confuse your brain into like which language is which. If you've ever like studied or have been brought up to be bilingual or multilingual, you probably know that kids have a really hard time. It is often said that children would have a slower pace of growth. There's a better term for it. Sorry, I forgot. If a child speaks multiple languages, or if a child is being brought and raised to be bilingual or multilingual. It is really up to the parents and people around them to actually like catch up in terms of brain development and language development. And so having that knowledge, I'm guessing that it can cause it can cause your language growth to be slow maybe. But if you try really hard, you will be able to catch up. I guess that's what I would think, but this is just like a guess. It's a hypothesis. It's not coming off of any like proven points. So that is my answer for now. これはですね、実はバイリンガルとか複言語の家庭で育ってるとかいう子供って、普通の単言語で育ってる子供よりも言語の発達が遅いっていう、ちゃんと数字で出てるんですわよね。その代わり、例えば小学校とかしっかり勉強するみたいなところに入ったところで巻き返すことは可能。ただ可能であって、バイリンガルといえど、両方の言語を完璧に喋れないっていう人が存在してるのも事実なんですよ。例えば、日本語も英語もどっちも喋れるけど、どっちも小学生レベルみたいな。でも年齢は20歳みたいな、本当にいるんですね。別に、なんていうか、LD があるとか、そういうわけではなくて。だから、本人と周りの力量による。っていうね。っていうのが私個人的見解でございます。でもどうなんでしょうね。わからない。そうや。ね。Okay. How do you distinguish between honorific, humble language, and polite language? 質問ありがとうございます。How do you distinguish between the honorifics, humble language, and polite language? 実はですね、honorific っていうのは敬語なので、すべてを総括しています。honorifics。Japanese 敬語。日本語においての敬語ですね。Within 敬語、there's 5 different types。実は敬語は 5種類あります。割と最近文科省が3種類から5種類に変えました。文科省だったかな？文科省だったと思う。But we're gonna keep it simple and we're gonna say 3 for now. 尊敬語、謙遜語、丁寧語。3 types。丁寧語。なので、敬語は honorific is an umbrella word for all 3 of them. なので、敬語はこのすべてを総括した言葉。How do you distinguish 尊敬語、謙譲語 and 丁寧語？丁寧語ですます。丁寧語はシンプルですます。調ですね。Nothing special, you just like put ですます at the end of the sentence. Hi, Dai-san, good afternoon, welcome, and good GL, good latency. はい。謙譲語You are humble. 尊敬語 You show respect. through words. Through words. ということで、This is how you can distinguish かな。私が説明するのであればめちゃくちゃ簡単にこう言うかなと思います。丁寧語、デスマス調、謙譲語、自分を謙遜させる、自分の地位を下げることによって相手を上げる。尊敬語、シンプル、相手を上げる。相手を尊敬するっていうのを言葉で表すですかね。Three different kinds again. 尊敬語 you show your respect through your words. 謙譲語 you humble yourself. And also the people in your group. Your family, your coworkers. If just say that you are talking to like people from a different company, you would always want to not just humble yourself, but humble the entire group, your company, people within your company, even including the CEO. And so yeah, that is what I would say. っていうのが私の答えかなと思います。Okay. 30 more to go. やばい。やっと3分の1が終わってる。この調子じゃ永遠に終わらないので頑張ろう。Okay. Do you have any tips to memorize katakana and kanji? I can read hiragana, but I found katakana and kanji are difficult to remember. これ難しいですわね。Sorry, I'm gonna speed up. ちょっとスピードアップいたしますわ。このままいったらちょっと喉やられるから。I'm gonna lose my voice at this rate, so another reason why I should speed up. カタカナと漢字ってどう覚えればいいの？めちゃくちゃ難しい。漢字 I'm not saying that you should give up on it, but like you can leave it for now. The reason why you want to memorize the words first. You memorize the vocabulary first and it will slowly come to you. Like you will slowly start to realize that there's certain words that you are going to like recognize. There's going to be certain kanji that you're going to recognize. Katakana. Katakana though. One of the most difficult reasons for katakana is because katakana is used for loan words. For words that are not Japanese. And so they tend to be fairly long. And so my personal opinion would be to just like go one by one. Try to... Oh, I have a perfect playlist for that. Try to be able to read individually, at least for now, and then work on at being able to read them when there's 2 of them combined, and then move on to 3, and then to 4 letters. Keep on practicing that, and you should be able to achieve it. カタカナなんですけれども、Gio, good luck. Oh, good luck. Good luck, good luck. そろそろ寝る時間になりましたので、お先に失礼します。お疲れ様でございます。はい。So that's my playlist to learn katakana. But yeah, カタカナって外来語に使われてるっていうのもあって、ひらがなと違って短い単語で練習することが難しいんですよね。なので逆に無理やり短い単語2文字3文字から練習してって慣れていくっていうのがカタカナのいい方法なんじゃないかなとは思います。はい。Alex-san, oh my gosh, thank you. Okay, Mrs. Maid, I'm going to sleep. I hope it doesn't take too long to finish up. Here's a question. Do you have a good day today? Good night. I'm gonna mark that question. Did I have a good day tonight? Yes, absolutely. It's great to be able to have so many new students. Thank you. はい。ありがとうございます。大人になってからの学習ってこと？セミリンガル的な話ではない？どっちもです。ですね、バイリンガル的な意味、セミリンガル的な言葉が、なんていうの？発達しないっていうのは、子供からですね。結構残念ながらいらっしゃるんですよ。子供の頃から、例えば両親がね、多言語を話す方で、どっちもの言語を学習しようとして、残念ながらなんとどっちの言語も習得できなかったっていう例は実際あります。はい。で、そのための単語もあるんですよね。ちょっと待って。なんだったっけ？なんだっけ？なんかちょっと名前が出てこない。でもね、ちゃんと名前があるんですよ。セミリンガル的な話ではなく、大人になってからの学習において同時並行で様々な言語をやるっていうのは、どうなんでしょうね。 だから、まあ、できる人もいればできない人もいるっていうのがあれなのかもしれないけど、どっちにしろ自分の母語が発達してない限りは、新しい言語を学んでも、あんまり上の方まで到達することができないから、ごめんなさい。これがね、リコピューマンさんの、質問の答えになってるかわからないんですけれども。So the question was like, if we are talking about when we are like young in age in terms of bilingualism. But yes, there's actually sadly plenty of people who grew up bilingual and who ends up not being able to speak in either languages. So like imagine that they're 20 years of age but only being able to speak or have the ability of a language in both, for example, Japanese and English of an 8, 10, 12-year-old. So like bilingualism, although it is extremely interesting, it is something that shouldn't be taken lightly. It can mess an entire person's life up. Crazy, scary stuff. です。ごめんなさい。全然フォローアップ質問とかしていただいて大丈夫です。そうそう。I think I read somewhere that before some age, if they learn many languages, all of them is recorded in the brain's like first language. Yes, it can be. It can be, but just say like, I actually know this person who learned French when he was a toddler baby, dropped French when he turned like 2 because his mother gave up, couldn't speak French his entire life, picked up French again in university. He does have to go through the grammar and vocabulary and everything from scratch, but his pronunciation is like a native speaker. And so, like, we don't really know exactly what's going on in our brain, but, like, his example always, like, resonates with me. Like, it might be just a good idea to have a kid just, like, go through a crazy amount of languages and pronunciations and leave it as it is. I don't know. We'll see how that works. Hi. This. If I want to give a gift for someone who did... Oh, ちょっと待って。Wait, I'm gonna translate that. そう、なんかね、カイさんが今おっしゃってるんですけれども、ある一定の年齢に達成する前に、学習した言語は、その人の脳の中に全てが母語として、第一言語として収録されるっていう風に読んだことがあるってね、おっしゃってるんですけども、あり得ると思います。これがね、本当真理なのかどうかは置いておいて、でも第一言語がね、何をもって第一言語になるかっていうのもあれですからね。母語か。第一言語ではないね。母語ですね。ただ私、知り合いに、知ってる人に、フランス語を赤ちゃんの時に、フランス語で話しかけられてて、2歳とかになる前にお母様がフランス語諦めちゃって、もういいやフランス語ってなって、フランス語一切話せないまま大人になって、大学になって初めて、フランス語もう一回やってみようと思って始められた方を知ってるんですね。文法とか全部一から何も知らない状態で始めたくせに、なぜか発音だけ一丁前にプロみたいな。だから、昔やったことが今覚えてなかったとしても、言語において発音とか何かしらは残ってる可能性があるのかなとは思いました。わかんないけどね。脳みそのことなんてね。Okay, next question. If I want to give a gift for someone who did something nice for me, what's a good gift to give in Japan? Oof. What is a good gift to give? Oof. Going back to the idea of omiyage as well, but it is nice to be able to gift something that people will be able to use and like not have to keep. Especially when you don't know what their preferences are. And so food is always like a really nice thing to gift because people can enjoy it. People will be able to like feel that you are being thankful to them. But then, the price can also vary, which is nice. Is that from personal choice? Yes and no. There is even a word called kiemono, which means things that can like go away. Yeah. I don't know, it might be a female thing, but we always say, kiemono ni shinayo. Like, why don't you just give the kiemono? But, so yeah, food might be a really good choice. In my opinion. gift something expensive enough that you wouldn't buy it for yourself. I think that's what souvenirs are. You get something that you would never buy it for yourself because it is like too expensive, but it's like a nice price for a gift. So that is my answer on it. 食べ物ね、なんだかんだ一番楽ですからね。なんか、タオルとかもね、だって、好みがあるじゃないですか。ね。The gift book thing is the coolest thing I've ever seen in Japan. Really? Is that a Japanese thing? Let's talk about the gift book thing, and I'm gonna call it, like, I'm gonna count this as one. これね、カタログね。カタログ。We call them like catalogs, but, お土産のカタログだったり、お祝儀返しとかね。So in Japan, there's this idea that, like, you would gift money sometimes even to people. For example, when they're getting married, right? Or like, at funerals, you would gift people money. And what is kind of like expected of you to do is to gift a certain percentage back. Gift catalog, so gift catalog. You don't give a certain percentage back by money. This is where things do get interesting, and this is why a lot of people might not do this anymore in the future. But you sometimes like give, just say that you did a wedding, you got married, you did a wedding, a bunch of people gave you money, you gift them a catalog and you ask them what they want so that you can choose the gift that they want by themselves. The price will be pretty consistent so that, like, just so like you can still keep that certain percentage of the money they gifted you. But it's also a nice way to say thank you to them by like gifting them back for like, coming to the wedding type stuff. So we have a gift catalog. Gift catalog. They have all stuff, like so many different stuff. They have jewelry, they have like kitchen supplies, they might have food. They have a lot of stuff. キッチン用品とかね、ジュエリーとか割と、簡単なジュエリーとかもね、割と人気なんじゃない？私はいつも食べ物を頼みます。FYI, it's not a few pages book. There's like 100 of items to choose from. Yes, you got hundreds and thousands, maybe not thousands, hundreds of items to choose from. It's pretty thick. ギフトカタログって割と分厚いですわよね。Gift catalogs. You can look this up on like Google and look up Google images. Google 画像検索でこれをね、ぜひ見てみてください。I'm gonna count this as 1 and now we're down to 25. あと25。25 more. I saw an advice once that unless you're ALR have one language in intermediate level, don't try to learn a new one. Oh, that kind of makes sense though, because it can like really be mixed up. I'm using 3 languages at the same time right now. How do you function without a mistake? We all make mistakes. I think it might be nice to like know that it's okay to make mistakes. I have a question. How's little lady doing? Is she allowed in the soundproof room? I miss hearing her tippy taps and woofs. She's like literally sleeping right behind me. I'm gonna count this. もうちょっとね、もう時間があれなんで、もうこれ数えますわよ。これ数えちゃおう。お嬢様いかが？お嬢様防音室入ってきていいの？ Yes, she's allowed because she freaked out the first time I didn't come out for like 4 hours. なんか最初ね、普通にお仕事とかしてて4時間ぐらい出てこなかった時にすっごいパニックになっちゃって、どこ行ってたのってなったんで、普通に防音室にいます。She's like curled up behind me right now. Very curled up. 起きて、起きなくていいよ。ごめん。I'm so sorry. Oh, you're toasty. なんかあったかい。犬の匂い。香ばしい匂いがしますわよ。She smells like a good old dog, like a toast loaf. Sorry, you go back to bed. ポテンしていいよ、ポテン。Like, she's so sleepy, she doesn't even want to interact with me. はい。You will probably be able to like hear you wolf once in a while. そのうちまたね、吠えた声とか聞こえるでしょう。What's the best way to help an English speaker pronounce the vowels in Japanese? Having a somewhat Spanish accent has helped me a lot, but a lot of English-only speakers I notice struggle. 日本語の母音をちゃんと発音するのって英語話者には難しい。どうやったらいいのって質問いただきました。Okay.That's a good question. I would say it's not really about the vowels, but a certain, like, in most cases, it's actually not about the vowels, but it's about, like, brain fart, I hate it. Consonants. Yeah.I think. So, like, for example, one of the biggest mistakes, I guess, in pronunciation that I see a lot of English speakers has is on larirurero. You know, it's kind of like right in the middle of L and R, but that's a consonant, and I see people not being able to say that. Same with, like, it's not just English speakers, but so say, like, Chinese speakers, not being able to tell the difference between ka and ga.That's also about the consonant, so I guess it's more about the consonant. When you want to get used to it, or when you want to be able to like actually be able to pronounce certain things, you will have to be able to determine the difference in hearing first. So start with the listening, listen intensively, try to figure out the differences, and then try to move on to saying it.こちらね、母音じゃなくて実は子音なんじゃないかなと私は思います。母音は割とね、発音できる方多いけど、子音、例えばラリルレロがラリルレロになっちゃったり、中国圏の方がね、中華圏の方がかとがの発音の見分けがつかなかったりとかいうのは、子音なんでね、これは自分が発音できる前にまず違いを聞き取る必要があるので、聞き取りの練習から始めるのがいいんじゃないかなっていうのが私の個人的な見解でございます。めちゃくちゃ聞くことです。Listen a lot. はい。Next. Imam-san, thank you so much for your question. Do you have lessons for Keigo language used when you're providing help to customers? Is Keigo only really a business thing or is it used by employees in like retail and stuff? Ooh, good question. I'm so sorry to inform you that I don't have anything on Keigo yet. I know. Okay. So first question. Sorry, I don't have lessons on Keigo yet. I only have like 4 or 5 videos on grammar at this point, which I do apologize for. But Keigo is not just for like helping out customers. Keigo is what everybody uses. This is what we use even to relatives, even to some friends, business, people that you don't know when you are shopping. This is how you should talk to shop clerks. Keigo is used again like 98% of your time living in Japan. It's easier to count times that you don't use Keigo in Japan. And so it's not only a business thing, but it's an everyday thing. I hope that helps because a lot of people tend to think that being friendly is being nice. And it is, but you can still be friendly by using Keigo, still like through using Keigo. Not using Keigo can come off rude, especially if you're talking to like people that you don't know. It can come off like you're looking down on them, and if that is not what you want to do, Keigo might be a good thing to learn. So today, thank you so much for your question. I hope that answers. 敬語はね、敬語は結構勘違いされがちなんですけれども、本当に日常的に使われます。ビジネスの場においてだけじゃなくて、人と話すとき、友達であっても、親戚であっても、いわゆる家族の関係性でも使うことがあるくらいよく使いますね。日本人も L と R の発音の使い分け難しいな。そうなんですよ。聞き取りも難しいし、発音はもっと難しいですね。まず、口の筋肉の使う場所が違うんでね。でもね、L はね、すごく簡単。 教えるのは簡単ですわ。L は日本人の方もしやってみたかったらやってみてほしいんですけれども、前歯ね。前歯、上の歯の前歯の、前歯と、なんて言うんだっけ gums. How do you say gums of your mouth in Japanese? 日本語忘れた。ピンクのところ、歯茎。歯と歯茎の境目にベロを置いてみてください。その状態で、ラリルレロみたいな発音ね。ラっていうのが L の発音です。R はね、もっと難しいから図とかないと解説できないんですけど、これであなたも L は完璧。Okay. Next, what's the most helpful way in learning to speak in conversation in Japanese if you don't know/have another Japanese speaker? This is a good one. I'm just gonna tell you my personal take. 日本語話者が周りにいないとき、どうやって会話を練習するのが効果的ですかってことなんですけど、これはですね、すごくナチュラルに話されてるドラマとかの丸暗記I'm gonna say something that you might find it impossible, but this is something that I did that I found it helpful. Find a content like a TV show or it can even be a YouTube video. Find it, memorize the entire thing. It has to be something that is being said naturally. That is why anime doesn't work. That is also why a lot of TV shows won't work either, because they're very set up. People just don't speak in a way they do in TV, in TV dramas sometimes. But if you do that, it's gonna be great help. A more realistic thing is to look for little things like scripts that you look for conversation and look for scripts that goes with it and try to read along as people speak. You should be able to find something online. I am trying to make those podcast content so that it can be used for speaking practices, but it's gonna take some time, so hopefully you'll be able to find something like that. Thank you. I'll have to check that out. Do you have the link to that video? Oh, since I did a collab lesson with someone and it's on Keigo, so you guys can check it out. Oh, thank you, Haki-san. Yes, I have done Keigo lessons, haven't I? Where is it? It's somewhere. This is my past Japanese collab streams. You should be able to find it somewhere in here. これは私の過去の日本語教室コラボ配信なんでね、どっかにあります。Oh, with that particular somebody is actually Haki-san. How did I forget? はい。ということでね。That's my answer to this. Did I already change the number? I probably did. Next, when talking about Keigo, I always think of Sasha and the Gozaru. Sasha and the Gozaru. I don't know why. It is Keigo for summarize, I guess. Okay, 22 more to go. なんかもうあとちょっとになってきた気もする。Sasha did so many bits, she forgot what she has done. So bad, I honestly am starting to forget. Need to refresh my mind. To freshen it up. まあでもね、本当にね。って思うかもしれないけど、映画とかドラマの丸暗記はね、会話練習する相手がいない場合はマジでいいです。ただすっごく難しいってのは事実。すっごく時間がかかるっていうのも事実。だから何とも言えない。です。はい。So, favorite movies? Oh, well, since they're all Japanese movies, I can answer this. Favorite movies? Spirited Away. 私の一番好きな映画、千と千尋の神隠し。私が初めて映画館で見た映画でもあります。This is also a movie that I watched. This is the very first movie that I watched at a movie theaters. Spirited Away. もうね、衝撃だった。 そりゃ衝撃ですわよね。でもほんと衝撃だった。怖かったから。I remember being so scared. Like I was so scared, but then it just grew on me as the years went by. Like 本当に怖かった。まだね、よちよち歩きぐらいの時だったと思うんですけれども。顔なしが怖くて怖くて怖くて、湯婆婆が怖くて怖くて。すべてが怖かった。本当にホラー映画だと思ってた。でもなんか、年を重ねるごとにどんどん好きになってきましたね。はい。です。Okay, keep the questions coming because I'm going to the bathroom real quick. ちょっとね、エコノミー症候群になっても怖いからお手洗いちょっと行ってきますわ。I'll see you in like 2 minutes. はい、戻ってまいりました。あと21、5分の1。80% done. I'm gonna drink some water. 喉がやばい。もう、ペットボトルの氷が全部溶けてる。Dr. Python, good question. では、次行きましょう。ちょっと待って。龍角散放り込んでいい？ Sorry. I'm gonna put a 龍角散 candy in my mouth. ちょっとそろそろね、龍角散舐めながらにしようかな。Need to protect my voice from going away. よいしょ。じゃ。What does かと mean as a sentence ending particle in ならば、さほど目立たなくなるかと。いいですね。The more you get into Japanese, the more you realize that people tend to not say the end. In this case, かとis short for かと思います。So かと simply means I think. I don't know, you're like, what? Yes, but Japanese people do tend to shorten the end of a sentence to not just the subject but also the end of the sentence when we think that people just know like what we're trying to say. 察しの文化ってやつですね。察しの文化が文法にも影響を与えるいい例だと思います。かと思いますの略ですね。It does add a lot more like sophistication to it, to the sentence. So it's not like that common, like it is, I guess it is commonly used, but it is not that like as commonly used, I would say, but that's how it is. That is how it is used. I hope that helps. ね。もう一踏ん張り頑張ってくださいまし。ありがとうございます。もう一踏ん張り。 ということで、20。What genre of games is popular in Japan? Oh, Haki-san, thank you. It's a cultural question, yet so simple to answer. どんなジャンルのゲームが日本では人気なんですか？ I don't know if this can be considered a genre, but soshage. I think soshage is very popular in Japan. Soshage is short for social games. This doesn't mean this is a game that you socially interact with others, but social, like media type of social games. So this is what you would call gacha games in the Western world. ソシャゲはやっぱ人気なんじゃないかなと思います。今の時代で言うとね。ソシャゲは実は英語でガチャゲームズって言います。そのままですね。ガチャシステムを取り入れてるからガチャゲーですね。はい。なので、ソシャゲかな？ Like around me, like personally, people around me really like visual novel games or like TRPG, like table playing role playing games. Like Dungeons and Dragons, I believe. But yeah, I don't know how common that is. 私の周りのね、Vtuber であれ、リアルであれ、人たちはビジュアルノベルゲーが好きだったり、TRPG が好きだったりするんですけど、まあ、類友っていう可能性がでかいのでね。類友だと思います。はい。です。Okay. Thank you so much for asking. That makes it 19! あと19! もう見えてきました、見えてきました。I believe this is the longest Sensei streams I've ever watched. Really? I know, I really don't do like long games. I mean, yeah. I mean, long streams. なんかこんなに長くするのほんとね。珍しいっちゃ珍しいから。ね。そう。And what real life situations would you encounter? なのです。ですは。Hey, that's a word from one of your shorts. It is! Oh my gosh, you're right! That just proves that you are a really good student. You pay a lot of attention. はい。現実でなのですとかですわっていつ聞きますかっていう質問なんですけど。Like, I would say never. オタク界隈っていうか、ならあるかもしれない。Like, if you encounter people who is trying really hard to become an anime character, then you might be able to hear these, but in reality, no. なのです。ですは、なのです。そうなのです。なのです。そうなんです。なのです。can be used like なんです、I guess. なのです。cuter too much. Way of saying なんです。But I personally wouldn't recommend using these in real life. まあ、現実では使わない方がいいんじゃないかなと思います。That's gonna be my answer for that. まってのが私の答えかな。はい。ありがとうございます。はい。How do you say, can you pass the salt? And when it is used, then why does everybody use it as an example? Like for an English example? I don't know. I guess everybody wants the salt. ということで次の質問いけます。塩を取ってくださいって日本語でどう言いますか？ですね。塩。salt is 塩。salt. So, something を取ってください。This is please. Like, if I were to directly translate this will be take. but this will mean past. Past the whatever you want to put in. But here's the thing, like, although this is probably something that would appear in a lot of Japanese textbooks, and there's no way that this is wrong, in Japanese, when you say ください, it actually sounds a little bit demanding. これ難しいですよね。英語だったら please って入ってるから、すでにすっごく、なんていうか、すっごく、丁寧な物言いになってるとは思うんですけれども、これを日本語でそのまんま言ってしまった場合ですね。聞きませんわよ。日本人の皆様みんなお嬢様お言葉でお話しいたしましてよ。美輪さんかなってね。そうなんですわよ。我々みんなお嬢様言葉でお話をするんですからね。しますからね。しますんですわよ。But yes, okay, so ください would sound pretty demanding in Japanese. So how would you want to make this into a nicer way? Since there's plenty of ways to say it, I'm just gonna give you one example. いくらでもね、例はあると思うので、うち一つだけ提示しておきますね。取っていただけますか？ This is, would you mind passing me or whatever? Yeah, Japanese being not that straightforward of a language, this makes it a lot more polite. This makes it nicer for people to hear. So, I would say this. 何々を取っていただけますか？ I think would be a nicer way of saying it. ということで、ありがとうございます。Thank you for your question. I hope that helps. ゴジラは好きですか？ I'm gonna answer that question and I'm gonna count it as one. Do I like Godzilla? 多分 I don't know much, but I did the one that I watched the one that Ken Watanabe was in with my ex. ちょっと言いにくいんですけれども、元彼と見に行ったことがあります。渡辺謙さんが出演してらっしゃるゴジラ。すごい面白かった。It was such a good movie. Do I know anything else about Godzilla? No, but yeah. はい。です。In English, can it be translated as can you do for me? Yeah, I guess. Oh, same question as jump show to mom. Okay. So, はい。ゴジラは、好きか嫌いかって言っても、答えられるほど、たくさん知ってるわけじゃないけど、見に行った映画はすごく面白かったです。はい。What are some other phrases said in anime that you will almost never hear in real life? Ooh, that's a good one. アニメとか漫画とかでね、聞くけど、絶対現実では誰も言わないよっていう言葉他にありますかってことですけど、there's plenty. For example, ござる That's the samurai way of ending a sentence, right? 拙者 That is I for samurai. なのじゃ That's a grandpa way of ending sentences. If you're interested in these, you can look up 役割語. These are actually called 役割語. This is a pretty newer form, newer idea in linguistics within Japan. But this is, like, 役割 means role. Role lingo. This is when manga, anime, novels, whatever it is, or it can even be TV shows, when the creator tries to put a certain character and strengthen their characteristic by purposefully using words that is associated with that character. ですわ being a pretty easy example because ですわ is often used for お嬢様 types, right? And so by making the character say ですわ, it easily shows that the character is an お嬢様 type of a character. If you want to make a grandpa say this, it just automatically makes that grandpa sound like a grandpa. Or you can also use this to do other cool stuff, like there can be a really small like girl, like like what people would consider loli characters, I guess. And what if that character was speaking like a grandpa? It just instantly gives that character depth, and it would probably prove to you or like tell you that this person, although looking very young in age, is most likely not an actual kid, but is like a monster type, a yokai type character that might be living for generations. So that is how these 役割語 is being used. これ役割語って言われるやつですね。ござる、正社なのじゃですわ的な単語ですけど、単語用語ですけれども、役割を強調するためにフィクションにて使われている言語のことですね。はい。It's like interpreting. Yes. I will become the pirate king. 海賊王に俺はなる。それゴジラじゃなくてガッツイーラじゃん。そう。やっぱ違うんです。ね。で、ござる reminds me of a certain green-themed samurai girl. Green-themed samurai girl. Green-themed. Oh, I think I know who you're talking about, I believe. はい。ってことでね。以上です。Next, 15 more to go. どこからかな Sorry, if I missed your question, feel free to like repost it because I do need them. はい。Since this is a follow-up question for ですわ, if it's more lenient to anime, and why do people use it in anime and not using a normal word instead? This also includes the word that is used in SOL anime. Sorry, I don't know what SOL anime is, but I hope I was able to answer what your question was in my explanation here. It is really to like emphasize that character. Since anime, manga, and even novels, I know people often refer to anime and manga, but this can also be seen in novels and also like theater in Japan, in Japanese. Since things are fictional, you are supposed to be able to understand the character in a shorter period of time than you would in real life. Sorry, I'm licking a candy, and so that's why I can't really pronounce things right. So that being said, it is like using those role lingo, 役割語 is a really easy way to share with the audience what their characteristics are and what their personality even might be. And that is the reason why people use them. It's just an easy way to go around and like tell the audience what type of a character it is. Really cool. This SOL, I think it means slice of life. Oh, I see. So yeah, same with slice of life animes. This, I'm gonna count that as one. ありがとうございます。May I ask why? Say ha, but if we put 君の名は change to は Ooh! いいやつですね。君の名はまたこの世界は待って、あれって君の名か君の名はララララララララララララララララララ運命だとか未来とかって言葉だじょれだけってことで OK 君の名は印象やな私の一番好きな新海監督作品はだがしかし秒速 5cm なのです大好きということで君の名は What is your name? would be the direct translation of this title 君の名は はですね、英語ではなんと your name っていう風に訳されてます。あなたの名前っていう風にね。でも、違いますよね。君の名は is most likely, well, not most likely, 99% short for 何ですか? Again, keep in mind, Japanese people like to shorten words, sentences, especially when, like, you don't have to finish the sentence in order to bring your point across. 君の名は何ですか?君の名前、あなたの名前は何ですか?何ですか? What is, which makes it what is your name. This brings this ha into the question, doesn't it? What the heck is ha doing here? This is a particle. This is a glue word in order to combine words together in order to form a sentence. In this sense, this ha, this hiragana ha, is combining na, the kanji na, which also means name, and then nan desu ka, which means what is, together. When ha is used as a glue word, or in other words, particle, you pronounce it as wa instead. Ha. When used as a particle, you have to pronounce it as wa. This is why when you introduce yourself, you say 私の名前は or, you know, 私の名前はハバナです。私の名前はジョイです。私の名前はアスパラガスです。Or you can say 私は日本人です。I'm Japanese. 私はアメリカ人です。私はメキシコ人です。私はベトナム人です。There's many ways of using it, but that is what wa is. When it's used as a particle, when it's used as a glue word, this is what you do. You good? I hope that answers your question. ということで、質問の答えになってたらいいなと思います。次。はい。ギャレス・エドワーズが監督やったハリウッド版ゴジラだから本家ゴジラとは違うのだ。違うんですの?通称ギャレゴジ。ギャレゴジっていうの。Question, what would you do if you go to Kumamoto? I've been to Kumamoto before. どうしよう。熊本行ったら何しますか? One thing I know about Kumamoto is that they have good strawberries, so I think I'll probably eat strawberries. 熊本、私、いちごのイメージが実はありまして、いちご食べるかなと思いますね。はい。What else do they have in 熊本? 熊本他に何がある? I mean, there's obviously くまモン。熊本いちご有名ですわよね。熊本、ソウルフード。いや、わかんねえ。I'm sorry. I really need to learn more about 九州。九州はごめんなさい。わからない。One Piece statue? They have One Piece statue? スイカじゃねえの?確かにスイカ。でも熊本の、いちご本当に美味しいから。熊本すっごいたくさんある、いちご。そうそう、夕紅だ。夕紅日のしずく。There's like brand strawberries in Kumamoto, like 夕紅。夕紅 is the one that I was like gifted and it was really good. 夕紅、私いただいたんですわよ。美味しかった。So I would go probably around December or January and go to the all-you-can-eat strawberry fields. いちご狩り行くかな。Okies, I get it. Strawberry, you can minus one question. Thank you. ありがとうございます。The strawberries are good. So good. You can go to いちご狩り。いちご狩り is one of those all you can pick and eat strawberries. You pay a certain amount when you enter and you can just like pick the fresh strawberries and you can eat it there. Some places even provide condensed milk. Ooh, so good. So please try it out. This. ということで、next. 次、where is it? Did I like answer everything? 全部もしかして答えちゃった？ Kumamoto has 10 One Piece statues, pretty much the whole crew. Oh, really? Dang. 熊本すごい。なんだっけ？ハウステンボスだ、長崎じゃない？熊本、あれって思ったけど全然そんなことなかった。なんでもないです。でもハウステンボスって、ワンピースありましたよね。気のせい？ユニバには割としょっちゅうワンピース来るけど。Did you read mine? I don't know. Which one? One Piece statue. Would you mind asking again? I'm so sorry. Oh yes, I've searched it up, but it's pretty far away from some. Oh, yeah. But like, that is how they make a lot of money. So, underrated things to do in Kyoto? Underrated things to do in Kyoto? 京都であんまり有名じゃない、あんまり人がやってない、もっとみんなやるべきなのにって思うことは Underrated things to do in Kyoto? Is there such thing as underrated in Kyoto? For foreign tourists? Maybe? Eat a lot of 漬物京都行ったら私はお漬物なんだけどなーっていうね。はい。漬物通りがございまして。はい。そうですね。どこかな？まあいろいろあるけどなんか最近どうなのかな？まあでもどこでも行ってもあるか。漬物食べましょう。いい漬物。はい。Tea ceremony a bit expensive though. Yeah, you can have a tea ceremony for sure. That'll be fun. 京都か。京都な。その私が京都にめちゃくちゃ詳しいわけでもないですしね。それはそれで。京都の生八つ橋美味しくて好きです。好きです。でもね、京都なんですよね。今、オーバーツーリズムの京都。Go to visit新選組 sites in Kyoto. Oh, that's definitely underrated. 確かに京都で新選組にゆかりのある場所を訪れる。That'll be cool. 逆に、山陰通って京都から鳥取市まで行くのとあんまりしないんじゃない？ What if you decided to travel from the northern side of Kyoto to Shimane and Tottori prefectures? That is definitely underrated. 京都に行ったら用事あいて爪楊枝買いましょうね。あ、かわいいかわいい。なんかお土産物にいいですよね。There's a place called Yojiya. It's a traditional store for toothpicks, and you can go get toothpicks from there. Oh, have you tried boat in the river? Oh, you can try to boat in the river, although I heard that it's packed with tourists from now, so bike along the river paths. You can't bike along the river paths. Be careful though, there's a bunch of old people in Kyoto. はい。There's a sake factory in Old Town on the way. Ooh, everybody, go to Tsundere Oji-san. Go to Kai-san. Ask Kai-san. He probably knows a lot more than I do. いや、ちょっと割と本気でカイさんに聞いた方がいいかも。私より多分ね、いい旅行プランを考えてくれると思います。Underrated things to do in Kyoto? I think there's a lot. Do I know much? Sadly, no. I'm gonna count that down. Thank you. Sorry. The only thing I do when I'm in Kyoto is to visit the family grave. 今日って言ってやることなんてマジで墓参りしかないんだもん。そんな長期滞在する場所でもないし、楽しむ場所ではちょっとない。OK。はい、ということで。Is there really nothing to do in 埼玉？だ、埼玉。来た。Is there really nothing to do in 埼玉 everybody? どうなの？だ、埼玉。どうなの？川越ってでも埼玉じゃない？ You can go to 川越。That is something to do. 小京都ですわ。いや、違うか。小江戸か。京都じゃないですわね。あ、怒られる。You can go to 川越. Look up 川越. It's what we call a small Edo. Like, you know how you would call, like, little Tokyo, whatever? This is the Edo equivalent of that. Like, old traditional stuff equivalent on that. Congrats on 15K. Thank you. まあ、用事は言っても、爪楊枝なんて言ってませんがね。ボディケア、ヘアケアのお店なんで騙されないようにね。でも売ってない？可愛いですけどね、用事は。油取り紙の方が、ね。まあ、みんな使うやつだけど。用事屋ってなかったっけ？なんかちっちゃい、薄い、パカパカってするタイプの紙に入ってる爪楊枝みたいなの売ってないですっけ？ないないわ。いや、絶対あったと思う。こんなんも売ってんだ、ウケるって思ったの覚えてるもん。But yeah, Yoja has a lot of like oil taking away. It's like beauty products. 川越は雰囲気も良くていいですし、さつまいものお菓子もおすすめ。豚。Yojaは油取り紙と、なんかでも最近ロゴが変わったとかって騒がれてましたよね。あれどうなったんだろう。あれ本当に使うのかな。I wanted to visit that place, but everyone's saying it is so boring, lame, and empty. Really? Well, if it's empty, that is the place for you to go, isn't it? 川越でも割と人多いイメージはあるけど、私も一回しか行ったことないけど、しかもそんな長期滞在してたわけじゃない。川越 You can go there. There's a manga museum. There's a manga museum? 漫画ミュージアムがあるんですって、埼玉。There's plenty of things to do. That is so cool! ね。Might be better to go there than like going to Kyoto, because, you know, it's a bit too packed. では次、行きます。Okay, I'm traveling to Japan next February, and quick suggestions to visit during the winter and how to prepare for it. はい、来年2月で日本に行きます。寒い冬。どうすればいい？どこ行けばいい？ I would say definitely try out onsens. 絶対温泉系は行った方がいいですね。Like, soaking in the hot bath in the cold winter, that is like the perfect winter thing to do. 絶対気持ちいいから温泉行った方がいいんじゃないかなと思います。あと、なんだろう。If you're from a place that you do not know how to layer, please learn how to layer. もし、重ね着っていう概念が存在しない場所からお越しいただくのであれば、重ね着絶対してください。Yes. Well, hot bath in Hokkaido, so good. So good. They're so good. Yeah, でもね、yes. Like, I sometimes see people coming to Japan with like crazy thin sweaters and like layering a coat over it and complaining that it's cold. Of course it's going to be cold. There's humidity. なんかたまにね、私出会いますわよ。薄いセーター1枚だけ着て、コート羽織って寒いって言ってるから、そりゃ寒い。そりゃ寒いんです。まずね、ヒートテック着て、 上から長袖のシャツ着て、その上からちゃんとした服を着て、できたらシャツとかね、ブラウスとか着て、その上からまたセーター着て、それからコートですからね。いるんです。重ね着の概念を知らないって方。What you do is you wear your thermals, and then you wear your undershirt, if possible. Then you wear your shirt, like whatever shirt that you have. And then you wear your sweater. And then comes the coat. Learn how to layer. Learn to wear thermals, like underneath your pants too. ズボンの下にもね、ヒートテック着ましょう。寒いです。I have learned to layer. It's so cold in here too. Okay, good. Then you're ready. If you're not, learn them now. That's my personal advice on it. はい。ということで、残り10です。10 more. お腹すいた。お腹すくことあるんだ。はい。はぁ。How are you feeling now? You're Japanese, so it's Japan related. Thank you. 私もどう元気どう感じてる疲れた。I'm tired and I kind of want to eat something. なんか食べたいかもしれない。I'm also a bit stressed out about work because I haven't worked a single hour today, so I'm gonna work after this. ちょっと今日ね、お仕事1秒もしてないっていう恐ろしいこと、恐ろしいのでね、この後仕事をします。Thank you for the question. So, Kyoto has a kanji museum. I myself want to go. That would be cool. I've heard about it, but I don't know anything about it. Layer, just deal with the cold like a real man, and yeah, and freeze to death maybe. I wear only t-shirt and jeans. Don't underestimate my fat layer. Oh my goodness. Come on. Mizuki Sensei is truly a lifesaver. Yes, in many ways. How different is Ryumakyu and Okinawa Japanese from mainland Japanese? I can't answer this that well because I don't know that well. 沖縄、琉球語と日本語、本土で話されてる日本語どれほど違うのって同じですね。Well, I do have a lot of friends who are from Okinawa, and guess what? Like, we can communicate fine. So it might depend also on the generation. 実際私沖縄人の友人たくさんいるんですけど、割と。たくさんって言っても10人って割とたくさんじゃない ?10 人、20人くらいいるんじゃないかな。でも全然言葉は通じますので、そんな違うことはないんじゃないかなと思う。like dialect wise. But language, like as in like the Ryukyu language wise, I'm pretty sure it's completely different. Well, like it's not completely different. Like, imagine that it's like, between like mainland China and Japan. That should give you a pretty good idea of how it might sound like. Yes. So that's gonna be my answer to you. Like currently, a lot of like the way that a lot of people speak, I would say, is like a combination of not just Japanese but English. Like I feel like a lot of people do speak in like a combination of English, Japanese being the base, and then like words here and there being like Okinawan. わかんない。私ね、これに関しては本当に知識がないから、私の経験をもとにしてしか話せないんですけど、日本語ベースで英語がちょっと混ざってて、沖縄の琉球語がちょくちょく混ざってるみたいな感じの喋り方な気はしますけどね。どうなんでしょうね。あれ、シーサー、ヤイビーミ、全然わかんねえ。どうしよう。なんとかにねえねっていうのは知ってますよ。Okay, from my experience, Okinawa is not Japan. Oh yeah, like climate, environment, culture, everything is not Japan, so. Ever met any Ainu descended? Yes. Well, yes, but I know this is also like, controversial, but there is a Ainu like theme place in Hokkaido and I've been there. But it's really hard because a lot of, like, to describe, because a lot of, like, people who are not Ainu consider it bad. Because to them, it feels like they are being depicted as something, like, you know, a content, something to enjoy. And then, like, we don't really know how the people who works there, well, people are proud of the culture, like, people who work there are proud of the culture, so, like, that is amazing. But then, do you know, like, one of the biggest reasons why the language is about to, like, the language is sadly dying? There's 2 people that is remaining, or was remaining, that speaks perfect Ainu, but they were, like, they didn't get along, so it was impossible to keep the records. Like, they would not want to talk to each other. So, I don't know, like, because I am not, obviously, like, Ainu, I don't really know if it's even a good thing for people who are not of that, you know, like, land or people to come in and be like, hey, let's preserve your language, and, like, force people to try to keep records when they might not want it. So, like, that's a deep thing to talk about that we obviously don't know the answers to. Hi. No, I mean half as a joke. Well, yeah, but, like, I get it. Oh, they think it is used as an attraction, yes. But they're not the people who work there, so, you know, like, some woke people would say that. But I also get their point. But, like, who's supposed to determine that? I do not know. So I asked you about how do you feel about translation in media? Did I miss it somehow? I think I missed it. Thank you. That's a hard topic. It really is. ということでね、I'm gonna count that as 2 questions. 沖縄とかアイヌのことだったので2つとカウントしましょう。So, but normally Japanese would be quiet in public places, right? Half in the Okinawa population are like the loudest Japanese I've ever seen. They're loud, they're soft, they're very loud, and they're really fun. はい、ということで、sorry, what was it? How do I feel about translation in media? メディアにおいでの翻訳について、okay, would you mind, like, elaborating on it? Or maybe I can, like, maybe look back and find your comment. Or maybe not, there's too many comments. How do I feel about translation in media? 私がメディアの翻訳についてどう思っているか? Oh, let's answer this one because that's easy. What will I eat later? I'm just gonna keep it simple. I'm gonna cook rice and I'm gonna stir fry some vegetables. I got cabbage, so I'm gonna eat some cabbage. キャベツがあるので、私はこの後、ご飯を炊いて、キャベツと、お肉で炒め物をして食べます。はい。I don't know if this is the right, if I'm, like, understanding this question right, but how I feel about translation in media in terms of, like, for example, like, anime, manga and stuff, I would say that I see how hard things are. メディアにおいての翻訳についてどう思うか、ちょっとね、結構具体的でない、結構ブロードな質問だとは思うので、アニメとか漫画に限定していますけれども、一つすごいショックだったことがあって、昔、そんな昔でもないですけれども、過去にね、子供を教えてることがあった時に、面白いアニメとかで、モチベーションをキープしてもらえたらいいなって思って、ネットフリとかで、配給見てとか言ったんですよ。配給なんてね、面白いに決まってるじゃないですか。そしたら、なんと、いわゆるスウェアワードが入ってたから見れないって言われて、スウェアワードなんで入ってんのって思ったことがあったんですよね。Oh, you translate a few works, right? How faithful are you from literal wing it? And also, how do you feel about translations taking liberties with the media, like movies and stuff, is the question. Oh, that is very different from what I was trying to answer. Well, I'll answer this. Translation in anime and manga. I have taught this, like, kid once. in like junior high school age. And I tried to like introduce them to like fun anime because it will be a really fun way to like, keep the language up and keep them hyped. Introduced Haikyuu because it was a boy, and I thought like, sports. Why not? It's really inspiring too. Turns out that the English subtitles have like swear words in it. And I was like, how? This is a kids show. And so in that sense, translation in media, in that sense, I kind of wish that people would try to like really grasp the idea and the narratives behind words without trying to go to the easy solution and like make it eccentric by using very strong words in translation. So that's one thing. もうこれですね。Is it okay if I like count this as one answer? Yes, thank you. So これ一つの回答にしましょう。I'm now like making up my own questions, I feel like. Sorry. Okay. I have translated a few works, but this doesn't mean that I have like anything published. Just so you know. 確かに私翻訳をしたことありますけれども、何か出版とかしたわけじゃないっていうのは注意しておいていただきたいなと思います。なんですけれども、私が翻訳をする際、どれほど忠実ですか文字通りか雰囲気の方をつかむかみたいな。And also, how do you feel about translators taking liberties with the media like movies and stuff? It's kind of hard. Like, as long as the translators actually really like the work, it kind of, like, to me, it does make sense for them to take liberties because maybe they understand the narrative behind it, the story behind it, the character behind it, even the culture behind it to be able to translate it well, right? But if not, nah. And when I translate, I try to always look at the nuance. I never really try to, like, I don't really translate a lot of, like, English to Japanese materials. I translate more Japanese to English materials. And I think, like, that is really nice because me as a Japanese person, native Japanese person, I think I can at least culturally, like, understand the cultural context, like, the historical context or the language context behind the words that is being used. And so, like, I don't always go literal, but I also don't wing it as well. But, like, I try to capture that sense of, like, what the author is trying to convey. 私が翻訳をする場合って英語から日本語よりも日本語から英語の方が多いんですよね。なので私が翻訳するときは文字通りはもちろん難しいことは理解した上で私がネイティブの日本人であって日本語話者であるっていうことを考慮した上でなんて言うんだろう、どういうものをどういう内容を作者は書きたいと思ってるのかっていうのを一番優先順位のトップに置いておこうとしてるかなとは思います。翻訳がそんな上手なわけでもないので、そんな大層な口は聞けないってのがあれなんですけどね。So, I think a good translation is a balance between readability and faithfulness. That I agree. Question, is this a question? I think it is. はい。I want to read your translations, Mizuki sensei. Sadly, there's this thing called a contract. I mean, one of the translations is the backstage user manual, so there's that. いや、例えばですけど、バックステージのユーザーマニュアルとかね、あれも翻訳ですわよね。はい。そうそう。And I think the English translation is evolved. I think I read one manga and one of the words is, this is so peak. The heck? Seriously? Okay, so that is my answer to it. Thank you for the question. ありがとうございます。翻訳は難しい。本当に難しい。だから自分から率先してやろうとは正直思わない。To be honest, I never like to translate because it is so much work. So I only do it when people ask me to. So hard. Okay, 4 more questions. What do we have? どうですか？あと4つ。あと4つ。はい。I think I translate some of it for onsen-chan. Oh, really? And a few people. I tried to make it easiest to understand for people who don't know about it, but some part is iffy. Oh, that is so cool. Can you one day translate my content into Thai? That would be super cool. I would actually love that. Okay, this Japanese nest topic suddenly reminded me of Akita, the most traditional of Japanese prefectures. Is Akita considered the most traditional? What is traditional in this sense? What is the best way to learn kanji faster? I only learn 80 kanji from Learn Japanese with san. Okay. 漢字ってどうやったら早く覚えられるの？ No. Shortcut. Sorry. 残念ながら近道というものはございません。Really sorry to tell you this, but there really isn't any shortcut. But to make it more efficient, okay, this is my advice. There's no shortcut. And do not just learn the kanji. You want to memorize them together with words, with vocabulary. And also learn how those vocabulary are used in a sentence. One thing a lot of people forget is that, yes, the smallest, the smallest particle, I don't know, there's a better word for it, I totally forgot what it is. The smallest part, the smallest, what's the word? I don't know. The smallest,忘れちゃった, of a language are, yes, morphemes, words, and stuff, but what you are going to use to interact with people is actually sentences, not just words. Like, learning how things are used in sentences is the prime way to go. これ、結構、smallest unit? Yeah, smallest unit! That's a way better way of saying it, thank you. Smallest unit of a language might be words, but the way people communicate is through sentences. If you don't know how a word is used in a sentence, it's not going to make any sense. Also, if you don't know how a kanji is used in a word, there's no way that you're going to be able to use it. So, memorize the vocabulary first. Don't go just to the kanji. Yes, it's nice to know what the kanji means, but if you hyperfixate on the kanji on its own, you're never going to be able to learn. Memorize it as a word, not just the kanji. Learn what kind of words include the kanji that you're learning. That is the way to go. 漢字だけは絶対覚えないようにして、漢字だけで覚えないようにして、だけはじゃなくてね。漢字だけで覚えるんじゃなくて、ちゃんと単語と一緒に覚えて、しかもその単語が文章においてどのように使われてるかっていうのは絶対覚えてほしい。我々忘れがちだと思うんですけれども、コミュニケーションにおいてどう我々がコミュニケーションするかって文章なんですよ。単語じゃないんですよ、ほとんどの場合。この大きな違い。なので、単語じゃなくて文章ね。文章で覚えてください。本当に。文章、大事。That's my answer. Okay, 3 more. あと3つ。contracts. I will never forget the contracts. What's your favorite Japanese word? What's my favorite Japanese word? What's my favorite Japanese word? なんだろう。石の上にも3年かなわかんないけど 石の上にも3年 is a proverb that means, like, if you sit on the stone for 3 years, you'll get somewhere type of a thing. Basically what it means is that if you're patient, you'll one day succeed. And see, it's my 3rd year and I finally reached 10k, 15k, even 16k, so I guess that is true. いや、まあね、実際3年目にしてありがたいことにチャンネル登録者1万人、1万5000人達成したっていうので、石の上にも3年忍耐強くあるべきってのは本当なのかもしれないですね。はい。ということで、以上です。ありがとうございます。2 more! Have you ever tried playing shamisen or other traditional Japanese instruments? I have never played shamisen before. 三味線とか、他の日本の古い楽器ですね。まあ、いわゆる、文化的って感じなのかな？楽器。聞いたことありますか？三味線はないです。Do you know what shamisen is made of? Cat skin. Yeah, and like snakes. Yeah. Sorry for those who's freaking out, but that's the tradition. My grandmother plays shamisen. I don't know anymore. She's like in the nursing home. But yeah, that's the culture. Have I ever played shamisen? No. But I have actually played koto before. でも私、おことはやったことありますわ。But it was like during high school. まあね、よくある女子校なんで。女子校だったからってのはあるのかもしれないんですけれども、音楽の授業でね、おことやりました。Cat what? Yes. So, but like when I was in high school, we actually did Japanese harp, or in other words, koto, in music class. I think that was possible because I went to an all-girls school, and I think like, you know, they wanted to like make us try out some like really feminine stuff or whatnot. It was fun. おことね、桜桜とかやったりしましたわ。まあでもね、高校1年生、もう割と昔のお話ですわね。はい。ということで、こと sounds pretty interesting. It was really pretty. They're really expensive though. でも、こと高いからね。はい。Okay! But something dog skins. Sometimes dog skins, so yeah. And, like, we always have to keep in mind that history is in the context here. We can't judge history because their beliefs were very different from ours. Their values were so different from ours. 三味線がね、猫の皮ってってなってる方いらっしゃいますけど、いつも覚えてないといけないのはあれです。歴史、史実、当時の人たちの常識は我々の常識ではないということ。はい。Is koto more expensive than piano? Last question, how did you like answering 100 questions? Can I make that a last question because it's kind of like relevant? Koto is more expensive than piano? I don't know. Well, I guess it depends. You know? There's like for practices, you can only spend like 100,000 yen to 300,000 yen if you want a better one to like, you know, perform. But if you go higher up, there's a few million yen ones. おことって安いと数十万円とかあるんですって。でももちろん高いと数百万円とかね。Ludwig stole my whole flow. Hey, it's necessary. ということでね。はい、最後の質問。行きましょう。もう疲れちゃった。やっべえ。100個の質問どうでしたかってことで、草って書いてある。疲れました。I am tired. 皆様お付き合いいただきまして本当にありがとうございました。Thank you for being here with me. イエーイ。いや、前回やった時はね、300だったから100いけんじゃねって思ったんですけど、そんなことなかったですね。Like, you know, last time I did this, I did 300. So I somehow thought that this was going to be a little bit easier, but turns out not. でもなんか、前よりもちょっと大変だったかもしれない。わかんない。前ほどじゃないか。でも一つ言えることは、前よりは日本語に関する知識は増えてるんじゃないかなって思ったんですけど、それと同時にまだまだだなって思ったのと、知らないことが多くて恥ずかしかったなってのもあるので、これからも精進したいなと思います。Well, one thing I can say is that, compared to the last time I did this, I can tell that my Japanese skills, as in like my knowledge on the Japanese language has grown, which is great. So I would like to keep on studying, but at the same time I realize how much I don't know. So I'm gonna try to get better. Alex-san, thank you so much. Congrats. Thank you. ありがとうございます。7 hours. I know. Geez. Long stream. Is this your longest? Sadly, no. I usually only stream like an hour or two, really. That's the max I can do. 普通1、2時間ぐらいしかね、配信しない私がなんと、今何時間 ?7 時間半になってます。何してんだなんてことしてんのばっかじゃねえのなんてこと But, well, thank you so much. Hati-san, thank you for a Are you okay, baby? お嬢様なんか下法とか言って。Okay, she's fine. Thank you for accompanying me on Monday at work. It would have been hard without this stream, and congrats again. Proud of you, Sensei. Thank you, everyone. Well, I'm so proud of you for, like, going through life. We're all going through life. We're doing great. ありがとうございます。Okay. Hi. You gained, 1,300 sums more. I know. びっくりですけれども、この配信を立てるっていうか、配信立てる時にはね、もうすでにいらっしゃったんですけど、16,300人ということで、もうありえない。どうしちゃったんだろう。怖い。But one thing I can tell you is that the more you come, the more I will learn about you and the more I remember. And I'm really good at stalking on the internet, so I hope you're ready to be stalked by your teacher. でもね、私が言えることは、私皆様が来れば来るほどコメントしていただければしていただけるほど皆様のことを理解し、覚え、そして立派なインターネットストーカーになりますのでね。そのことをしっかり念頭に置いて、私の配信に参加していただければと思います。You did great. It was so nice to watch/listen. Well, thank you so much for all the great questions. Hi. I'm ready. Are you? Hi. That's true. Sensei knows what my liver looks like. Oh yeah, I do know that. Well, guess what? I actually know that Haki-san's nails are pretty long. I also know about her relationship. Scary! I also know where she's from. See? Crazy, scary, stop. Gotta stop that. Hi. Thank you for the stream and congrats, Sensei. Well, thank you so much, Saptra-san. Saptra-san is the one who has drawn a lot of my illustrations that I use as some thumbnails of my shorts. Thank you. Endurance streams must be tough. It was, but it was fun. It was a lot, like, shorter than I thought. And, like, it didn't feel as long. 思ってたほどなんか長く感じなかったっていう意味では良かったかも。本当に嬉しいです。Okay, let me read out your names before I go. There's like 54 of you. I'm guessing that it's going to be about like 70 to 80% of you that's going to be like, commenting. So how many would that be? Like 40 people to read out your names. Go ahead, raise your paws. ということで、最後になりますけれど、皆様のお名前を読ませていただきたいので、肉球、挙手してください。Yes, it's time for me to wrap up because why? I need to go walk little lady and not just that, I need to prepare dinner because I'm a wife. Today's my turn to make dinner as much as I don't like it. Gosh, so hard. Thank you. ありがとうございました。皆様のおかげでね、達成いたしましたけれどもね。はい。ルドウィックさん、ジャンピングショーツマンさん、サフチャさん、ハバナさん、ドクターパイさん、プリンコさん、Why? What do you mean, why? パンダサルさん、いつかさん、カエさん、つんでおじさん、おはよう、I found you on Twitter and I thought I'd join. We're actually wrapping up, but thank you so much for joining, サミュエルさん、キューさん、お時間ありがとうございました、本当に。フィアさん、ハラさん、レナンさん、ナビさん、Oh, you're finishing stream? I have that time. I know. I've been streaming for like 7.5 hours, almost like a whole work day, and this is the time that you join. Talk about bad timing. Come next stream. I'll be waiting for you. Blade さん、アスパラガスさん、アスパラガス食べたいな。でもアスパラガス高いんですよね。アスパラガスとベーコン食べたいな。でもアスパラガスもベーコンも高い。Okay. ミントさん、okay, how do I pronounce her name? ベレさんかな？ I'm gonna wait 10 more seconds. あと10秒待ちますね。It's 2:30 a.m. Oh my goodness. Oh my gosh. Please go to bed. はい。Sensei wants to eat some of you. Asparagus sounds nice. Asparagus in Japan is quite expensive though. はい。ジェッカさん、Annyeong, we're leaving. Thank you so much for joining. ということで、皆様ありがとうございました。Make sure you like, subscribe. There's actually a tag on Twitter where you'll be able to tweet like what you thought about the stream on Twitter. That's the hashtag. Please use it. I need to start utilizing it more. ということで、配信のね、感想などをハッシュタグで書いていただけると嬉しいです。今まで言ったことないんですけど、ちゃんとね、活用しようと思います。ということで、ありがとうございました。またお会いいたしましょう。I will actually see you tomorrow. I will post some stuff on Twitter, so if you could keep your eyes out on Twitter, that would be great. また Twitter の方でね、告知をいたしますので、そちらの方で見ていただけたらと思います。それでは皆様ごきげんようありがとうございました。Good night. Bye.